people who were there to contribute to the infrastructure and the development, make a tunnel, and a local doctor from Badgam in Kashmir. He is among the victims. He was there. Actually, always, infra company has had hired him, and these people were working there for the last several years and working in most difficult, weather conditions during the winters when the temperature goes below several degrees, this freezing point. Yet they wanted to complete this tunnel, which is on Srinagar Ladakh highway. So there are 2 tunnels are being constructed. So there are hundreds of workers. So what reports suggest that 2 terrorists, they were masked, they barged into this facility, and then they resorted to heavy firing in the officers' mess as well as workers' mess.
Right.
So in the officers' mess, the doctor was there and other engineers, everybody was there. So they were hit and they received multiple bullets. Area has been cordoned off, and all the leaders, the government, they have condemned this incident,
right,
and top officials rushed to the site, and a cordon search operation is underway.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Let's get you the latest as far as the Delhi school blast case is concerned, in which an FIR has been filed. The cops have filed a case under explosive acts, and now NDTV has accessed the CCTV footage of the blast in which a white powder was found on the school wall. The top anti-terror units are probing the matter. This is after that wall collapse that took place at a school in the Rohini area very early in the morning on a Sunday. Now, it is the BJP versus the AAP, with Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, saying that this has exposed Delhi's crumbling law and order system, as the responsibility to maintain law and order in Delhi is with the BJP central government. The blast took place near the CRPF school at Prashant Vihar in Rohini, and Atishi has gone on to say that, this is something that needs to be looked into. This is the reason why the situation in Delhi today is like the 1990s, the Mumbai underworld era. Bullets are being fired openly in the city and gangsters are extorting money, and morale of the criminals is high. While the BJP has, gone on to say this is regrettable to see Aam Aadmi Party leaders playing dirty politics over sensitive issues such as reported blast near that school in Rohini.
Bomb scare in the capital again. The boundary wall of a CRPF school in Delhi's Rohini saw a mysterious bomb explosion in the early hours of Sunday morning. Delhi police received a call reporting the blast at around 7:50 a.m. and after an initial probe, they registered an FIR under the Explosive Act. No one was injured in the blast, but the magnitude was such that the nearby shops were damaged and the surrounding air contained a foul smell. The area of the blast has been cordoned off. Delhi Police Special Cell, the NIA, NSG, as well as an FSL team and bomb disposal squad, sniffer dogs and fire brigade were present at the spot.
The major highlight is the white powdered substance that was found on the compound wall of the school, which they will be investigating on a deeper level. Of course, initially the Delhi police clarified that it could either be a bomb explosion or a prank by just bursting some firecracker.
Initial investigation suggests that it appears to be a crude bomb explosion. The FSL and NSG teams are investigating the chemicals used in the bomb.
Window panes, glasses were broken in the school premises, and some nearby shops and 1 or 2 cars also. Senior police officers of the police reached the spot. Our experts from forensic department, crime team and even special cell are there. They are investigating the matter.
This entire area that has been cordoned off is right adjacent to the CRPF school, and it is right here just a few meters across ahead wherein this explosion had happened. And the teams at this point, the crime teams, the Delhi Police Special Team, the NIA teams, the FSL teams, all are busy collecting the data on the mobile towers located in several kilometers around the CRPF school from last night until 9 a.m. this morning to check if this was a planned blast indeed or not. A political war of words broke out soon after, with Aam Aadmi Party Chief Minister blaming the centre for neglecting law and order in Delhi.
आज एक स्कूल के बाहर एक छोटा बम ब्लास्ट हो गया। ये क्या हो रहा है दिल्ली में? इसका सिर्फ एक कारण है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार सिर्फ दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार के काम रोकने में लगी हुई है और अपना एक भी काम नहीं कर रही है।
जहाँ तक दिल्ली के सुरक्षा की बात है तो आम आदमी पार्टी के ये जो नेता बोल रहे हैं, तुच्छ राजनीति की बात कर रहे हैं, जरा अपने गिरबान में झांक लें। खुद जमानत पे छूटे हुए हैं, उनकी पार्टी आधे से ज़्यादा क्रिमिनल केसेस इनके विधायक भुगत रहे हैं, तो वो भी क्राइम का हिस्सा है। तो एक बार बोलने से पहले 10 बार सोचना चाहिए।
Environment of anxiety amongst the people who are living here, and the law and order situation is right now facing a big question mark as to how an incident like this has happened on a Sunday morning, during the festival time at the heart of the national capital.
With Anushka Garg and Shreya Ghosh, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
And more news coming out of Delhi. 2 firing incidents have taken place in a matter of 2 days. A clash between 2 groups in Gagangir, which has resulted in the death of 1 person. 2 others have been injured. The firing took place on 19th of October in Delhi's Welcome area, and again on the 20th of October, firing took place in Jahangirpur. Now, in the Jahangirpur area, and of course, 5 people have been arrested in this incident. A man was killed and 2 others were injured in that firing that took place in Jahangirpuri. At least 10 rounds were fired, is what the police had to say. Switching tracks now to Maharashtra, and their first list of the BJP is out. It's Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis who's among the heavyweights as far as the BJP's first list of candidates for the 20th of November assembly elections are concerned. Do remember, Maharashtra is going to pose in a single phase. The list has announced 99 names so far. Maharashtra Assembly has 288 seats, and the BJP is likely to contest nearly 160 seats. The remaining seats are being contested by its allies, and the Ajit Pawar-led NCP. Among other heavyweights includes the BJP chief Chandrasekhar Bawankule, as well as the daughter of Ashok Chavan.
The BJP's first list of candidates for Maharashtra is out. 99 candidates have been fielded. Key among them are Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis contesting from Nagpur West, BJP Maharashtra Chief Chandrasekhar Bawankule from Kamthi, Mumbai BJP Chief Ashish Shelar from Bandra West, his brother Vinod Shelar from Malad West, and Maharashtra Speaker Rahul Narvekar from Kolaba. This announcement comes in the backdrop of multiple meetings in the MVA camp where all doesn't seem well. The Uddhav Sena held a meeting on Sunday amidst rumours that all is not well on the seat-sharing front. The BJP was quick to take a dig at the opposition alliance.
I fear that today they are only exchanging the hot words. Tomorrow they should not exchange a shoe and a chappal on each other. I am praying that that scene should not come. That's all.
Srijaya Ashok Chavan, the daughter of former Maharashtra Chief Minister who left the Congress to join the BJP in February, will make her electoral debut from Bhokar. Nitesh Rane, also the son of a former Maharashtra Chief Minister Narayan Rane, is the BJP's choice for Kankavli. The BJP has given a chance to several sitting MLAs.
महायुति सम्मानीय उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र साहब, मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार साहब का ये नेतृत्व वापस 2024 में 101% ये महायुति का सरकार बनेगा ही बनेगा। टोटल महाराष्ट्र में एमपी इलेक्शन में 0.3% डिफरेंस है। 0.3% कोई बड़ा बात नहीं है, आप पत्रकार है। ये 0.3% तोड़ के हम लोग 0.1, 0.5 नहीं तो 20% ये वो में हम लोग वोट ले सकते हैं।
Hours before the BJP released its list, Maratha quota activist Manoj Jarange Patil announced he would not be contesting the polls.
जिथं निवडून येऊ शकते अशा ठिकाणी फक्त आपण उभा करून निवडून आहोत। एक दुसरं एसटीच्या आणि एसटीच्या ज्या जागा आहेत तिथं आपण उमेदवार देऊ नये। ऐका 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 आधी आपण तिथे उमेदवार देऊ नये। कोणत्याही पक्षाचे असू द्या, तिथं कोणत्याही म्हणता
The Bharatiya Janata Party has made an important statement by being the first party to put out the list of candidates before the upcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra. Now, all of this has happened while there is some sort of ruckus in the Mahavikas Aghadi over certain seats. But at the same time, the Bharatiya Janata Party has proved the obvious, that they are indeed the big brother in the Mahayuti alliance. With camera person Hemant, this is Anuj Raith reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
And right after Maharashtra, of course, the battle for Jharkhand is on, and the rift seems to be evident within the India bloc. The India bloc has declared its first list of candidates, and it's the Congress and the JMM to contest on 70 out of the 81 seats. And this is the RJD fuming. As far as the RJD is concerned, they're going to be taking a call, and that's expected today, with Hemant Soren. There are 11 seats to be offered to other allies, is what Hemant Soren has gone on to say, while the RJD unilaterally has said that the seat sharing arrangement is something that they're miffed about. Now, when it comes to the seat in Jharkhand, there are candidates that are from winnable seats, and the Congress is saying that the discussions will continue. The RJD and the left will be offered seats, is what the Congress has to say.
The India bloc split wide open, even before big wigs could hit the campaign road. Cut to size in the alliance, a miffed RJD took on the JMM and Congress over seat sharing with a 24-hour ultimatum.
कि लड़ाई जीतेंगे, साथ रहें तो जीतेंगे, और अगर हम चंद सीटों पर, जिसका मैंने हवाला दिया, जिसकी जानकारी आपको कल तक मिल जाएगी, लड़ें, तब भी हम उस विकल्प का हिस्सा बनेंगे जो विकल्प बीजेपी के खिलाफ का विकल्प है.
This is nothing less than a pressure tactics by RJD, and RJD has been always eyeing for between 18 to 20 seats is what they were expecting in Jharkhand out of the 81 total seats. And the districts where RJD actually is eyeing seats is basically those Jharkhand districts which adjoin the states of Bihar. So the bordering districts is where RJD believes that they have their influence, and traditionally they have been fielding their candidates from those very areas. But now, yesterday, what we saw, the Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister, he made a unilateral announcement, and in that particular announcement, 70 seats were given to RJD and Congress combined, and they would settle the numbers between themselves, and 11 seats were left for RJD and left parties.
Out of the 81 seats, 70 seats have gone to the JMM and Congress combined, and 11 seats left for RJD and left parties. Out of 11, RJD is believed to have been given 6 seats, while 5 went to the left parties.
लगातार बातचीत चल रही है. आरजेडी के नेतागण भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं. पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष और इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री से लगातार उनका संवाद भी हो रहा है. और जहाँ तक प्रेशर की बात है, तो हम समझते हैं कि ये प्रेशर नहीं है.
Faced with the opposition's dynastic politics, charged day after its first list, the BJP meanwhile defended its candidates, including the Sorens. While Champai Soren and his son both got a BJP ticket, former Chief Minister Raghubar Das could bag only one for his daughter-in-law, while former Chief Minister Arjun Munda managed one for his wife.
देखिए, परिवारवाद वो होता है जब एक ही परिवार का पूरे पार्टी पर कब्जा हो. अगर एक किसी राजनेता के कोई रिश्तेदार जिनकी सामाजिक क्षेत्र में अच्छी पहचान है, अगर उन्हें टिकट मिलता तो वो परिवारवाद नहीं होता.
It's the biggest battle for the Adivasi vote, a litmus test for who has the tribal trust. With Harivansh, Prabhakar Kumar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And NDTV's World Summit is going to be taking place at 10 o'clock this morning. The Prime Minister will be attending the NDTV World Summit, and the Prime Minister has taken to social media informing about his plans to attend the summit. He said that he will be talking about India's key strides. We'll talk on why we remain a global bright spot. The Prime Minister took to social media saying that about 10 o'clock in the morning, he is looking forward to addressing the NDTV World Summit on the India century. India's growth trajectory has truly captured global attention, and our Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to new heights. I will be talking about India's key strides and why we remain a global bright spot. And one of the distinguished speakers at the NDTV World Summit is Nobel laureate Paul Romer. Interacted with various government officials to understand how the Modi government is not just using technology to implement its welfare schemes, but also to propel its growth story. The globally reputed economists were specifically curious about the popularity of UPI in the country, its inclusive nature and penetration, and use of technology in financial these are inclusion programs such as Jan Dhan Yojana. Paul Romer won a Nobel Prize in Economics in 2018 for his upbeat theory of growth, which shined a light on how ideas rather than mere things lead to economic expansion and human progress.
I think one of the first things is that the other countries in the digital South should say to themselves, if India can do it, we can do it too. Countries need to have the confidence and the ambition to try something that hasn't been tried before, the way India did by creating the Aadhaar number. Other countries could copy and learn from India's experience, but they should also tell themselves, we don't have to depend on the rich countries. We may not even want to let the rich countries be the ones who are in charge, because they may not lead to the kinds of improvements in the quality of life that we really want for our citizens. Well, this is what makes the digital revolution in India so interesting, is that it's been used by the government to actually provide benefits to all members of society. It hasn't just created benefits for the lucky few. And this, I think, is very different from most other countries around the world. So I think the success here in India is unique, and other countries can learn from it.
And switching tracks, is President Dr. Mohammad Muizzu, on the recommendation of the Cabinet, has decided to introduce UPI in the Maldives. This move, according to the President, is expected to bring significant benefits to the economy of Maldives, including increased financial inclusion, improved efficiency in financial transactions, and enhanced digital infrastructure. And with that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Prime Minister Modi takes to social media site X to announce that he will be addressing NDTV's World Summit on the India Century. India's growth trajectory has truly captured global attention, and our Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to new heights. I'll be talking about India's key strides and why we remain a global bright spot.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Lord David Cameron, will offer his insights on the India Century, a view from London. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd, on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will present a forward-thinking strategy for the India Century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Sunil Bharti Mittal will expound as India ascends the India global business. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dasho Shering Topge, will articulate the next phase of India-Bhutan ties. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Canada and its Canadian Prime Minister that continues to be cornered by both Conservatives and Labour MPs over his allegations against India in the Niger killing case. Conservative Party leader and MP Andrew Scheer is the latest to join the chorus blaming Trudeau for spiralling ties with the world's largest economy. Listen in. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And boost to digital banking in Maldives. UPI to be introduced in Maldives, a move that the president says will bring significant benefit to the Maldivian economy, including increased financial inclusion.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. NDTV World Summit 2024. Former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Lord David Cameron, will offer his insights on the India century, a view from London. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will present a forward-thinking strategy for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last
A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Wadhwa. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Prime Minister Modi. That's going to be attending the NDTV World Summit that's going to take place at 10 o'clock this morning. He says the Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to the next level. We'll get you all the details of the summit. First, the headlines. 7 people have been killed in a terror attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. Targeted attack at a tunnel in which a doctor and 6 construction workers have been killed when the terrorists opened fire at that construction site. After school blast, firing has taken place in the heart of Delhi. 1 killed in that firing that's taken place in Delhi's Gagangir. The police are probing the conspiracy angle, and it is AAP versus the BJP, with Delhi's Chief Minister saying that this exposes Delhi's crumbling law and order system, which is under the responsibility of the the BJP. This is the responsibility in order to maintain law and order in the capital. BJP's first list of candidates for Maharashtra is out, and it's Devendra Fadnavis as well as the state chief Bhavan Kule in BJP's first list. And of course, the BJP is fielding ex-chief minister Ashok Chavan's daughter, but the MBA today will be announcing their seat sharing formula. And a boost to digital banking in Maldives. Now, UPI is going to be introduced in Maldives today, a move that the Maldivian president says will bring significant benefits to the economy, including increased financial inclusion. Prime Minister Modi will be attending NDTV's World Summit. He has gone on to social media platforms saying he's looking forward to attending the event, and has also said that the Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to new heights. And Mohammad Shami bowls with full tilt in Chinnaswamy nets after India's crushing defeat to New Zealand. Can he get ready for the test soil down under is the big question. Let's get your top story, and very sad news coming in as far as that terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, in which 7 people have died, and this includes a doctor as well as 6 construction workers who have been attacked in this firing that took place at a construction site. This is in the area in Jammu and Kashmir's Ganderbal district. The Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has called the attack on non-local labourers, of course, very cowardly, praying that the injured make a full recovery, as the most seriously injured are being referred to as far as the hospital in Srinagar is concerned, that has had opened fire on a camp housing workers of a private company. And we have Nazir joining us to get us more on this. Nazir, a very shocking attack that comes to light with the police and the army. They're having cordoned off the area, and of course, the number of casualties has gone up, and in total now 7 people have lost their lives.
Well, 7 people, including a doctor, have been killed in this attack. Yesterday, 6 were killed and 1 injured later died. So the number of casualties has risen to 7. It's one of the most horrifying terror attacks on innocent people in the recent time, and perhaps first such attack on an infra, project where innocent people who have were there to contribute to the infrastructure and the development, make a tunnel, and a local doctor from Badgam in Kashmir, he is among the victims. He was there actually always. Infra company has had hired him, and these people were working there for the last several years and working in most difficult, weather conditions during the winters when the temperature goes below several degrees, this freezing point. Yet they wanted to complete this tunnel, which is on Srinagar Ladakh highway. So there are 2 tunnels are being constructed. So there are hundreds of workers. So what reports suggest that 2 terrorists, they were masked, they barged into this facility, and then they resorted to heavy firing in the officers' mess as well as workers' mess.
Right.
So in the officers' mess, the doctor was there and other engineers, everybody was there. So they were hit and they received multiple bloods. Area has been cordoned off, and all the leaders, the government, they have condemned this incident,
right,
and top officials rushed to the site, and a cordon search operation is underway.
Right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for joining us with all those details. Let's get you the latest as far as the Delhi school blast case is concerned, in which an FIR has been filed. The cops have filed a case under explosive acts, and now NDTV has accessed the CCTV footage of the blast in which a white powder was found on the school wall. The top anti-terror units are probing the matter. This is after that wall collapse that took place at a school in the Rohini area very early in the morning on a Sunday. Now, it is the BJP versus the AAP, with Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, saying that this has exposed Delhi's crumbling law and order system, as the responsibility to maintain law and order in Delhi is with the BJP central government. The blast took place near the CRPF school at Prashant Vihar in Rohini, and Atishi has gone on to say that, this is something that needs to be looked into. This is the reason why the situation in Delhi today is like the 1990s, the Mumbai underworld era. Bullets are being fired openly in the city, and gangsters are extorting money, and the morale of the criminals is high. While the BJP has, gone on to say this is regrettable to see Aam Aadmi Party leaders playing dirty politics over sensitive issues such as reported blast near that school in Rohini.
Bomb scare in the capital again. The boundary wall of a CRPF school in Delhi's Rohini saw a mysterious bomb explosion in the early hours of Sunday morning. Delhi police received a call reporting the blast at around 7:50 a.m. and after an initial probe, they registered an FIR under the Explosive Act. No one was injured in the blast, but the magnitude was such that the nearby shops were damaged and the surrounding air contained a foul smell. The area of the blast has been cordoned off. Delhi Police Special Cell, the NIA, NSG, as well as an FSL team and bomb disposal squad, sniffer dogs and fire brigade were present at the spot.
The major highlight is the white powdered substance that was found on the compound wall of the school, which they will be investigating on a deeper level. Of course, initially the Delhi police clarified that it could either be a bomb explosion or a prank by just bursting some firecracker.
Initial investigation suggests that it appears to be a crude bomb explosion. The FSL and NSG teams are investigating the chemicals used in the bomb.
Window panes, glasses were broken in the school premises and some nearby shops and 1 or 2 cars also. Senior police officers of the police reached the spot. Our experts from forensic department, crime team and even special cell are there. They are investigating the matter.
This entire area that has been cordoned off is right adjacent to the CRPF school, and it is right here just a few meters across ahead wherein this explosion had happened. And the teams at this point, the crime teams, the Delhi Police Special Team, the NIA teams, the FSL teams, all are busy collecting the data on the mobile towers located in several kilometers around the CRPF school from last night until 9 a.m. this morning to check if this was a planned blast indeed or not. A political war of words broke out soon after, with Aam Aadmi Party Chief Minister blaming the centre for neglecting law and order in Delhi.
आज एक स्कूल के बाहर एक छोटा बम ब्लास्ट हो गया। ये क्या हो रहा है दिल्ली में? इसका सिर्फ एक कारण है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार सिर्फ दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार के काम रोकने में लगी हुई है और अपना एक भी काम नहीं कर रही है।
जहाँ तक दिल्ली के सुरक्षा की बात है तो आम आदमी पार्टी के ये जो नेता बोल रहे हैं, तुच्छ राजनीति की बात कर रहे हैं, जरा अपने गिरबान में झांक लें। खुद जमानत पे छूटे हुए हैं, उनकी पार्टी आधे से ज़्यादा क्रिमिनल केसेस इनके विधायक भुगत रहे हैं, तो वो भी क्राइम का हिस्सा है। तो एक बार बोलने से पहले 10 बार सोचना चाहिए।
Environment of anxiety amongst the people who are living here, and the law and order situation is right now facing a big question mark as to how an incident like this has happened on a Sunday morning, during the festival time at the heart of the national capital.
With Anushka Garg and Shreya Ghosh, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
And more news coming out of Delhi. 2 firing incidents have taken place in a matter of 2 days. A clash between 2 groups in Gagangir, in which has resulted in the death of 1 person. 2 others have been injured. The firing took place on the 19th of October in Delhi's Welcome area, and again on the 20th of October, firing took place in Jahangirpur. Now, in the Jahangirpur area, and of course, 5 people have been arrested in this incident. A man was killed and 2 others were injured in that firing that took place in Jahangirpur. At least 10 rounds were fired, is what the police had to say. Switching tracks now to Maharashtra, and their first list of the BJP is out. It's Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis who's among the heavyweights as far as the BJP's first list of candidates for the 20th of November Assembly elections are concerned. Do remember, Maharashtra is going to pose in a single phase. The list has announced 99 names so far. Maharashtra Assembly has 288 seats, and the BJP is likely to contest nearly 160 seats. The remaining seats are being contested by its allies, Shiv Sena and the Ajit Pawar-led NCP. Among other heavyweights includes the BJP chief Chandrasekhar Bawankule, as well as the daughter of Ashok Chavan.
The BJP's first list of candidates for Maharashtra is out. 99 candidates have been fielded, key among them are Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis contesting from Nagpur West, BJP Maharashtra Chief Chandrasekhar Bawankule from Kamthi, Mumbai BJP Chief Ashish Shelar from Bandra West, his brother Vinod Shelar from Malad West, and Maharashtra Speaker Rahul Narvekar from Kolaba. This announcement comes in the backdrop of multiple meetings in the MVA camp where all doesn't seem well. The Uddhav Sena held a meeting on Sunday amidst rumours that all is not well on the seat-sharing front. The BJP was quick to take a dig at the opposition alliance.
I fear that today they are only exchanging the hot words. Tomorrow they should not exchange a shoe and a chappal on each other. I am praying that that sin should not come. That's all.
Srijaya Ashok Chavan, the daughter of former Maharashtra Chief Minister who left the Congress to join the BJP in February, will make her electoral debut from Bhokar. Nitesh Rane, also the son of a former Maharashtra Chief Minister Narayan Rane, is the BJP's choice for Kankavli. The BJP has given a chance to several sitting MLAs.
Mahayuti, सम्मानीय उप मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र साहब, मुख्यमंत्री एकनाथ शिंदे साहब, उप मुख्यमंत्री अजीत पवार साहब का ये नेतृत्व वापस 2024 में 101% ये महायुति का सरकार बनेगा ही बनेगा। टोटल महाराष्ट्र में एमपी इलेक्शन में 0.3% डिफरेंस है। 0.3% कोई बड़ा बात नहीं है, आप पत्रकार है। ये 0.3% तोड़ के हम लोग 0.1, 0.5 नहीं तो 20% ये वो में हम लोग वोट ले सकते हैं।
Hours before the BJP released its list, Maratha quota activist Manoj Jarange Patil announced he would not be contesting the polls.
जिथं उभा करायचे, जिथं निवडून येऊ शकते अशा ठिकाणी फक्त आपण उभा करून निवडून आहोत. एक दुसरं एसटीच्या आणि एसटीच्या ज्या जागा आहेत तिथं आपण उमेदवार देऊ नये. ऐका 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 आधी आपण तिथे उमेदवार देऊ नये. कोणत्याही पक्षाचे असू द्या, तिथं कोणत्याही म्हणता ते महायुती असो.
The Bharatiya Janata Party has made an important statement by being the first party to put out the list of candidates before the upcoming assembly elections in Maharashtra. Now, all of this has happened while there is some sort of ruckus in the Mahavikas Aghadi over certain seats. But at the same time, the Bharatiya Janata Party has proved the obvious, that they are indeed the big brother in the Mahayuti alliance. With camera person Hemant, this is Anuj Raith reporting from Mumbai for NDTV.
And right after Maharashtra, of course, the battle for Jharkhand is on, and the rift seems to be evident within the India bloc. The India bloc has declared its first list of candidates, and it's the Congress and the JMM to contest on 70 out of the 81 seats. And this is the RJD fuming. As far as the RJD is concerned, they're going to be taking a call, and that's expected today with Hemant Soren. There are 11 seats to be offered to other allies, is what Hemant Soren has gone on to say, while the RJD unilaterally has said that the seat sharing arrangement is something that they're miffed about. Now, when it comes to the seat in Jharkhand, there are candidates that are from winnable seats, and the Congress is saying that the discussions will continue. The RJD and the left will be offered seats, is what the Congress has to say.
The India bloc split wide open, even before big wigs could hit the campaign road. Cut to size in the alliance, a miffed RJD took on the JMM and Congress over seat sharing with a 24-hour ultimatum.
कि लड़ाई जीतेंगे, साथ रहें तो जीतेंगे, और अगर हम चंद सीटों पर, जिसका मैंने हवाला दिया, जिसकी जानकारी आपको कल तक मिल जाएगी, लड़ें, तब भी हम उस विकल्प का हिस्सा बनेंगे जो विकल्प बीजेपी के खिलाफ का विकल्प है.
This is nothing less than a pressure tactics by RJD, and RJD has been always eyeing for between 18 to 20 seats is what they were expecting in Jharkhand out of the 81 total seats. And the districts where RJD actually is eyeing seats is basically those Jharkhand districts which adjoin the states of Bihar. So the bordering districts is where RJD believes that they have their influence, and traditionally they have been fielding their candidates from those very areas. But now, yesterday, what we saw, the Hemant Soren, the Chief Minister, he made a unilateral announcement, and in that particular announcement, 70 seats were given to RJD and Congress combined, and they would settle the numbers between themselves, and 11 seats were left for RJD and left parties.
Out of the 81 seats, 70 seats have gone to the JMM and Congress combined, and 11 seats left for RJD and left parties. Out of 11, RJD is believed to have been given 6 seats, while 5 went to the left parties.
लगातार बातचीत चल रही है. आरजेडी के नेतागण भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं. पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष और इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री से लगातार उनका संवाद भी हो रहा है. और जहाँ तक प्रेशर की बात है, तो हम समझते हैं कि ये प्रेशर नहीं है.
Faced with the opposition's dynastic politics charged day after its first list, the BJP meanwhile defended its candidates, including the Sorens. While Champai Soren and his son both got a BJP ticket, former Chief Minister Raghubhar Das could bag only one for his daughter-in-law, while former Chief Minister Arjun Munda managed one for his wife.
देखिए, परिवारवाद वो होता है जब एक ही परिवार का पूरे पार्टी पर कब्जा हो. अगर एक किसी राजनेता के कोई रिश्तेदार जिनकी सामाजिक क्षेत्र में अच्छी पहचान है, अगर उन्हें टिकट मिलता तो वो परिवारवाद नहीं होता.
It's the biggest battle for the Adivasi vote, a litmus test for who has the tribal trust. With Harivansh, Prabhakar Kumar, Bureau Report, NDTV.
And NDTV's World Summit is going to be taking place at 10 o'clock this morning. The Prime Minister will be attending the NDTV World Summit, and the Prime Minister has taken to social media informing about his plans to attend the summit. He said that he will be talking about India's key strides. We'll talk on why we remain a global bright spot. The Prime Minister took to social media saying that about 10 o'clock in the morning, he is looking forward to addressing the NDTV World Summit on the India century. India's growth trajectory has truly captured global attention, and our Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to new heights. I will be talking about India's key strides and why we remain a global bright spot. And one of the distinguished speakers at the NDTV World Summit is Nobel laureate Paul Romer. Interacted with various government officials to understand how the Modi government is not just using technology to implement its welfare schemes, but also to propel its growth story. The globally reputed economist was specifically curious about the popularity of UPI in the country, its inclusive nature and penetration, and use of technology in financial these are inclusion programs such as Jan Dhan Yojana. Paul Romer won a Nobel Prize in Economics in 2018 for his upbeat theory of growth, which shined a light on how ideas rather than mere things lead to economic expansion and human progress.
I think one of the first things is that the other countries in the digital south should say to themselves, if India can do it, we can do it too. Countries need to have the confidence and the ambition to try something that hasn't been tried before, the way India did by creating the Aadhaar number. So other countries could copy and learn from India's experience, but they should also tell themselves, we don't have to depend on the rich countries. We may not even want to let the rich countries be the ones who are in charge, because they may not lead to the kinds of improvements in the quality of life that we really want for our citizens. Well, this is what makes the digital revolution in India so interesting, is that it's been used by the government to actually provide benefits to all members of society. It hasn't just created benefits for the lucky few. And this, I think, is very different from most other countries around the world. So I think the success here in India is unique, and other countries can learn from it.
And switching tracks, is President Dr. Mohammad Muizzu, on the recommendation of the Cabinet, has decided to introduce UPI in the Maldives. This move, according to the President, is expected to bring significant benefits to the economy of Maldives, including increased financial inclusion, improved efficiency in financial transactions, and enhanced digital infrastructure. And with that, we're slipping in a very short break. Back with a whole lot more. To stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Sunil Bharti Mittal will expound as India ascends the India global business. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dasho Shering Topge, will articulate the next phase of India-Bhutan ties. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. NDTV World Summit 2024. Former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Lord David Cameron, will offer his insights on the India century, a view from London. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app.
Welcome back. Let's get you the latest from Canada and its Canadian Prime Minister that continues to be cornered by both Conservatives and Labour MPs over his allegations against India in the Niger killing case. Conservative Party leader and MP Andrew Scheer is the latest to join the chorus blaming Trudeau for spiralling ties with the world's largest economy. Listen in. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay with us.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will present a forward-thinking strategy for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Sunil Bharti Mittal will expound as India ascends the India global business. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From maximum city, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dasho Shering Topge, will articulate the next phase of India-Bhutan ties. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की।
त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट, आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
Hello everyone, welcome to Breakfast Show. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy joining you from Mumbai studios. Divya is joining us from Delhi studios. Divya, from blame game over Delhi pollution to Maharashtra seat sharing issues and probe in the Delhi school blast case, a lot coming up on the show. That's right, Radhika, lots coming up on the show, including the summit that's going to be taking place. This is the NDTV's World Summit, where Prime Minister Modi is expected to be there at 10 o'clock this morning. He's, of course, also going to speak about Yuva Shakti, saying that it has taken the nation to the next level. We'll get you all the details. But first, let's get you the headlines. Well, let's talk about Delhi's air quality that is set to worsen, and stubble burning contribution to the air pollution of Delhi is likely to be worse in the coming 24 to 48 hours, and it's a blame game between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Atishi, the Chief Minister of Delhi, is blaming the BJP for the worsening situation. After school blast, firing in the heart of Delhi, one killed in firing in Delhi's Gagangir. Cops probe conspiracy angle in the blast case, and Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP. Delhi moving towards lawlessness is the big question. And 7 people have died in a terror attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. We're talking about a doctor and 6 construction workers who have died in a firing incident that took place in Jammu and Kashmir. And BJP's first list of candidates for Maharashtra out. Devendra Fadnavis, State Chief Chandrasekhar Bawankule in BJP's first list. In fact, BJP also fielding former Chief Minister Ashok Chavan's daughter, MVA, likely to announce seat-sharing formula today. And a boost to digital banking in the Maldives. Well, UPI will be introduced in Maldives, and it's the president who's gone on to say that this will bring significant benefits to the economy in Maldives, including increased financial inclusion. And Prime Minister Modi to attend NDTV World Summit. He says, looking forward to attend NDTV World Summit. He says, I look forward to addressing the summit on the India century. India's growth trajectory has truly captured global attention, he says. Let's get to our top story, and that's Delhi's air quality that's worsened yet again, fluctuating between poor and very poor. This has led to a complete blame game, Radhika, when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP regarding the rising pollution levels in the national capital. We're talking about an overall PM 2.5 level as far as the AQI is concerned, coming in at 307. Basically, pollution has now stepped into the very poor category, Radhika.
Very concerning, Divya. In fact, Aam Aadmi Party attributing the worsening air quality to changing weather conditions and increased stubble burning in neighbouring states, while the BJP has criticised the AAP for its lack of action over the past decade. Today, the Delhi government will in fact relaunch the Red Light On, Gaadi Off campaign, Divya.
Right, of course, very small measures, Radhika, that, you see every year in terms of even, when it comes into the severe category, they wait for days before the odd even formula is implemented. And even that doesn't really make much of a difference as what we have seen in the past. So, in order for, these campaigns that they want to, encourage drivers to switch off their engines while waiting in traffic signals, authorities, of course, have ramped up anti-pollution measures. 99 teams, now Atishi has gone on to say, are working on dust control across the city, and over 325 smog guns are being deployed to combat the rising pollution. As far as the Public Works Department, the MCD, they've all concentrated their efforts on the pollution hotspots. Now, we're talking about Anand Vihar and other areas. Let's, also bring up that graphic of the most polluted areas in Delhi, which are, in that very poor category. So, it's very alarming. And Radhika, while I was driving to work this morning, I could see that haze. It's visibly there, that you can see, you can sense, you can smell. It is making quite a difference when it comes to the breathing and the quality of the air that we have now here in the NCR region.
Very, very concerning, Divya. In fact, authorities ramping up anti-pollution measures, and as you've been pointing out, these are small measures that are being taken. But is it really impacting? Is it really showing any results? Is it making any difference to the lives of Delhiites? To find more on that, let's go across to Shreya. Shreya, tell us what is the situation at this point. Of course, multiple measures are being launched by the Delhi government, and BJP also blaming the government over its failure to control pollution in the city. But what's the situation at this point?
Well, as you rightly said, Delhi is facing the double whammy of both air and water pollution. The air quality is worsening with each passing day. It is now in a very poor category. Severe smog is visible, and as you can see right behind me, there's reduced visibility in the air, and if you can see the waters, it is fully covered with this white froth, and we know for a fact that this is a recurring topic, and it has been used as a political tool as well. Right now, Aam Aadmi Party, the Delhi government, has shifted the blame to the BJP-ruled UP and Haryana, from where this untreated wastewater is coming and thereby polluting the Yamuna, but not taking any clear accountability or ownership over the cleanup of Yamuna, which has been a topic of great concern over the years. And as you can see, this entire stretch, this entire area is filled with this toxic white froth, and let me tell you, this froth is caused by the mixing of the decaying plants and microplastics with the water. And of course, Yamuna has an inherently it has this cleansing ability, but the need of the hour is effective sewage treatment plants. And let me tell you, 75% of the sewage treatment plants in the national capital are not effective enough to clear the Yamuna pollution. Out of the 36 sewage treatment plants, 9 of them are defective, and it is not working at its best potential, and there should be concrete action taken to ensure that these sewage treatment plants are maintained and the wastewater is treated, because it is the wastewater from the domestic origins and also from industrial factory areas. That wastewater gets poured into the Yamuna, thereby polluting it. So this kind of a situation it is nothing new. It has been going on for years now, and the government, the Delhi government is not taking clear accountability. The government states that it has already, implemented defoamers and has sprinkled water, but that is too little to clear up the Yamuna. And as far as the air pollution is concerned, of course, Delhi government has in fact identified these 13 pollution hotspots and has also started this campaign wherein during the red light the cars, the vehicles will be asked to sort of turn off the car to curb the air pollution. And also they have stated that around 300 anti-smoke guns have been deployed. But then again there are these 13 hotspots, pollution hotspots, where Anand Vihar has been highlighted as the most polluted hotspot in the city. But the need of the hour is to of course maintain the sewage treatment plants and to carry out more long-term sustainable solution to curb the air and water pollution. Over to you.
Right, and of course we can see that toxic foam right behind. Shreya, thank you so much for getting us that ground report. Also, let's get you some of the reactions coming in from the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP.
दिल्ली में बहुत सख्ती से एंटी पोल्यूशन मेजर्स को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है, चाहे डस्ट कंट्रोल की ड्राइव्स। हमने 99 टीम्स बनाई हैं जो पूरी दिल्ली में अलग अलग जगह पे कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स पे जो सारे डस्ट कंट्रोल मेजर्स हैं उनको चेक कर रही हैं। अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा। पास में ही सड़क पार करते ही कौशाम्बी का बस स्टेशन है जहाँ पे ज्यादातर डीजल की बसेस चल रही हैं। तो अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा।
पिछले 10 सालों से अरविंद केजरीवाल, आतिशी मारलेना और गोपाल राय, इन्होंने बयानबाजी के अलावा किया क्या है? कोई एक काम बता दे पोल्यूशन को रोकने के लिए किया हो। एक लगाया था इन्होंने स्मोक टावर 20 करोड़ रुपए का, बड़ी घोषणाएं की थी। वो कब्रिस्तान आज भी वहीं कहीं मौजूद है, काम नहीं करता है। पिछले 10 सालों में दिल्ली को लेकर प्रदूषण में इन लोगों ने इतना बेड़ा गर्क किया कि दिल्ली को नर्क लायक कर दिया। आज दिल्ली के लोग सांसें लेने में फूलते हैं, आधे से ज़्यादा लोग इस सांस की बीमारी से ग्रसित है। कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार है। क्या किया बताए ना? कहाँ है वो स्मोक गन जिसकी ये दावे कर रहे हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि हमने इतनी सारी स्मोक गन लगाई? कहाँ है वो मैकेनिकल स्वीपिंग मशीन? हमें तो दिखती नहीं है।
And to get more on this as far as the pollution menace is concerned, we have Shambhavi Shukla, Program Manager of CSE, joining us. We also have Gufran Beg, meteorologist and scientist, joining us as well. Well, when we talk about the Aam Aadmi Party blaming the situation as far as Delhi is concerned to the buses that are coming in from Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Beg, take us through what's really wrong with the mitigation approach.
See, as far as the allegations and all those are concerned, those are certainly not a pointed something. The buses, the truck, whether it is from UP, from Haryana or Punjab, all are responsible because they are the one which provides the maximum emissions because they run on diesel and then they are not well maintained. But then coming back to your question that what is wrong, see, as long as the approach for mitigation remains the city and city-centric, there is going to be a problem. As I already vouching that there should be airshed approach, where airshed has to be scientifically determined, and at a time the mitigation has to be made within the airshed, and airshed do not see the state boundaries. That is the reason that UP, Haryana, Punjab, Delhi, all these areas, all these people, mitigation has to come together. Whatever the measures which are being taken in Delhi need to be extended to the airshed region. Otherwise, you will not see any. It will look like a cosmetic measures.
Right. Of course, we have Radhika.
I'll bring in Shambhavi Shukla as well. Yes, I'll bring in Shambhavi Shukla as well, Manager, CSE India. Ma'am, my question is, of course, Delhi government has taken multiple measures, but these are small measures. Not sure whether they are effective enough. Identifying pollution hotspots, campaign to stop cars at signals, anti-smoke guns. This has been happening, over the last several weeks and happens every year. But the question is, are they enough? Given the complex sources of pollution in Delhi, What do you think are the new long-term strategies that has to be implemented on an urgent basis to address, these contributors to poor air quality in the city?
Thank you for the question, Radhika. So see, as Dr. Beg has also rightly said, that this is a regional problem. And also when we talk about Delhi, so we need long-term systemic solution for Delhi, and we need to immediately act on all the sources, be it waste burning, be it vehicles. So already the sources have been identified from Delhi and NCR. So these are vehicles, waste burning. So we have seen what is happening in Delhi is, for example, if we talk about waste burning. So why waste is being burned? Because waste is not being properly collected, segregated, and then treated. And knowing from the data, we have seen that around 25 to 30% of Delhi area doesn't come under even collection system. So if that is happening, of course, it is liable to be like a long-term, like a burning thing that happens to get rid of the waste. The other that we need strong action throughout the year. So that is for vehicles that we do. So when we see that with the 20 million population of Delhi, we are adding around 6.5 million of vehicles every year. So this would definitely lead to congestion in the city, more release of pollution because of continuously congestion that vehicles go through every day. So that needs to be changed, and that needs to be like strongly implemented, that there should be some control on the private vehicles. And of course, we need a good public transport system so that people can actually shift from their own private vehicles to public transport. And seeing the condition, like we see this every year happening. So the government should actually act on a regional airshed basis. The action should be scaled up along all the regions. And we know that in the airshed, there are 8 states that come in. So the health of many crore people is at stake because of this worsening condition, especially during winters.
Right, Shambhavi. Well, Dr. Beg, can you say that this time around pollution has set in slightly late in comparison to other years? But in terms of going forward, what is your forecast when it comes to the quality that we see in Delhi during this pollution season?
As far as my extended range forecast is concerned, the period from 4th to 8th of November is likely to be the most vulnerable. And during this period, if parali increases, which people fear now, then it is likely to be the severe days during that time. But otherwise, those are the most vulnerable period as far as our 15-20 days forecast is concerned, the 4th to 6th of November.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Beg. Thank you, Shambhavi, for joining us on this important discussion. So you're saying that first week of November is something that the Delhiites will have to dread, Divya. So we'll see how things pan out since multiple measures are being implemented. Will it make any difference? That really remains to be seen. But moving on to more updates from Delhi, Divya, NDTV accesses CCTV footage of Delhi school blast. NIA, NSG, Delhi's anti-terror unit are currently probing the blast. In fact, white powder was found on school wall. FSL, NSG teams have also collected samples of this. And at this point, of course, investigations are going on. Chief Minister there saying that this exposes Delhi's crumbling law and order system, as the responsibility to maintain law and order is with BJP central government. So blame game there happening, Divya, once again.
Right, absolutely, of course. And, as far as that blast that took place in that school where that wall collapsed and, the sound of which could be heard 2 kilometers away. So it is Aatashi who's gone on to say that this is in fact highlighting the crumbling security system in Delhi. The responsibility, like you mentioned, Radhika, is with the BJP. But the BJP leaving this work, spending all its time in obstructing the work of the elected government is what Aatashi is going on to say. And this is the reason why the situation, she's comparing it to the 1990s Mumbai underworld. We have Tanushka joining us to get us more on this. Tanushka joining us. Tanushka, what details do we have as far as the investigation is concerned and that white powder that Radhika was mentioning that has been found on the wall?
Right, Divya and Radhika, I'm currently standing outside the boundary wall of the CRPF school, which is exactly, the spot which you also see in the CCTV footage wherein the blast happened. And two people, as far as the investigation is concerned, two people were taken into custody yesterday. They were later released after interrogation. So the investigation is definitely currently on by all the agencies. This is a multi-probe that is going on, multi-agency probe that is going on right now into the CRPF school blast. However, I'll also like to, pan to the road of this area in Rohini, wherein, as you can see, life has returned to normalcy. This entire road area was cordoned off yesterday, but as you can see right now, cars are going past on this stretch. However, the roads on the opposite side of the roads remain shut right now. These are also the shops that got damaged because of the magnitude and the impact of the blast yesterday. Some of the windows of the shops here, as you can see, have shattered glass, and what we are understanding at this point in the investigation is, of course, that the material and the exhibits that were collected from on ground are currently under analysis by the FSL team, the NSG team, the bomb squad team as well. There were dog sniffers present at this spot yesterday as well, and there are certain suggestions of influences or angles into the story that the Delhi Police Special Cell as well as the NSG are also investigating into. There is a social media post on Telegram platform that has come up as well, and the details of this post is also being investigated into by the agencies. So what we are understanding from the spot at this point is, of course, that this has been a major law and order security breach in the capital.
Certainly, Tanushka, thank you for bringing us all those details from the ground. Of course, very, very concerning. Their multi-agency probe, Divya, is being launched at this point. It'll be interesting to understand what exactly the motive of this was. Was it to spread fear or injure people? So those are, of course, a matter of investigation. But let's get you this report that was filed on the blast.
Bomb scare in the capital again. The boundary wall of a CRPF school in Delhi's Rohini saw a mysterious bomb explosion in early hours of Sunday morning. Delhi police received a call reporting the blast at around 7:50 a.m. and after an initial probe, they registered an FIR under the Explosive Act. No one was injured in the blast, but the magnitude was such that the nearby shops were damaged and the surrounding air contained a foul smell. The area of the blast has been cordoned off. Delhi Police Special Cell, the NIA, NSG, as well as an FSL team and bomb disposal squad, sniffer dogs and fire brigade were present at the spot.
The major highlight is the white powdered substance that was found on the compound wall of the school, which they will be investigating on a deeper level. Of course, initially, the Delhi police clarified that it could either be a bomb explosion or a prank by just bursting some firecracker.
Initial investigation suggests that it appears to be a crude bomb explosion. The FSL and NSG teams are investigating the chemicals used in the bomb.
Window panes, glasses were broken in the school premises and some nearby shops and one or two cars also. Senior police officers of the police reached the spot. Our experts from forensic department, crime team and even special cell are there. They are investigating the matter.
This entire area that has been cordoned off is right adjacent to the CRPF school, and it is right here just a few meters across ahead wherein this explosion had happened. And the teams at this point, the crime teams, the Delhi Police Special Team, the NIA teams, the FSL teams, all are busy collecting the data on the mobile towers located in several kilometers around the CRPF school from last night until 9 a.m. this morning to check if this was a planned blast indeed or not. A political war of words broke out soon after, with Aam Aadmi Party Chief Minister blaming the centre for neglecting law and order in Delhi.
आज एक स्कूल के बाहर एक छोटा बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट हो गया। ये क्या हो रहा है दिल्ली में? इसका सिर्फ एक कारण है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्र सरकार सिर्फ दिल्ली की चुनी हुई सरकार के काम रोकने में लगी हुई है और अपना एक भी काम नहीं कर रही है।
जहाँ तक दिल्ली के सुरक्षा की बात है तो आम आदमी पार्टी के ये जो नेता बोल रहे हैं, तुच्छ राजनीति की बात कर रहे हैं, जरा अपने गिरबान में झांक लें। खुद जमानत पे छूटे हुए हैं, उनकी पार्टी आधे से ज़्यादा क्रिमिनल केसेस इनके विधायक भुगत रहे हैं, तो वो भी क्राइम का हिस्सा है। तो एक बार बोलने से पहले 10 बार सोचना चाहिए।
Environment of anxiety amongst the people who are living here, and the law and order situation is right now facing a big question mark as to how an incident like this has happened on a Sunday morning, during the festival time at the heart of the national capital.
With Anushka Garg and Shreya Ghosh, this is Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Let's shift our focus to J&K. Divya, a doctor and 6 others were killed when terrorists opened fire at a construction site in J&K's Ganderbal district. In fact, this is what the official sources have said so far. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has called the attack on non-local labourers dastardly and cowardly.
Yeah, calling this a coward act, Radhika, the Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has of course condemned the attack, as has the BJP. Well, the terrorists opened fire on a camp that was housing workers of a private company who were working on that under construction tunnel. The police and the army have cordoned off the area. They have confirmed the casualties, that the number has now risen. Like you mentioned, there is a doctor as well as 6 construction workers who have lost their lives. We also have Nazir joining us. Nazir, of course, an attack that's been condemned by the Chief Minister of J&K, and also Amit Shah has gone on to say that this is a coward act and those responsible for this will not be spared.
Yeah, exactly. That is what the government has said. Also, Lieutenant Governor talking about Chief Minister Omar Abdullah condemning this incident. Law and order is not with the elected government, as in the Union Territory it is being handled directly by the Centre, Home Ministry, and then the Lieutenant Governor here. Having said that, 7 people, innocent people, have been killed in this horrible attack, which happened yesterday at a place called Gagangir in Swanmarg area of Ganderbal district. And the victims have been identified as Dr. Shahnawaz, a doctor at this construction site. He is from Naidgam in Badgam district. Gurmeet Singh is from Gurdaspur, Punjab. He was working as a rigger. Muhammad Hanif is from Bihar. Anil Kumar Shukla is from Madhya Pradesh. He was a mechanical manager. And Fahim Nisar was a safety manager. He was from Bihar. Kaleem is also another construction worker who is also from Bihar. And then there is Shashi Obral, designer from Jammu. Also, attackers have left behind one Insas rifle at the attack site. And also 2 vehicles have been set on fire. Media has not been allowed to reach the attack site. As I can show you, all these journalists, they are waiting here. They were not being, none of them has been allowed to go beyond this point. This place is called Manigam. It is almost 50 kilometers short of the attack site in Gagangir. So I spoke to top senior police official. He said, so some operation is underway. That's why media is not being allowed. I said, oh, why? So, let me just paint. I'll show you the road, which leads to that. And we are almost 50 kilometers short of that incident site. And it is here that media has not been allowed to move beyond this point. But this is really one of the shocking incident has happened. Horrible incident on a day when we see Srinagar was actually celebrating the first international marathon where Chief Minister Omar Abdullah also participated. He ran for almost 21 kilometers. People are still celebrating the victory of democracy, electing a new government after a long gap. And then we see this horrible incident where 6 people, 6 workers, including a doctor from Badgam, Kashmir's Badgam, Dr. Shahnawaz, has been killed in this horrible attack. And police are saying this operation is underway. But we clearly cannot cover it from the incident. As you can see, journalists, reporters, and camera persons behind me, they all have been stopped here at Manigam in Ganderbal district.
All right, thank you, Nazir, for bringing us all those details there. Of course, the security has been enhanced. Certainly a very, very tragic and disturbing incident there. There were 6 people dying, including workers and doctors. Let's move on now to Maharashtra. This is on Maharashtra elections. In fact, the BJP on Sunday released its first list of candidates for the upcoming Maharashtra Assembly elections. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is among the heavyweight names in BJP's first list of candidates. In fact, Fadnavis, Divya, will be contesting from his constituency, from where he's been contesting for a long time, which is Nagpur Southwest.
That's right, Radhika. Of course, that total number of the candidates, that list that was released yesterday includes 99 names, and Fadnavis, like you mentioned, is going to be, his name is there. And there are other heavyweights such as the state BJP chief, Chandrasekhar Bawankule, and the daughter also, Radhika, of former Maharashtra Chief Minister Ashok Chavan has made it to that first list.
Absolutely. So, multiple names there, of course, 99 of them, and Divya, many of them have been retained. Many of the existing MLAs have been retained. Many new names as well. As you mentioned, Ashok Chavan's daughter is a debutant as far as the election is concerned, and 13 female MLAs as well. Let's go straight across to Anuj. On this, Anuj, of course, you'd been covering this yesterday. So 99 names released by the BJP. Take us through the details as far as some of the names are concerned. Some of them are expected, some of them are new. Take us through the list. And also, what about the rift over several other names? Of course, there is a dispute over many seats as well. So when can a consensus be reached as far as Mahayuti is concerned over names? We believe that BJP is eyeing at least about 140 to 150 seats.
Yeah, firstly, talking about the list that was declared yesterday, most of the heavyweights from the Bharatiya Janata Party find themselves in that first list. And besides that, we're also seeing a pattern there, as you said, that 80 out of the 99 candidates who've been named in the first list of the Bharatiya Janata Party are already sitting MLAs. And we'll be going around the city trying to talk to them, to most of them today. But besides that, what we see otherwise is that they've tried to keep diversity as far as representation to different regions in the state is concerned. We're also seeing that most of the heavyweights are back in the contest, and the premium name in that is the state president of the Bharatiya Janata Party, that is Chandrasekhar Bawankule. He was not given the ticket in 2019, and then he later became an MLC rather. But now he is back into the foray, is back into the action. Talking about the rest of the seats, now sources indicate that the BJP will be eyeing to get at least 155 to 160 seats. And considering that this first list, which is out with the names of all the heavyweights, not just from the Mumbai city, but from all across the state, is considered to be a safer bet. The lists which will follow this particular list will include the names of all those contentious seats where there has been, talks going on with the other allies as far as the Mahayuti is concerned. At the same time, in Mahavikas Aghadi, things seem to be a little rough in the last couple of days. We're seeing that a series of meetings were held between parties, between the allies of the Mahavikas Aghadi, and at the same time, even independently yesterday, we saw that Shiv Sena UBT held a meeting yesterday afternoon. NCP Sharad Pawar faction held a meeting yesterday in the afternoon as well. The Congress unit of the state was in Delhi to attend the CEC meeting, which was thought to be the last nail as far as the list of the Congress first list is concerned. But then that meeting was postponed later, and now that meeting will take place today. So while the Bharatiya Janata Party has successfully put out their first list of 99 candidates by making a statement of kind of dominance and unity as far as their party is concerned, the Mahavikas Aghadi at the moment still seems to be in some sort of ruckus, but the air is expected to clear itself out soon most probably today or tomorrow, when other parties are expected to follow the suit of releasing their lists as well.
Right. Of course, Anuj, we also have Paras joining us. And Paras, like Anuj was mentioning, that crucial meeting coming up of the MVA, will they be able to, iron out their differences and put out that united front in regard to that seat sharing formula that's expected to be announced today? Paras.
Divya, it will be very important for Mahavikas Aghadi to solve the dispute between Congress and UBT in perspective to the Vidhan Sabha Chunav, which is going to held next month, because continuously there is a series of meetings which is going on between Mahavikas Aghadi, but the dispute of seat shedding is not able, they are not able to solve the seat shedding problem. So now what happened yesterday, Aditya Thackeray went to Sharad Pawar resident, and over there he spoke to Sharad Pawar and told him to intervene and solve the problem of seat sharing which is happening between Congress and Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray party. So this will be very important to see how they will resolve the problem, because now only 1 month is left for Vidhan Sabha Chunavs, Vidhan Sabha elections, and if they are not able to solve that, that can cost them a lot. So it will be very important for them to solve this problem as soon as possible. It may be another meeting today that going to take place in Mumbai, but but in that meeting, what will be the talking point, it is very difficult to say, because there was also a meeting which was held yesterday at Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray residence, where there was certain point which was discussed. In this entire case now, a wildcard entry has also taken place, it has also come up, is Manoj Jarange Patil. He has yesterday in a Janta meeting has said that he will fight the elections where he thinks they can win the seat. So this will be very, very important for Mahavikas Aghadi to solve the dispute as soon as possible.
Right. Thank you so much, Paras, for joining us.
Certainly. Thank you. Right. Thank you both, Paras and Anuj, for joining us with all those details, Divya. So yes, a lot of differences need to be ironed out as far as both Mahayuti and MV are concerned, which is why marathon meetings taking place. And Jarange Patil, as Paras had been mentioning, is going to fight on his own. So how will that affect the votes, division of votes? That is something that will be interesting to see. But meanwhile, we'll slip into a short break. More updates on the other side.
Lots more coming up.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
And I swipe it there, bound rewards, मैं everywhere, कहीं से भी करूँ collect, spend करूँ direct.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will present a forward-thinking strategy for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Sunil Bharti Mittal will expound as India ascends the India global business. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV 24/7. Now, the India bloc will contest the upcoming Jharkhand Assembly polls together, as what Chief Minister Hemant announced on Sunday. The Congress and the ruling JMM will field candidates in 70 of the 81 Assembly segments, Radhika.
That's right. In fact, a clear rift within India bloc as far as Jharkhand elections are concerned. India bloc declaring its first list of candidates, Congress JMM to contest on 70 out of 81 seats. However, RJD fumes and it is going to take a call tomorrow as far as this entire equation is concerned. Let's go straight across to Prabhakar on this. Before that, let's get you some political reactions on the story.
लगातार बातचीत चल रही है। आरजेडी के नेतागण भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं। पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री से लगातार उनका संवाद भी हो रहा है। और जहाँ तक प्रेशर की बात है तो हम समझते हैं कि ये प्रेशर नहीं है। हर दल अपनी अपनी बात रखता है और रखनी भी चाहिए। इंडिया गठबंधन के अंदर में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी है, आरजेडी है, माले है, सीपीआई है, सीपीएम है। तो हम लोग बैठ करके जो भी बातचीत होगा उसका हम लोग हल निकालेंगे।
लड़ाई जीतेंगे, साथ रहें तो जीतेंगे। और अगर हम चंद सीटों पर, जिसका मैंने हवाला दिया, जिसकी जानकारी आपको कल तक मिल जाएगी, लड़ें तब भी हम उस विकल्प का हिस्सा बनेंगे जो विकल्प बीजेपी के खिलाफ का विकल्प है।
All right, let's go straight across to Prabhakar on this. Prabhakar, there is clear dispute, rift within India bloc as far as Jharkhand is concerned. Congress, JMM to contest on 70 out of 81. RJD not very happy. Take us through what is going on and the bickering within India bloc ahead of elections there.
See, it's a clear pressure game which RJD is playing, and if you hear what Manoj Jha was speaking yesterday at Ranchi, he has given a 24-hour deadline which actually expires at around 11 a.m. today. So today at around 11:30 a.m. there will be a press conference of RJD and they will take a call as to what would be their further course of action. Now, as we were saying, altogether 81 seats are there in the Jharkhand State Assembly. 70 has been kept for the JMM and the Congress combined. They would distribute the seats among themselves, and 11 were given to RJD and left parties. Out of those 11 seats, 6 were given to RJD and 5 were left for the left parties. RJD is unhappy with that. RJD is alleging that it was a unilateral decision which JMM and Congress took without consulting them, and they would not settle for anything less than 15 seats. But what we are learning from our RJD sources that even if they are given 10 seats, they will be happily accepting it. RJD has made it clear that though they will remain part of India Alliance, but if they are not given a respectable number, and that respectable number would be a double digit, of course. If they're not given a respectable number, in that case, they might actually decide to go alone and contest on 18 seats. These are the seats which actually are fall in Jharkhand, but they are the constituencies which borders Bihar, because Bihar is an influence area of RJD, and they're able to influence the voters, especially of the constituencies which are on the border areas.
Absolutely, Prabhakar, the RJD there demanding a bigger share of the pie, and of course the rifts that are now completely visible. Thank you so much for joining us. Moving on now to Kolkata, and we're talking about Mamata Banerjee there, who has spoken with the doctors on the phone and has urged them to withdraw their fast unto death, saying most of the demands have been met and action has also been taken on the remaining ones. So, of course, Radhika, now a crucial meeting is expected between the doctors and the government in Bengal.
Absolutely. In fact, the Trinamool Congress chief also saying she would meet the protesting doctors today, but ruled out the removal of Health Secretary N.S. Nigam, which is one of their demands. In fact, the junior doctors, some of whom have been on a fast unto death in Kolkata since October 5, had issued an ultimatum to the West Bengal government threatening a strike across all government and private hospitals on Tuesday if their demands are not fulfilled by Monday. Let's go straight across to Saurabh on this. Saurabh, of course, Chief Minister there extending an olive branch, another meeting set to take place. What can be expected, but are there any signs of this deadlock ending?
Well, I mean, in the past too, actually, when the Chief Minister met the junior doctors, at some point there have been, certain efforts to end the strike, and they've been fruitful. So this time too, one expects that, given the conversation that happened in the public domain, where the doctors went through their demands one by one, and the Chief Minister told them what the status was on each of these demands. For example, when it comes to demanding justice for the Arctic victim, that is a case that's already in the courts. Now, justice, which is in the form of proper punishment for the accused, cannot happen overnight. The court, the legal process is there. The charge sheet has already been filed. That's underway. When it comes to the removal of the health secretary, the Chief Minister turned that demand down, saying that she cannot clean out an entire department. Senior officials have already been removed on the demands of the striking junior doctors. When it comes to other things like a central referral system and a bed management system, pilot projects are already in place. When it comes to hiring policemen and not volunteers for security of doctors at medical colleges and hospitals, the Chief Minister said that that is also underway. But she also pointed out that the process of recruitment was stuck because the courts were hearing a case on it. So one expects that this meeting today will yield some results, and perhaps the meeting will lead to some sort of a resolution.
Right, thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details, and all eyes are on that crucial meeting that's expected in Bengal with the government there and the junior doctors who've been protesting. Moving on now, 11 flights received bomb threats in less than 24 hours, adding to a list of hoax calls. This is the airlines received last week, triggering an unprecedented security scare. Radhika, we're talking about a London-bound Vistara flight from Delhi that was diverted to Frankfurt, Germany, after a bomb threat. A Jaipur-Dubai Air India Express flight was also given a threat, and which turned out to be fake. Meanwhile, there are other flights. These are flights that haven't been able to take off or have been diverted. So many inconveniences that have been caused, and we're talking about more than 50 flights that have been impacted in a matter of a week.
That's right. No end to these threat calls. Divya, 6 Vistara Airlines receiving bomb threat call regarding a flight coming from Singapore to Pune. This was yesterday. An emergency landing was also carried out at Pune airport as a result. Additionally, Akasa Air's flight from Lucknow to Mumbai also receiving this emergency call related to a bomb threat, once again prompting an emergency landing for the flight as well. Of course, attributed to Akasa Air spokesperson, they said some of our flights have received security alert. The response teams are monitoring and are in touch with security and regulatory authorities. So clearly, this is caused a lot of inconvenience to passengers, certainly, and of course, a lot of operational issues as far as airlines are concerned. But let's get you some of the reactions that we got as far as this update is concerned.
This is something which is being looked into by the aviation regulator very seriously. I think you're all aware of that, and definitely they are working towards finding out solid solutions.
And we have Ishika joining us to get us more on this. Ishika, this comes at a time when the authorities are saying that the Indian skies are absolutely safe. But when we talk about the inconvenience that's caused, the kind of financial loss that the airlines are now seeing, because over 50 flights have been impacted in a matter of a week.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly mentioned, we have seen that this, hoax bomb threat called Menace only continues to grow. If we talk about yesterday, it was over 20 flights that received these threat calls, which include 6 flights of Vistara, 6 flights of Indigo, many flights of, Air India as well, and Akasa Air also, which received these threat calls. Now, in fact, they did say that they followed all of these, protocols, which also, in fact, included the emergency landing that also caused a lot of disruption at the airport and a lot of inconvenience as well to the passengers. But, but certainly if we talk from the ministry side, from day one, they are in fact, giving assurances that they are closely monitoring the situation, number of key meetings that are being held, yet there is no solution that has been reached till now. So certainly, it remains to be seen as to when a solution will be reached, so that the inconvenience that has been caused to the people, and also the cost, that the airlines are in fact also paying, that will be lessened. Over to you.
All right. Thank you, Shika, for getting us those details. Certainly, this has caused a lot of inconvenience. No solution, unfortunately, has been arrived at this point by the authorities. But let's move on now. Divya, Union Home Minister Amit Shah paid homage to the police personnel who lost their lives for the country on Police Commemoration Day. This is at the National Police Memorial in New Delhi.
And Radhika, also today we have the World Summit that is going to be taking place here in the national capital, and Prime Minister Modi is going to be attending NDTV's World Summit. That's going to start exactly at 10 o'clock. And it's the Prime Minister who talked to social media, talking about how he's looking forward to addressing the event on the India's century and India's growth trajectory that's truly captured global attention. And really, Radhika, talking about the Yuva Shakti that's taken our nation to new heights.
Absolutely. In fact, Prime Minister Modi's address will be the highlight as far as this summit is concerned. In fact, he says at 10 a.m. today, in fact, he is looking forward to addressing NDTV World Summit. The India century, India's growth trajectory has truly captured global attention. Our Yuva Shakti is taking our nation to new heights. So an action-packed summit there, Divya.
Absolutely. And Radhika, in fact, one of the distinguished speakers at the NDTV World Summit will also be Nobel laureate Paul Romer, who interacted with various government officials to understand exactly how the Narendra Modi government is not just using technology, but also implementing its welfare schemes, but also to propel its growth story.
I think
that's right,
globally
reputed economists.
The other countries in the digital south should say to themselves, if India can do it, we can do it too. Countries need to have the confidence and the ambition to try something that hasn't been tried before, the way India did by creating the Aadhaar number. So other countries could copy and learn from India's experience, but they should also tell themselves, we don't have to depend on the rich countries. We may not even want to let the rich countries be the ones who are in charge, because they may not lead to the kinds of improvements in the quality of life that we really want for our citizens. Well, this is what makes the digital revolution in India so interesting, is that it's been used by the government to actually provide benefits to all members of society. It hasn't just created benefits for the lucky few. And this, I think, is very different from most other countries around the world. So I think the success here in India is unique, and other countries can learn from it.
Right, and it's Diwali time, Divya, with online and offline shopping gaining momentum. How is the IT city, Bengaluru, catering to its festive needs?
Absolutely. So are really these e-commerce platforms overtaking offline shopping centers? Well, our colleague Pratibha Raman goes festive shopping and she's tracking the trends.
Being here and being in this environment, yeah, that gives me that vibe. Probably like clothing, so I prefer to just come and check it out by myself instead of getting it and then sending it back. It's too much of hassle. Daily uses like groceries and so on, then I prefer online. Yeah.
See, festivals in India, definitely a lot of people have the time, they make the time. Women want to wear the best and they don't want to repeat their dresses, and now men are also coming into the same category. What they've worn for one ethnic function or any ethnic day or anything particular, they don't want to repeat it.
As the Festival of Lights inches closer, shopping destinations in Bengaluru come alive. But are they gradually getting eaten up by online festivals and deals?
So for example, Gen Z, which has become a very, very large shopping cohort in India, is continuing to be very, very active. And we also have a curated platform for them within our app called Spoil So we have video-led deals, live commerce deals called Paisa Vasool, which really did well for us. We also have time deals where people come in on the app at different times and they can expect, variety of deals which can pop up at that time.
Every year, be it the Big Billion or the Great Indian Festival, the delivery boys are always on the run. That apart, 10-minute deliveries make online shopping more sought after. And this is not just a phenomenon restricted to metropolitan cities.
What we are seeing is more demand, in fact, coming from tier 2, tier 3 cities as well. We see consumer electronics, we see mobiles as something which is well shot, but this comes across.
कस्टमर ये नहीं चाह रहा कि कस्टमर मैं जाके शॉपिंग के लिए जाऊं। वो क्या कर रहा है, उनका टाइम भी स्पेयर हो रहा है, टाइम भी बच रहा है, उनका पैसा भी बच रहा है, तो ऑन टाइम उनको डिलीवरी भी घर पे मिल रहा है। तो वो सोच के कस्टमर का है आज जो पूरा जो ऑनलाइन शॉपिंग जो है ना, ये वेरी मच इम्पॉर्टेंट हो गया कस्टमर। किधर भी जाने का नहीं, आप बारिश शुरू हो गया तो बारिश में आपको किधर भी जाने का नहीं, आप घर पर बैठ के खाना है, आप फूड बुक कर लीजिए, कुछ भी चाहिए आपको कुछ भी बुक कर लीजिए।
Bengaluru's shopping streets see 2x footfall during festivals. But reports say 82% of internet users shop during Diwali. Sales for the first week of the festive season registered on various e-commerce platforms stand at 54,500 crore rupees. Around 1 lakh seasonal gig workers hired by Flipkart, Amazon for festival period across the country. Extra fulfillment centers to cater to storage space for seller inventory. According to the Neo Growth Study report, top segments impacted by e-commerce platforms are consumer electronics, food and beverage, fashion and lifestyle. 50% of surveyed individuals are loyal to their local stores. To combat the onslaught of online deals, offline sellers look at lucky draws, cashbacks and coupons to attract retail customers.
Around this time that a lot of them get their bonuses, and it's around this time that a lot of brands also drop prices of various electronics. This 45 days that is there, that starts say from Dashera and then goes all the way up to Diwali, contributes to around say 3 times the regular business that you do, 2.5 to 3 times the regular business that you do in these 45 days.
There was a time when I was a crazy offline shopper, but age, fast-paced lifestyle, plus options at my fingertips have now made me an online shopper. These days, festivals, discounts, coupled with luxury brands making its way into high streets have drawn me back. But in case I've forgotten something, e-commerce to my rescue. Happy Diwali, folks. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Right, a mix and match as far as online and offline shopping is concerned, Radhika. And of course, now switching tracks to some sports news. Recovering Mohammad Shami bowls in full tilt at the nets days after Rohit Sharma's undercooked remark. Now, just days after India lost the opening test to New Zealand in Bengaluru, Mohammad Shami was seen bowling in full tilt on that same very pitch.
That's right. The 34-year-old fast bowler had heavy strapping on his left knee but bowled at full tilt to India assistant coach Abhishek Nair with the bowling coach Mohan Mokel watching over the session. Of course, he did not look like he was in any discomfort, bowling almost continuously and only taking a break for the fielding drill close to the boundary. Can he be back for India's tour of Australia is the big question. That's all we have on this bulletin of Breakfast Show. We'll be back with more news and updates, Divya.
That's right, Radhika. And of course, a reminder to our viewers as far as the NDTV World Summit that's going to be beginning in an hour's time from now. And it's Prime Minister Modi who's going to be speaking there on the India century, and that's expected to happen very, very soon. So do stay tuned to NDTV 24/7.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dasho Shering Topge, will articulate the next phase of India-Bhutan ties. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. NDTV World Summit 2024. Former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Lord David Cameron, will offer his insights on the India century, a view from London. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024. The External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will present a forward-thinking
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news here on NDTV with me, Tanima Biswas. In a short while from now, the NDTV World Summit is about to begin, where Prime Minister Modi is supposed to reach and deliver a speech there. We'll, of course, be cutting across live to that. But first up, let's take a look at the top headlines at this hour. 7 people killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. A doctor and 6 construction workers among those killed when terrorists opened fire at a construction site in Ganderbal. Multi-agency probe underway in the Delhi blast case. Sources claim that the intention was to warn rather than cause mass harm. 24 hours on, no arrests yet. Heavy rains lashed the IT capital of Bengaluru overnight. Schools shut in the city amid rain alert. BJP's first list of candidates for Maharashtra is out. Devendra Fadnavis, State Chief Bavan Kule in BJP's first list. BJP also fields former Chief Minister of Maharashtra Ashok Chavan's daughter. The MVA is to announce their seat-sharing pact by today. boost to digital banking in Maldives, UPI to be introduced in Maldives, a move that the Maldivian president says will bring significant benefits to the economy. And of course, Prime Minister Modi to attend NDTV World Summit. Prime Minister, in fact, posted about this, saying he's looking forward to attend the World Summit by NDTV and to address it on, and the larger topic, of course, being the India century. Our top focus, a doctor and 6 others were killed when terrorists opened fire at a construction site at Gagangir in Jammu and Kashmir's Ganderbal district. Chief Minister Omar Abdullah called the attack on non-local labourers dastardly, and the terrorists had opened fire on a camp housing workers of a private company who were working at an under-construction tunnel. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi. Nazir, what's the update in terms of hunting down for those behind this particular attack?
Well, according to police, an operation is underway, but so far there's no information any militant or the attacker terrorist has been, pinned down. But this appears to be a very highly, planned and dastardly act where innocent people have been killed. Among them is Dr. Shahnawaz, a resident of Badgam. He was a doctor with this infra company engaged in construction of tunnel. Another victim is Gurmeet Singh. He is from Gurdaspur, Punjab. Then this is Muhammad Hanif from Bihar. Anil Kumar Shukla is from Madhya Pradesh. He was a mechanical designer. Fahim Nasir was safety manager from Bihar. And Kaleem, another victim from Bihar. Shashi Obral, a designer from Jammu. So 7 innocent people, including doctor, designers, and highly skilled workers involved in this tunnel construction have been killed. 5 other innocent people have been injured in this attack. This attack happened yesterday evening when these people were taking dinner. This campsite of this infra company was targeted at 2 places. One was officers' mess, second was the workers' mess. So there was heavy firing on them. Injured have been shifted to Srinagar's Sher-e-Kashmir Institute of Medical Sciences. Condition of 1 or 2 is stated to be critical. Area has been cordoned off, but media is not being allowed to go reach the site of attack. For example, I am here at a place called Manigam in Ganderbal. This is 50 kilometers away from the attack site. So I spoke to senior police officials. They said, look, there's some operations going on, but we don't understand the rationale behind stopping media around 50 kilometers away from the attack site. While you can see all the public transport and private transport is being allowed to move on this road. Only people who are not being allowed to go beyond this point are media persons. So having said that, this is an incident which has happened on a day when Srinagar was actually celebrating first international marathon. Around 2,000 runners participated, including Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who ran for around 21 kilometers yesterday. And people are still actually celebrating the victory of democracy in first elections after a gap of 10 years, and new government was elected in Jammu and Kashmir. And we see this kind of thing, horrible terror incident where innocent people, those who were contributing to the development and infrastructure in Jammu and Kashmir, building 2 tunnels. There are 2 tunnels are being constructed in Sonmarg and Gagangir, which is actually, this Srinagar Ladakh road to make it all-weather road. But we see these innocent people being targeted. Now the police are saying operation is underway. One important piece of information is then what attackers have left behind 1 INSAS rifle, and also 2 vehicles of infra company have also been set on fire during the incident.
Right. Nazir, will keep coming back to you as there are updates coming in on this very important case. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to the national capital, where a multi-agency probe is currently underway after there was an explosion near a CRPF school in Delhi's Rohini area. NIA, NSG, Delhi's anti-terror unit, all the top agencies are part of this probe. There was a sample of white powder which was collected from the school wall, which was damaged in the blast. As per police sources, the intention was to send out a warning signal rather than cause mass harm. So there have been no arrests yet, of course, in this important case. It's been 24 hours since that explosion actually took place near that CRPF school in Delhi. Let me go across to my colleague Tanushka, who is in fact tracking all the updates on this. Tanushka, in terms of the investigation, what are sources telling us?
Right, so 2 people were detained yesterday, and however they were also released after interrogation. This is by the police, and of course we know that this is a multi-agency probe wherein the NIA, the NSG, the bomb squad, the Delhi police special team, all of these agencies are collaborating on the investigation on this front. This is the boundary wall wherein the blast happened yesterday, of the boundary wall of the CRPF school, and this is what also you saw in the CCTV visuals. Now, the latest that we know in the case is that the Delhi police has written a letter to the social media platform Telegram. And this letter has been written asking the platform for information about a Telegram channel by the name of Justice League India. Now, after the Rohini blast yesterday evening, the CCTV footage of this blast was also uploaded on this particular Telegram channel, and this channel took responsibility for the blast. Delhi police is yet to receive a response from the Telegram authorities yet. However, no organization name or group or individual name has come out yet in the investigation as the sole responsible group or person involved in this investigation from the police and from the agencies end, but they have written out this letter to Telegram and are awaiting a response with respect to information about this particular channel on Telegram. What we are also understanding, of course, is that the white powder was of course collected from the site, from this incident spot, and the nature of the chemicals in this powder is also being investigated currently by the FSL team. The nature of the device, the bomb that was used and that was planted here, is also being investigated into at the moment, because as the impact of the blast, considering the timing and the location also that was chosen, one can understand, and police sources also say that the perpetrators did not intend to cause any mass harm. The placement of the bomb was also at a low height, indicating that there was no consideration of harm causing to people out here. Also, the fact that a Sunday was chosen, a day when the school is shut. The perpetrators only intended to send out a warning signal to the agencies. Now, the questions that lie in front of the agencies is, of course, that who is behind all of this? Who is behind this blast, and why? What was their main motive behind this?
There are very early days in the investigation, of course, as you're mentioning, that the police are following a particular lead in terms of what the social media and how this, there were videos of this blast circulated on social media. So as you're mentioning, they are trying to reach out to authorities in Telegram in order to get further information. Any other leads that the police have got in terms of the CCTV footage that they had in fact been scanning in the area? As you mentioned, that 2 people had been called, they had been detained for a while but let go of. We were also getting information yesterday that certain suspects may have been identified through these video footage that the police have collected. Any leads on that?
The police as well as the other agencies are currently still, of course, underway in their investigation. It has been 24 hours, but the investigation and the probe is still in its initial stages. Yes, the CCTV footage has, the police are still trying to identify people in the CCTV footage. However, the CCTV footage that has been accessed is pretty blurred. So as of now, the CCTV footage that is also being looked into is of course under scanner by the police teams, but other than the 2 people who were detained and later on released, no arrest or no further detention has also been made in the case as of yet.
Us on this important case that we are tracking from the national capital, no arrests yet, of course 24 hours since that particular incident. We'll keep coming back to Tanushka for more on this. Shifting focus now to political updates, and preparations for organizational elections in BJP are being held today. The meeting has been called in the national capital. It will be held at the party headquarters in Delhi. All state presidents, organizational general secretaries and national office bearers are expected to attend this meeting. It will be held regarding the preparation for the important elections, of course, which are going to be held next month in Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Right, so this is, of course, an organizational preparations for organizational elections in BJP, and this is important coming in just ahead of the key battleground elections in battleground states like Maharashtra and Jharkhand. Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya for more on this. Aishwarya, what's the agenda of this meeting today?
Well, certainly it is the Bharatiya Janata Party top leadership who have called the call all the national bearers, all state presidents, and also the General Secretary organization as far as the polls are concerned. This is to take a stock of preparation of polls, and this will be held at BJP headquarters. Certainly, we've been told that to give trainings to the workers as well. This meeting had been called in at the BJP headquarters, an important meeting ahead of the Jharkhand and Maharashtra polls, looking at the kind of alliance that the Bharatiya Janata Party have with different political parties in different states. And this is also very important because all the state presidents had also been called. This is just not regarding Maharashtra and Jharkhand, but also, in the upcoming states where polls are going to be conducted. Therefore, the reason perhaps General Secretaries in charge has also been called to intact the Bharatiya Janata Party workers in their respective states and to give morale and what sort of preparations at last needed on ground as far as the Panna Pramukhs are concerned and the booth level workers are also concerned, going from ground zero to top, certainly to take stock. There is an important meeting that has been called by Bharatiya Janata Party.
Right. Aishwarya, they are giving us an update on this very important meeting which is supposed to take place at the BJP headquarters today. Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us with that. Sticking with news in the national capital, Delhi's air quality has worsened once again, fluctuating between poor and the very poor categories this morning. This has, of course, triggered a blame game once again between the ruling Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP regarding the rising pollution levels. The Aam Aadmi Party, which is, of course, running the Delhi government, has attributed the worsening air quality to changing weather conditions and increased stubble burning in neighboring states like Punjab and Haryana, while the BJP has criticized Aam Aadmi Party for its lack of action over this entire issue over the past 1 decade.
दिल्ली में बहुत सख्ती से एंटी पोल्यूशन मेजर्स को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है, चाहे डस्ट कंट्रोल की ड्राइव्स हो। हमने 99 टीम्स बनाई हैं जो पूरी दिल्ली में अलग अलग जगह पे कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स पे जो सारे डस्ट कंट्रोल मेजर्स हैं उनको चेक कर रही हैं। अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा। पास में ही सड़क पार करते ही कौशाम्बी का बस स्टेशन है जहाँ पे ज्यादातर डीजल की बसेस चल रही हैं। तो अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा।
पिछले 10 सालों से अरविंद केजरीवाल, आतिशी मारलेना और गोपाल राय, इन्होंने बयानबाजी के अलावा किया क्या है? कोई एक काम बता दे पोल्यूशन को रोकने के लिए किया हो। एक लगाया था इन्होंने स्मोक टावर 20 करोड़ रुपए का, बड़ी घोषणाएं की थी। वो कब्रिस्तान आज भी वहीं कहीं मौजूद है, काम नहीं करता है। पिछले 10 सालों में दिल्ली को लेकर प्रदूषण में इन लोगों ने इतना बेड़ा गर्क किया कि दिल्ली को नर्क लायक कर दिया। आज दिल्ली के लोग सांसें लेने में फूलते हैं। आधे से ज़्यादा लोग इस सांस की बीमारी से ग्रसित है। कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार है। क्या किया बताए ना? कहाँ है वो स्मोक गन जिसकी ये दावे कर रहे हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि हमने इतनी सारी स्मोक गन लगाई? कहाँ है वो मैकेनिकल स्वीपिंग मशीन? हमें तो दिखती नहीं है।
Right, there's of course the political blame game which goes on all the time, but I'm joined by my colleague Shreya for the moment now from National Capital. Shreya, what's the situation like from where you are reporting in Delhi, and what people around you telling you in terms of how this is an annual issue and there's no solution ever, which is in fact no permanent solution rather ever which is being offered by the governments?
Absolutely, Tanima. This is a recurring problem of both air pollution and water pollution. And right behind me, you can see the toxic foam floating in the Yamuna River, and it has high toxic chemical pollutants, which can cause severe respiratory and skin issues. And And remember that on November 5th, the Hindus celebrate Chhat Puja, where, women take a dip in this Yamuna river, which is considered to be so sacred, and yet it is polluted, severely polluted. And of course, the Aam Aadmi Party government says that it is the untreated wastewater that is flowing from the neighboring states like Haryana and UP that is causing this pollution. But matter of factly, it is the lack of effective sewage treatment plants across the national capital that is causing this further degradation of the Yamuna river. Remember, 75% of these STPs are ineffective in tackling this Yamuna pollution, and we also know that the air quality, the irony is, Tanima, I'll ask my camera person to just pan in and show that, the water pollution is right here, and right above you can see the construction of these buildings happening. Of course, you cannot see it clearly because of the reduced visibility as the smog levels have increased, and it is the constant construction, rapid industrialization that is causing the rising pollution levels in the national capital. It is the wastewater that is coming from domestic origins and industries that is further degrading the Yamuna water. And we know that the Delhi government has taken few steps which are, of course, not permanent long-term solution to this annual crisis. The Delhi government has said that they have deployed defoamers to clear this toxic foam, this white froth that has covered the sacred Yamuna river. But that is too little that has been done. And as far as the air pollution is concerned, the Delhi government said that it has deployed over 300 smog guns to combat air pollution, and also they have identified these 13 pollution hotspots, and they will be monitoring the pollution levels using drones. And today, in fact, let me tell you that Delhi government will be relaunching relaunching the Red Light on Gari Off campaign to curb air pollution in the capital, which will sort of encourage drivers to switch off their engines while waiting at traffic signals. But these kind of solutions or steps are important, but then at the same time, the need of the hour is a long-term solution. As I said, the sewage treatment plants, there are 36 sewage treatment plants, and 9 of them are completely in tatters, and there is no maintenance of these sewage treatment plants. And we have been visiting this Yamuna Ghat for the last couple of days, and we don't see any MCD or Delhi Jal Board officials coming and monitoring the situation right here.
Right, Shreya, thank you so much for joining us with the ground report. Shifting focus now to Maharashtra, which is, of course, one of the battleground states heading for elections next month. And now, the BJP has, of course, come out with its first list of candidates for the elections. Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis is among the heavyweight names in BJP's first list of candidates. A total of 99 names have, in fact, been announced so far. But this is, of course, as far as the BJP is concerned, but we also believe that the MVA, the opposition, the principal opposition in the state, which consists of the 3 ally partners, of course, of the Congress and the UBT Sena and the Sharad Pawar faction of the NCP, they are also likely to come out with a seat-sharing pact today. But there seems to be some trouble in paradise, if we can call it that. In that sense, there are disputes between crucial seats in regions such as Vidarbha, Mumbai and Nashik. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika for more on this. Radhika, we were expecting that the MBA would also finalize their seat-sharing pact and maybe even come out with some candidates list by today. But there seems to be some friction within the alliance partners still. If you can just tell us more about that.
Absolutely, there seems to be friction and dispute as far as several seats are concerned. Not entirely certain if they will come up with a list today itself. Perhaps on the seats which they have all agreed upon, there could be an announcement, but there's friction over at least about 20 to 25 seats. especially between the Sena and Congress party. Of course, the standoff is continuing. Multiple meetings took place, marathon meetings took place, that went on till late night, but absolutely no consensus reached over these 20 to 25 seats. These include very important 12 seats from Vidarbha. 12 seats from Vidarbha, which both the Congress party and Thackeray Sena are staking claim. Now, if I have to look at these seats, these include Gadchiroli, Gondia, Bhandara, Chimur, Ballarpur. These are some of the seats as far as Vidarbha constituency is concerned. The Thackeray faction feels that since they had conceded many of these seats, many of the constituencies during Lok Sabha elections, they are the rightful, stakeholders as far as these seats during assembly elections are concerned. So therefore, both the, parties not really conceding at this point. Apart from these 12 Vidarbha seats, which at this point are contentious between these two parties, there's also Nasik West seat as well as South Nagpur seats, which both the Sena and Congress once again are staking claim to. So remains to be seen how things will pan out. We know for a fact that they've agreed on at least about 260 seats out of 288, 260 to 265 seats. No disagreements there, but as far as these seats are concerned, massive disagreement, and there are certain disagreements between NCP as well as Congress party also, especially on seats such as Yavatmal, both the Congress and NCP eyeing those seats. So, yes, friction there, disputes there, bickering over these seats, and these are some of the important seats, especially Vidarbha region seats. All 12, the Congress not ready to concede. Sena wanting those seats, as Sena feels that, BJP has fielded many of the candidates, and therefore it is in a better position to fight the BJP in those seats. So we'll have to see when these friction will be resolved, because we believe that even Thackeray family has reached out to the Congress High Command as well, as they are frustrated over the fact that Congress is not willing to concede.
Right. Sticking to that point, Radhika, just a short while back, a few days back rather, we had also reported on the fact that there was this friction, especially between UBT Sena and the Maharashtra Congress chief Nana Patole, and that Congress had to rush Ramesh Chennithala as a mediator in order to sort out those problems. So besides, as you said, you gave us a breakup of the seats where there seems to be particular dispute between the ally partners. But in terms of the equation between UBT Sena and the Congress at this very crucial juncture, when there are weeks to go for the elections, what's the update on that? Is that a fire that has been stubbed out by now by the Congress?
Not really, which is why, multiple discussions happening and no consensus reached on the seats that I just spoke about, at least about 20 to 25 seats. Majority of the seats that are contentious is, due to issues between the Congress and the Sena, not really the Congress NCP or the NCP Sena, but most of the disputes are seats whereby both the Congress and Sena are staking claims. So no consensus reached, especially on Vidarbha seats, as I said, one of the Nagpur seats, as well as a Nasik seat. So we'll have to see how things will pan out. Yes, Ramesh Chennithala did play a mediator. Now we believe Thackeray will also be perhaps talking to Congress High Command. We know that a number of calls had gone to Congress High Command, not just from Congress leaders within Maharashtra, but also by Thackeray as well as NCP leaders there. All this friction post, Lok Sabha success, of course, we know for a fact that there was impressive performance by the MVA during Lok Sabha, them winning 30 out of 48 seats, and Congress really coming out surprisingly showcasing a great performance, which is why Congress at this point feels that it wants the maximum number of seats. In fact, we know for a fact that Congress is eyeing for 150 seats, just the way BJP is eyeing in the Mahayuti equation. Congress is eyeing the majority of seats, whereas Sena also wants majority of seats. So will there be some sort of consensus on the equal division of seats as far as both Congress and Sena are concerned? Right. That remains to be seen. But both the Thackeray Sena as well as the Congress party within MVA equation feel that they are the big brothers, which is why a lot of bickering, especially between Nana Patole and Sanjay Raut, as you pointed out.
Right, Radhika there, thank you so much for giving us a comprehensive understanding of where the situation lies as far as MVA's seat sharing pact is concerned. Staying with news from Mumbai, and there's been 10th arrest made in the Baba Siddique murder case. The accused has been sent to police custody till 26th of October. This at a time when Baba Siddique's son Zishan has in fact put out a message as well saying that he's still here and he's unafraid. And remember, this is of course a high-profile matter in which one more accused has been arrested, the latest arrest being made from Navi Mumbai. For more on this, let me go across to my colleague Paras for more. Paras, what is the role of this particular accused that the police has identified, and what about the progress in investigation into the security threat on Bollywood superstar Salman Khan?
This is a very complicated case. We had seen last Saturday what happened. Three unknown shooter came to Baba Siddique's son Zishan Siddique home, and over there the shootout was done. There was 6 round of fire which was done on Baba Siddique, in which 4 bullets was done by 4 bullets was fired first, and he was critically injured. After that, Baba Siddique was hospitalized in Lilavati Hospital, and continuously the Mumbai Crime Branch is arresting people who is in this entire matter. A 10th arrest in this matter was done by Mumbai Crime Branch from Navi Mumbai's Belapur. So the accused name is Bhagwan Singh, and he is said to be the person who provided shelter and guns to the all 3 shooter who was arrested first in this entire matter. As per the Mumbai Crime Branch sources, he was the person who provided the guns to this shooter and bought guns from Rajasthan, and from Rajasthan he bought guns to Mumbai. So there are many things which still need to be clarified by Mumbai Crime Branch. Still there is investigation going on in this entire matter, but the 10 people have been arrested in this entire matter. One more important thing in this entire matter is the 4 accused who was arrested in this entire matter will be produced in Kila Court today again, and Mumbai Crime Branch will ask for the custody because there are many dots which is missing in this entire case, and Mumbai Crime Branch want to join that points to solve this case. Still 3 accused is absconding in this entire matter. The main shooter Shiva, the mastermind who coordinated the whole killings from outside Mumbai, Zishan Akhtar, and the person who claimed that he is from Lawrence Bishnoi gang and posted on Facebook after the killing of Baba Siddique. The person name is Shubham Lonkar aka. So all 3 accused still absconding, and Mumbai Police's crime branch is trying to find all the 3 accused who is absconding in this matter.
Paras, thank you so much for joining us with an update on that important case. We'll be heading into a short break at this point. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Seven people killed in a terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir. A doctor and 6 construction workers among those killed when terrorists opened fire at a construction site. Multi-agency probe underway in the Delhi blast case. Sources indicate that the intention was to send a warning signal rather than cause mass harm. 24 hours on, no arrests yet. Heavy rains lashed the IT capital, overnight in Bengaluru. Schools are shut amid rain alert. BJP comes out with its first list of candidates for Maharashtra elections. Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister of the state, and BJP's State Chief Bavankule in the first list, and even former Chief Minister Ashok Chavan's daughters being fielded by the BJP.
अब
have been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024. Sunil Bharti Mittal will expound as India ascends. India Global Business. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
NDTV World Summit 2024. The Prime Minister of Bhutan, Dasho Shering Topke, will articulate the next phase of
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Now shifting focus to the other battleground state of Jharkhand, which is also heading for elections, of course, next month. Now in that, of course, what we have been reporting is the fact that there's a rift within the India bloc, especially with the RJD not being happy of being left out from the first list in a way that the India bloc has come out with in Jharkhand, where JMM and Congress together are going to contest on 70 out of the 81 seats in the state. Now, RJD, of course, has expressed its displeasure very publicly, has been vocal about it, and they are set to take a call today on whether or not they are going to go solo in Jharkhand. Let's take a look at the top reactions coming in on this story.
लगातार बातचीत चल रही है. आरजेडी के नेतागण भी यहाँ उपस्थित हैं. पार्टी के कार्यकारी अध्यक्ष और इस राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री से लगातार उनका संवाद भी हो रहा है. और जहाँ तक प्रेशर की बात है, तो हम समझते हैं कि ये प्रेशर नहीं है. हर दल अपनी अपनी बात रखता है और रखनी भी चाहिए. इंडिया गठबंधन के अंदर में झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा है, कांग्रेस पार्टी है, आरजेडी है, माले है, सीपीआई है, सीपीएम है. तो हम लोग बैठ करके जो भी बातचीत होगा उसका हम लोग हल निकालेंगे।
लड़ाई जीतेंगे, साथ रहें तो जीतेंगे। और अगर हम चंद सीटों पर, जिसका मैंने हवाला दिया, जिसकी जानकारी आपको कल तक मिल जाएगी, लड़ें तब भी हम उस विकल्प का हिस्सा बनेंगे जो विकल्प बीजेपी के खिलाफ का विकल्प है।
I'm joined by my colleague Prabhakar for more on this. Prabhakar, we can see for 2 days back to back, RJD has in fact very clearly given signals that they're not happy with the seat sharing deal which has been worked out so far between them and the JMM and the Congress. And now they're indicating very clearly that they might even go solo in Jharkhand contesting in the seats, because so far it seems that only 11 seats in total are being offered to RJD and the left by the India bloc. So what are you picking up from your sources as to what could be RJD's next move?
See, RJD has not minced any words expressing their displeasure and disapproval of the number of seats which have been allocated to them. So out of 11 seats which was given to RJD and left combined, 6 have been given to RJD and 5 goes to left. So RJD is left with mere 6 seats. Now, what they were asking for is somewhere between 15 to 18 seats is what they were expecting, but they have got 6 out of it. And what we are learning from our party sources that if they are given 10 seats at least, that is double the digit, then they would probably concede to their this entire political drama which is going on in Jharkhand. RJD has issued a 24-hour deadline notice which expires today at 11:30, and they are holding a press conference again. That RJD MP Manoj Jha would be holding a press conference in Ranchi, and there he would be declaring as to what would be the final step RJD would be taking, whether RJD will go solo or it would be contesting as part of India Alliance. Our sources in JMM is confirming to us that they have been talking to RJD leaders, and remember, day before yesterday, RJD Supremo, that is Tejasvi Yadav, was there along with Rahul Gandhi and Hemant Soren, and they had a detailed meeting, but somehow this number could not actually be accepted by Tejasvi Yadav, so that meeting between RJD and JMM literally failed. So today they will be taking a call on it. Our JMM sources are confirming to us that RJD, this entire deadlock between RJD and JMM would be resolved, and maybe 2 or 3 more seats would be offered to RJD. That is what we are being confirmed by our sources in Ranchi.
Right. So the sources indicate that the JMM, of course, is hopeful that the RJD will come around, but we'll, of course, have to wait and see whether any further announcement comes in from RJD today. Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us with that. Shifting focus now to Bengaluru, which has in fact seen overnight rains which have caused traffic snarls also late in the evening for sure. And even now on your screens, you can see that there's waterlogging reported from certain areas of Bengaluru. There was, of course, a heavy rain alert sounded out by the Met Department earlier, and schools have been shut in the city amid those rain warnings. Right, so those are the shots coming in from Bengaluru of rains lashing the IT capital there. And what we are being told is that there is a heavy rain alert. For the moment, only schools had in fact been advised to stay shut since the morning today. And for the latest, let me go across to my colleague Pratibha. Pratibha, there was overnight rain in Bengaluru, but what's it looking like this morning?
Well, for most parts of Bengaluru have the waterlogged areas, the water has been drained. The civic officials have been working all through the night to ensure that there would be smooth sailing of traffic for commuters. But however, it is definitely a big point of contention for most motorists as well as commuters in terms of the traffic snarls. There are no cabs available, there are no autos available, and that has definitely stranded many of the office goers here, and especially the arterial roads like the Bannerghatta road in Bengaluru which is one of the main important junctions as far as connecting most important areas of Bengaluru is concerned. Banarghata Road forms one of those main arterial roads, and that is definitely the most affected. That we have other roads like the JC Road also. Some of the low-lying areas, of course, are waterlogged, but the civic officials have been working on draining the water levels there, and that has definitely been the point of contention as far as Bengaluru's low-lying areas are concerned. But as far as the other areas are concerned, more than waterlogging, it is the traffic snarls that have caused a lot of problems as far as the infrastructure is concerned.
Pratibha, we'll keep returning to you for more, and this, of course, is one of the issues that Bengaluru struggles with consistently whenever it rains in the city. And now on to another one of the stories that we have been tracking very closely here on the channel, and that is the Kolkata doctors' rape and murder case. And of course, the doctors there had in fact been protesting against the Bengal government at what they felt was inadequate action taken by the state, not just in terms of the case when they were handling it initially, but also in terms of doctors' safety. Now, in the latest, the Bengal Chief Minister has extended an olive branch to the doctors, and she has in fact invited the doctors for a meeting today at the Bengal Secretariat. So let me go across to my colleague Saurabh for more on this. Saurabh, when is the meeting scheduled today, and have the doctors indicated that they are going to send representatives to meet the Chief Minister?
Yes, the doctors have indicated that they will be attending the meeting at Nabanno this afternoon, and of course they will be attending the meeting with a delegation. However, one of the things that the Chief Minister had appealed was for them to lift their hunger strike, to end their hunger strike before the meeting. That they've indicated is not going to happen. They're going to continue their strike. Now, what are these demands that the doctors are talking about? There's a 10-point demand that includes justice for the RG Kar victim, that includes a bed management system, a central referral system, things that are already pilot projects. As far as justice is concerned, that is in the courts. The charge sheet has been filed. The criminal trial will take place, but it will take time. When it comes to security, men at hospitals and, medical colleges, that is something that the doctors have demanded. It shouldn't be volunteers. It shouldn't be from the volunteer force, but it should be from the police force that is serving policemen. That is something the government has said they're looking into. However, they also add that there is a matter of police recruitments that's stuck in the courts, and they are also hoping that that will, that case would be resolved soon, and therefore they would be able to hire more policemen. Police recruitment has been stuck because of this case. The other things that have been talked about are elections to, several bodies within medical colleges. That the government has said will take time. One of the demands that the government has ruled out that they will not accept is the removal of the health secretary, justifying that they cannot clean out an entire department in one go, and also saying that several top officials against whom the doctors had made complaints, specific complaints, have already been removed to address their demands. So that is where it is. Today, of course, the doctors are going for that meeting, but their hunger strike is continuing. They've also launched another protest, which is, of course, ghirawing these medical officers, the chief medical officers of health, and that is something that will happen at district levels as well. But this meeting is taking place this afternoon, and the doctors are going to go for it with their hunger strike continuing at the Dharna Manch in Esplanade in Kolkata.
We'll have to wait and see whether the impasse will be broken. Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with that update. Now on to one of our top stories once again, and Delhi's air quality has worsened, fluctuating between poor and very poor. This, of course, coming in days ahead of Diwali. And once again, there's a blame game between the Aam Aadmi Party, the ruling party in Delhi, and the BJP regarding rising pollution levels in the national capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has, of course, attributed the worsening air quality to changing weather conditions and increased stubble burning in neighboring states, while the BJP has criticized the Arvind Kejriwal-led party for its lack of action over the past decade.
दिल्ली में बहुत सख्ती से एंटी पोल्यूशन मेजर्स को डिप्लॉय किया जा रहा है, चाहे डस्ट कंट्रोल की ड्राइव्स हों, हमने 99 टीम्स बनाई हैं जो पूरी दिल्ली में अलग अलग जगह पे कंस्ट्रक्शन साइट्स पे जो सारे डस्ट कंट्रोल मेजर्स हैं उनको चेक कर रही हैं। अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा। पास में ही सड़क पार करते ही कौशाम्बी का बस स्टेशन है जहाँ पे ज्यादातर डीजल की बसेस चल रही हैं। तो अभी हम उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार को भी रीच आउट करेंगे कि वहाँ पर भी अगर पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल मेजर स्ट्रांगली लगाए जाए तो उसका दिल्ली पे भी असर पड़ेगा।
पिछले 10 सालों से अरविंद केजरीवाल, आतिशी मारलेना और गोपाल राय, इन्होंने बयानबाजी के अलावा किया क्या है? कोई एक काम बता दे पोल्यूशन को रोकने के लिए किया हो। एक लगाया था इन्होंने स्मोक टावर 20 करोड़ रुपए का, बड़ी घोषणाएं की थी। वो कब्रिस्तान आज भी वहीं कहीं मौजूद है, काम नहीं करता है। पिछले 10 सालों में दिल्ली को लेकर प्रदूषण में इन लोगों ने इतना बेड़ा गर्क किया कि दिल्ली को नर्क लायक कर दिया। आज दिल्ली के लोग सांसें लेने में फूलते हैं। आधे से ज़्यादा लोग इस सांस की बीमारी से ग्रसित है। कारण अरविंद केजरीवाल का भ्रष्टाचार है। क्या किया बताए ना? कहाँ है वो स्मोक गन जिसकी ये दावे कर रहे हैं प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कि हमने इतनी सारी स्मोक गन लगाई? कहाँ है वो मैकेनिकल स्वीपिंग मशीन? हमें तो दिखती नहीं है।
And NDTV is, of course, holding the World Summit today. In a short while from now, Prime Minister Modi is expected to reach the venue in the national capital. And NDTV World will be the new home for global news. We have, in fact, seen that the Prime Minister has also posted about being part of this event today. The inaugural address at the event will, of course, be delivered by PM Modi. The larger issue, of course, is the India century. That's the larger theme, rather, of this particular summit. This will be the global launch of NDTV World, which is the new home for global news. Now, one of the distinguished speakers at the NDTV World Summit, Nobel laureate Paul Romer, interacted with various government officials to understand how the Modi government is not just using technology to implement its welfare schemes, but also to propel its growth story. The globally reputed economist was specifically curious about the popularity of UPI in the country, its inclusive nature and penetration and use of tech in financial inclusion programs such as Jan Dhan Yojana. Paul Romer has won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2018 for his upbeat theory of growth, which shined a light on how ideas rather than mere things lead to economic expansion and human progress.
I think one of the first things is that the other countries in the digital South should say to themselves, if India can do it, we can do it too. Countries need to have the confidence and the ambition to try something that hasn't been tried before, the way India did by creating the Aadhaar number. Other countries could copy and learn from India's experience, but they should also tell themselves, we don't have to depend on the rich countries. We may not even want to let the rich countries be the ones who are in charge, because they may not lead to the kinds of improvements in the quality of life that we really want for our citizens. Well, this is what makes the digital revolution in India so interesting, is that it's been used by the government to actually provide benefits to all members of society. It hasn't just created benefits for the lucky few. And this, I think, is very different from most other countries around the world. So I think the success here in India is unique, and other countries can learn from it.
And Union Home Minister Amit Shah paid homage to the police personnel who lost their lives for the country on Police Commemoration Day at the National Police Memorial in New Delhi. These are, of course, the visuals which came in from that particular event.
आज यहाँ पर राष्ट्रीय पुलिस स्मारक पर देश की आंतरिक सुरक्षा और देश की सीमाओं की सुरक्षा के लिए अपना सर्वोच्च बलिदान देने वाले सभी अलग अलग बल के जवानों को श्रद्धांजलि देने का कार्यक्रम आयोजित किया गया है। यही जवान है जो कश्मीर से लेकर कन्याकुमारी तक और कच्छ से लेकर किबुथु तक हमारी दूर सुदूर फैली हुई सीमाओं को सुरक्षित रखते हैं।
Right, so that was, of course, Union Home Minister Amit Shah there. Shifting focus now, and Valerie Allman, who is a two-time Olympic gold medalist, of course, was in India, and she also took part in the Vedanta half marathon, which took place in the national capital on Sunday. She, of course, is winner of back-to-back gold medals, and while speaking to us here on NDTV, she said that she was excited and honored to be an ambassador at this particular event. Let's take a listen to this interview.
Here for the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, I have with me two-time Olympic gold medalist and one of the finest track and field athletes in the world. I have with me Valerie Allman here. Thank you so much for joining me, Valerie, here on NDTV. So first of all, how did this association with India and the Delhi Half Marathon happen for you, and what is significance for you of that?
I'm so excited to be here, and honestly, it has been an honor to be part of this event and get to learn. This is my first time in India, and to get to learn so much about India, of being at the Vedanta Half Marathon. In the U.S. and honestly around the world, this ambassador program of being one of the athletes that gets to come and serve in a role to celebrate these amazing races is something that's really known. So after this last Olympics, I got approached and was excited and honored to be able to come and to then be here and be so welcomed with so much warmth and see an event with 36,000 people of all ages, all abilities, challenging themselves, celebrating that challenge. It just was absolutely beautiful.
So consecutive gold medals now in Olympics. So did you as an athlete yourself, did you notice a change in the Tokyo Games and then your performance in the Paris Games?
Yeah, there was. Tokyo, that Olympics, it was my first Olympics, and it was really the first time I was going onto the global stage where I was in a position to podium as well as have a chance to win. And it was exhilarating to be the underdog, and for years have been climbing my way to the top. And it was really special to be able to walk away with the win. However, in all those years I dreamed about the moment, it was so different than I expected. To do it during the pandemic, it kind of didn't have that Olympic spirit that I hoped. So to work for many more years and be able to have truly that dream moment in Paris of a full stadium and beautiful venues and the world coming together, my family to get to be there and celebrate with them, it made it feel like that decade of work, over a decade of work, was worth it.
So then heading into the Paris Olympics, did you almost feel like you were going to win?
I definitely would never ever say that. I think I believed it was possible, which for me is probably like one of the more powerful feelings. But it is so hard to win. Things have to go your way. There's so many things. It could be the weather. Are you healthy? Do you have a cold? Has your preparation been smooth? Is there an injury? And you have to train like a champion. You have to be shooting for gold to even end up on the podium. And I feel so fortunate that things came together, and I knew it was possible. And I feel really grateful for how it happened.
Now, hours after New Zealand inflicted a defeat on India, Mohammad Shami was seen bowling in the Bengaluru nets to India's batting coach Abhishek Nair. Shami bowled for more than an hour on one of the main pitches at the Chinnaswamy Stadium after the conclusion of the first test that India lost by 8 wickets. He also took part in fielding drills as he works towards a comeback from an ankle injury that has sidelined him since November last year. The 34-year-old fast bowler had heavy strapping on his left knee, but bowled at full tilt to India assistant coach Abhishek Nair, with bowling coach Mon Mokel watching all over the session. Right, and of course, we are counting down to NDTV's World Summit, which is to begin shortly. The inaugural address, of course, going to be delivered by Prime Minister Modi. In fact, he's expected to reach the event in just a few moments from now. We'll, of course, cut live to that event and bring you the pictures there. But for the moment, before that, we are heading into a short break. Stay tuned to NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day. A very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vada. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including the NDTV World Summit that is going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. He's going to be sharing his vision for the development as far as India is concerned. The Prime Minister is going to be addressing, in fact, at that World Summit, which is going to be taking place between today and tomorrow. Others at that event include David Cameron as well as the External Affairs Minister. We'll get you the very latest from the summit, but first, the headlines. The World Summit that is going to begin minutes from now with an inaugural speech by the Prime Minister. He's spoken about the role that the Yuva Shakti is playing in taking India to the next level. And in Maharashtra, in fact, the first list of the BJP candidates is out, but the MPA will be holding a meeting today and they will be announcing their seat-sharing formula. And heavy rain lashed the capital city of Karnataka. We're talking about Bengaluru, where very heavy showers have been noted overnight, which has led to schools have been shut in Bengaluru amid a rain alert. 7 people have been killed in a terror attack that's taken place in Jammu and Kashmir. A doctor and 6 construction workers were those who have died in that terrorist attack when the terrorists opened fire at a construction site in Ganderbal. And multiple agencies are probing the matter when it comes to that blast that took place in a school in Rohini area of the national capital. 24 hours on, no arrests have been made. And the government of Maldives has decided to introduce UPI in the Maldives, a move that the Maldivian president says will bring significant benefit to the economy as well as financial inclusion and improve efficiency in financial transactions. let's get you the very latest. This is in regard to NDTV's World Summit that is going to be inaugurated by the Prime Minister. He's going to be sharing his vision as far as the development of taking India to the third largest economy is concerned. Of course, others that are going to be attending that summit includes David Cameron as well as Jai Shankar, the External Affairs Minister. We have a huge lineup for you, and this is something that's going to be taking place between today and tomorrow. So the Prime Minister is going to be making that inaugural speech in regard to the vision that he has for the country.
For two-thirds of humanity.
As the world's fastest growing economy, India is now shouldering the burden of global growth. While most developed economies are either witnessing tepid growth or headed towards recession, India is set to remain on a 7% plus growth highway and is on track to be the world's third largest economy by 2028. And in these uncertain times, the world turns to India for growth, stability, and leadership.
Now, it's in this backdrop that NDTV proudly presents its flagship event, our flagship event, the NDTV World Summit 2024. And Gauri, it means the world to us. The theme, the India Century. We are privileged and honored to have the Honorable Prime Minister with us today. He'll deliver the keynote address in just a few minutes.
Indeed, Vishnu, the NDTV World Summit is co-presented by Adani Group, powered by Pernod Ricard, co-powered by GE Aerospace, supercharged by Charge Zone. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, e-mobility partner Billion E, community empowerment partner Kamla Ankibai Kamandiram Kovani Trust, associate partner FedEx, beverage partner Le Cafe, associate partner HTM Foundation, insurance partner SIC, influencer partner Who's That 360, print partner Hindustan Times, and state partners governments of Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand and Chhattisgarh.
Shri Narendra Modi, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, has arrived in the hotel. He'll be joining us at the Darbar Hall in just a few minutes from now. Good morning and welcome to NDTV's flagship event. We are delighted to have the Prime Minister of India with us. Modi ji, thank you, sir, very much for being with us. The NDTV World Summit is called the India Century. Today we delve into an exemplary showcase of diplomacy and strategic foresight that have come to define the India story on the world stage.
Indeed, and as the world's largest democracy, India has proven its mettle on the international stage with astute foreign policy maneuvers that define the core vision, India first. In recent developments, India has navigated complex geopolitical waters with the finesse of seasoned chess grandmasters.
From strengthening ties with key economic powers in the ASEAN region to engaging in constructive dialogue with Western nations, India's approach has been one of balance and of mutual respect. The country's neighborhood-first policy continues to foster peace and cooperation, turning potential conflict into opportunities for regional development.
Moreover, India's leadership in the G20 has pushed for sustainable development goals, emphasizing climate change and digital inclusivity, reflecting a foreign policy that is not just about immediate gains, but long-term global stability. Our vaccine diplomacy during the global health crisis has saved countless lives, showcasing a blend of soft power and humanitarian concern.
Today and tomorrow, we celebrate India's foreign policy, which has not only elevated our global stature, but also serves as a blueprint for how nations can engage with the world in the 21st century. May I now take this opportunity to invite NDTV's Editor-in-Chief, Sanjay Pugalia, to the stage. Sanjay ji.
I think we get off the stage.
Namaskar. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and Prime Minister of Bhutan, His Excellency Dasho Shering Tobge, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Lord David Cameron, and distinguished guests. With immense pleasure and gratitude, I extend a very warm welcome from NDTV to you all. Allow me to digress from the script for a minute. This morning I read a statement by Mr. Putin that Mr. Modi is my friend and I trust him. He's saying this just before your travel to Russia tomorrow, I know, is pregnant with some serious, far-reaching developments. Coming back to my scripted speech, ladies and gentlemen, despite tectonic shifts in the global order, India, under the able leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi, continues to remain extremely stable and a voice of sanity and championing the cause of world peace. India's global influence continues to expand, reshaping both geopolitical dynamics and economic landscapes. At a time when the world is facing two major conflicts in Europe and West Asia, India has emerged as a responsible and fearlessly independent global power committed to world peace. Under Prime Minister Modi, India is filling a vacuum and offering leadership. The emergence of the global South is also a testimony to these changing times. It is within this context that NDTV proudly presents its flagship event, NDTV World Summit 2024, the India Century. This summit is not merely a conversation platform, it is a confluence of ideas that will provide a roadmap for the future. And continuing with NDTV's legacy of pioneering media, we are also launching our new product, NDTV World. This platform will serve as a global broadcaster with a fresh perspective on global issues. We are currently available in more than 60 countries. This reflects NDTV's global footprint, reaching out to 600 million viewers and readers worldwide. 600 million, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a warm welcome to all thought leaders. We look forward to their valuable insights on the India Century and other challenging issues of our time. On a personal note, एक बात मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी को याद दिलाना चाहता हूँ। ठीक 11 साल पहले इसी सभागार में मैंने आपका ऐसे ही कार्यक्रम में स्वागत किया था और उसमें आपने नए इंडिया का जो विजन रखा था उसको 10 साल में आपने एग्जीक्यूट करके दिखा दिया है। यही वजह है कि तीसरे टर्म में आप देखेंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री अब तक 8 यात्राएं विदेश की कर चुके हैं और कल 9वीं यात्रा पर वो जाने वाले हैं। इन यात्राओं के जो डॉट्स हैं वो आज हम कनेक्ट करते हुए सुनेंगे कि ग्लोबल गुड के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी का विजन क्या है और मोदी लेड इंडिया किस तरीके से एक नया ग्लोबल ऑर्डर सेट करने जा रहा है। एक बात बताना और बहुत ज़रूरी है जो आप लोगों को पता भी है, एक जो मोस्ट रेफर्ड ग्लोबल पॉपुलैरिटी ट्रैकर है पॉलिटिकल लीडर्स का 42 देशों को ट्रैक करता है, उसमें सितंबर महीने में मोदी जी की रेटिंग 73% बढ़ गई है। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, ये मामूली बात नहीं है कि जब एंटी इनकम्बेंसी की लहर है पूरी दुनिया में जो करंट पॉलिटिकल रिजीम होता है उसके खिलाफ, उसके बावजूद भारत की जनता किसी प्रधानमंत्री को तीसरी बार गवर्न करने के लिए कहे और वो गवर्न करें इस तरीके से कि जिसमें ये तीसरा टर्म डोमेस्टिक पॉलिसी ही नहीं बल्कि भारत के फॉरेन पॉलिसी रेजीम के तौर पर नए ढंग से डिफाइन होने जा रहा है। आई नाउ रिक्वेस्ट द ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर टू जॉइन अस on the stage to launch NDTV World and address the summit. Sir.
connected world, India's voice is more crucial than ever. When India speaks, the world listens. At NDTV World, we are that voice, bringing you intelligent and insightful news from India and beyond. We cover the news that shapes our global future. NDTV World.
Don't miss US election watch, where every vote counts.
Wilmington in Delaware in the United States.
Behind me is the presidential secretariat in Colombo.
Aerial bombardments have been going on in Beirut city.
This is the Maidan Square, very much in the heart of Kiev.
This is Gauri Dwivedi.
I'm Alistair Souza.
Vishnu Shom.
Radhika Iyer for NDTV World.
NDTV World.
For NDTV World.
एनडीटीवी वर्ल्ड समिट में उपस्थित सभी महानुभावों का मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं। इस समिट में आप लोग अनेक विषयों पर चर्चा करने जा रहे हैं। अलग अलग सेक्टर से जुड़े ग्लोबल लीडर्स भी अपनी बात रखेंगे। साथियों, हम बीते 4-5 साल के कालखंड को देखें तो ज्यादातर चर्चाओं में एक बात कॉमन रही है और वो बात है चिंता, भविष्य को लेकर चिंता। कोरोना के समय चिंता रही कि ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक से कैसे निपटें। कोविड बढ़ा तो दुनिया भर की इकोनॉमी को लेकर चिंता होने लगी। कोरोना ने महंगाई पर चिंता बढ़ाई, बेरोजगारी पर चिंता बढ़ाई, क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर चिंता तो थी ही, फिर जो युद्ध शुरू हुए उनकी वजह से चर्चाओं में चिंता और बढ़ गई। ग्लोबल सप्लाई चेन बिखरने की चिंता, निर्दोष लोगों की जान जाने की चिंता, ये तनाव, ये टेंशन, ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स, ये सब कुछ ग्लोबल समिट्स और सेमिनार्स के विषय बन गए। और आज जब चर्चा का केंद्र चिंता ही है, तब भारत में किस तरह का चिंतन हो रहा है, कितना बड़ा कॉन्ट्राडिक्शन है। यहां चर्चा हो रही है द इंडियन सेंचुरी, भारत की शताब्दी। दुनिया में मची उथल पुथल के बीच भारत उम्मीद की एक किरण बना है। जब दुनिया चिंता में डूबी है, तब भारत आशा का संचार कर रहा है। और ऐसा नहीं कि ग्लोबल सिचुएशन से हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ता, हमें फर्क पड़ता है। चुनौतियां भारत के सामने भी है, लेकिन एक सेंस ऑफ पॉजिटिविटी यहां है जिसको हम सभी फील कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए द इंडियन सेंचुरी की बात हो रही है। साथियों, आज भारत हर सेक्टर में, हर क्षेत्र में जिस तेजी से काम कर रहा है वो अभूतपूर्व है। भारत की स्पीड, भारत की स्केल अनप्रेसिडेंटेड है। अभी हमारी सरकार के 3rd टर्म के करीब 125 डेज पूरे हुए हैं। मैं आपके साथ 125 डेज का अनुभव शेयर करूंगा। 125 डेज में गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए पक्के घरों को मंजूरी मिली है। 125 डेज में हमने 9 लाख करोड़ रुपए के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट पर काम शुरू किया है। 125 डेज में हमने 15 नई वंदे भारत ट्रेनें चलाई हैं। 8 नए एयरपोर्ट पे के काम शुभारंभ हुए हैं। इन्हीं 125 डेज में हमने युवाओं के लिए 2 लाख करोड़ रुपए का पैकेज दिया है। हमने किसानों के बैंक खातों में 21,000 करोड़ रुपए सीधे ट्रांसफर किए हैं। हमने 70 साल से अधिक के बुजुर्गों के लिए 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की व्यवस्था की है। आप भारत में हो रहे काम का दायरा देखिए। 125 डेज में 5 लाख घरों में रूफटॉप सोलर प्लांट लगाए गए हैं। एक पेड़ मां के नाम अभियान के तहत 90 करोड़ से अधिक पेड़ लगाए गए हैं। इतना ही नहीं, 125 डेज में हमने 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स को मंजूरी दी है। 125 डेज में हमारे सेंसेक्स और निफ्टी में 6 से 7% की ग्रोथ हुई है। हमारा फॉरेक्स $650 बिलियन से बढ़कर $700 बिलियन के पार कर चुका है। भारत की उपलब्धियों की लिस्ट बहुत लंबी है और मैं सिर्फ 125 डेज की ही बात कर रहा हूं। आपको ये बात भी नोट करनी होगी कि इन 125 डेज में दुनिया भारत में किन विषयों पर चर्चा करने आई। 125 डेज में भारत में कौन से ग्लोबल इवेंट्स हुए। भारत में टेलीकॉम और डिजिटल फ्यूचर पर चर्चा करने के लिए इंटरनेशनल असेंबली हुई। भारत में ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्टिवल हुआ। भारत में ग्लोबल सेमीकंडक्टर इकोसिस्टम पर चर्चा हुई। रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी और सिविल एविएशन के फ्यूचर की इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस भारत में हुई। फ्रेंड्स, ये सिर्फ इवेंट्स की लिस्ट नहीं है, ये भारत के साथ जुड़ी होप की भी लिस्ट है। इससे भारत की दिशा और दुनिया की आशा, ये दोनों समझ आती है। ये वो विषय हैं जो आने वाले समय में दुनिया का भविष्य तय करेंगे और इन विषयों की चर्चा के लिए आज दुनिया भारत आ रही है। साथियों, आज भारत में इतना कुछ हो रहा है, हमारे तीसरे टर्म में जो गति भारत ने पकड़ी है, उसे देखकर बहुत सी रेटिंग एजेंसीज ने भारत का ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट और बढ़ा दिया है। यहां जो भारत को सबसे ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, ऐसे श्रीमान मार्क मोबियस जैसे पार्टी एक्सपर्ट यहां मौजूद है। वो जिस प्रकार भारत में होने वाले इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर उत्साहित है, उसका बहुत महत्व है। जब वो ग्लोबल फंड्स को कहते हैं कि अपना कम से कम 50% फंड भारत के शेयर मार्केट में इन्वेस्ट करे, तो इसका एक बड़ा मतलब है, बहुत बड़ा मैसेज है। साथियों, भारत आज एक विकासशील देश भी है और उभरती हुई शक्ति भी है। हम गरीबी की चुनौतियां भी समझते हैं और प्रगति का रास्ता बनाना भी जानते हैं। हमारी सरकार तेजी से नीतियां बना रही हैं, निर्णय ले रही है, नए रिफॉर्म्स कर रही है। हालांकि पब्लिक लाइफ में कई बार मुझे भांति भांति के लोग मिल जाते हैं। कुछ लोग कहते हैं, मोदी जी 3 बार लगातार सरकार तो बना ली, इतने सारे काम तो कर ही लिए, तो इतनी दौड़-धूप क्यों करते रहते हो? क्या जरूरत है? दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन गए, इतने माइलस्टोन है, इतने पेंडिंग डिसीजन आपने ले लिए, इतने सारे रिफॉर्म्स कर लिए, अब क्या जरूरत है इतनी मेहनत की? ऐसा कहने वाले मुझे ढेर सारे लोग मिलते हैं, लेकिन जो सपने हमने देखे हैं, जो संकल्प लेकर के हम चले हैं, उसमें न चैन है न आराम है। पिछले 10 साल में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। क्या इतना ही काफी है? नहीं है क्या? पिछले 10 सालों में करीब 12 करोड़ शौचालय बने हैं, 16 करोड़ लोगों को गैस कनेक्शन मिले हैं। क्या इतना ही काफी नहीं है? पिछले 10 साल में भारत में 350 से ज्यादा मेडिकल कॉलेज बने हैं, 15 से ज्यादा एम्स बने हैं। क्या इतना ही काफी नहीं है? पिछले 10 साल में भारत में 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा नए स्टार्टअप बने हैं। 8 करोड़ युवाओं ने मुद्रा लोन लेकर पहली बार अपना कुछ काम शुरू किया है। और सवाल तब हो गया, क्या इतना कम नहीं है? मेरा जवाब है नहीं, इतना पूरा नहीं है। आज भारत दुनिया के सबसे युवा देशों में से एक है। इस युवा देश का पोटेंशियल हमें आसमान की ऊंचाई पर पहुंचा सकता है, और इसके लिए हमें अभी बहुत कुछ करना है, बहुत तेजी से करना है। साथियों, आज भारत की सोच और अप्रोच में जो बदलाव आया है, उसे आप भी जरूर नोटिस कर रहे होंगे। आमतौर पर परंपरा रही है और स्वाभाविक भी है, उसको गलत मैं नहीं मानता हूं। हर सरकार पिछली सरकारों के काम से तुलना करती है, और वो एक मानदंड होता है कि भाई पहले क्या था, अब क्या हुआ, पहले कितना था, अब कितना हुआ, और इससे संतोष भी मान लेती है कि चलो पिछली सरकार से हमने बेहतर किया। ज्यादा से ज्यादा पिछले 10-15 साल से तुलना करनी होती है कि तब और अब में क्या अंतर आया, इसको ही अपनी उपलब्धि मान लेती है। हम भी कभी इस रास्ते पर चलते थे, बहुत स्वाभाविक था, लेकिन अब हमें वो रास्ता भी रास नहीं आ रहा है। अब हम बीते हुए कल और आज की तुलना करके आराम फरमाने वाले लोग नहीं है। अब सफलता का मापदंड सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि हमने क्या पाया, अब हमारा आगे का लक्ष्य है हमें कहां पहुंचना है। हम उस ओर देख रहे हैं। अब कहां तक पहुंचे, कितना बाकी है, कब तक पहुंचेंगे, यानी एक नया अप्रोच लेकर के मैं पूरी सरकारी मशीनरी के साथ काम ले रहा हूं। अब भारत फॉरवर्ड लुकिंग सोच के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है। 2047 तक विकसित भारत का संकल्प भी इसी सोच को दिखाता है। अब हम देखते हैं कि विकसित भारत का जो हमारा संकल्प है, उसकी सिद्धि के लिए हम यहां कहां तक पहुंचे हैं, हमें और कितना करना है, हमें किस स्पीड और स्केल का परिश्रम करना है। और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये सरकार ने तय कर दिया और टारगेट सेट हो गया। विकसित भारत के संकल्प से आज भारत के 140 करोड़ लोग जुड़ गए हैं। वो खुद इसे ड्राइव कर रहे हैं। ये जन भागीदारी का अभियान ही नहीं, बल्कि भारत के आत्मविश्वास का आंदोलन भी बन चुका है। आपको हैरानी होगी, जब सरकार ने विकसित भारत के विजन डॉक्यूमेंट पर काम करना शुरू किया तो लाखों लोगों ने अपने सुझाव भेजे। स्कूल, कॉलेज, यूनिवर्सिटीज में डिबेट्स हुए, डिस्कशंस हुए। सरकारी और सामाजिक संगठनों ने डिबेट्स किए। जनता से जो सुझाव मिले उनके आधार पर भारत ने अगले 25 साल के लक्ष्य तय किए। विकसित भारत पर डिस्कशंस आज हमारी कॉन्सेंस का, हमारे चैतन्य का हिस्सा बन चुका है। मैं समझता हूं ये जनशक्ति से राष्ट्र शक्ति के निर्माण का सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, आज भारत के पास एक और एडवांटेज है जो इस सदी को भारत की सदी बनाने के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आप सब जानते हैं कि ये एआई का दौर है। दुनिया का वर्तमान और भविष्य एआई से जुड़ा हुआ है, लेकिन भारत के पास डबल एआई पावर की एडवांटेज है। और आपके मन में सवाल होगा कि दुनिया पास एक ही एआई है, ये मोदी के पास डबल एआई कहां से आ गई? दुनिया की नजरों में एक ही एआई है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। लेकिन हमारे पास वो तो है ही, दूसरी एआई है एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया। जब एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत मिलती है, तब विकास की गति भी तेज होनी स्वाभाविक है। साथियों, हमारे लिए एआई सिर्फ एक टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, बल्कि भारत के युवाओं के लिए अवसरों का एक नया द्वार है। इसी साल भारत ने इंडिया एआई मिशन शुरू किया है। हेल्थ केयर हो, एजुकेशन हो, स्टार्टअप्स हो, भारत हर सेक्टर में एआई का उपयोग बढ़ा रहा है। हम दुनिया को भी बेहतर एआई सॉल्यूशंस देने में जुटे हैं। क्वाड के स्तर पर भी भारत ने कई सारे इनिशिएटिव लिए हैं। भारत दूसरे एआई यानी एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया को लेकर भी उतना ही गंभीर है। भारत का मिडिल क्लास, भारत के सामान्य जन, उनकी ईज ऑफ लिविंग, उनकी क्वालिटी ऑफ लाइफ, भारत के छोटे उद्यमी, एमएसएमईज, भारत के युवा, भारत की महिलाएं, हम सबके एस्पिरेशंस को ध्यान में रखते हुए नीतियां बना रहे हैं, निर्णय ले रहे हैं। साथियों, एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया का एक उदाहरण भारत में कनेक्टिविटी को लेकर हो रहा शानदार काम है। हमने फास्ट फिजिकल कनेक्टिविटी और इंक्लूसिव कनेक्टिविटी पर बहुत फोकस किया है। ये डेवलपमेंट की एस्पिरेशन रखने वाले समाज के लिए बहुत जरूरी होता है। भारत के लिए तो ये और अधिक जरूरी है। इतना बड़ा देश, इतनी डाइवर्स ज्योग्राफी, भारत के पोटेंशियल को सही मायने में रियलाइज करने के लिए तेजी से कनेक्ट करना आवश्यक था। इसलिए हमने एयर ट्रैवल पर भी विशेष फोकस किया। मुझे याद है कि जब मैंने पहली बार कहा कि मैं हवाई चप्पल पहनने वालों को हवाई यात्रा कराना चाहता हूं। तो एक स्वाभाविक सा रिएक्शन था कि ये भारत में कैसे संभव है, लेकिन हम आगे बढ़े और उड़ान योजना शुरू हुई। आज उड़ान को 8 साल पूरे हो चुके हैं। उड़ान के तहत हमने 2 पिलर्स पर काम किया। एक टियर 2, टियर 3 शहरों में एयरपोर्ट्स का नया नेटवर्क बनाया और दूसरा एयर ट्रैवल को अफोर्डेबल बनाया, सबकी पहुंच में लाई। उड़ान योजना के तहत करीब 3 लाख फ्लाइट्स उड़ान भर चुकी हैं। इनमें 1.5 करोड़ आम नागरिक सफर कर चुके हैं। आज 600 से अधिक रूट्स उड़ान के तहत और इनमें से ज्यादातर छोटे शहरों को कनेक्ट करते हैं। 2014 में देश में 70 के आसपास एयरपोर्ट थे। आज देश में एयरपोर्ट की संख्या 150 को पार कर गई है। उड़ान योजना ने दिखाया है कि कैसे समाज की एस्पिरेशन विकास को गति देती है। साथियों, मैं आपको युवाओं से जुड़े कुछ उदाहरण देता हूं। हम भारत के युवाओं को एक ऐसी फोर्स बनाने में जुटे हैं जो पूरी दुनिया की ग्रोथ को ड्राइव कर सके, और इसलिए एजुकेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, रिसर्च, एम्प्लॉयमेंट पर हमारा बहुत ज्यादा जोर है। पिछले 10 साल में इन क्षेत्रों में जो काम हमने किए हैं उसके नतीजे मिलने लगे हैं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही टाइम्स हायर एजुकेशन रैंकिंग आई है। भारत दुनिया का वो देश है जहां रिसर्च क्वालिटी के मामले में सबसे अधिक सुधार हुआ है। बीते 8-9 सालों में भारत की यूनिवर्सिटीज का पार्टिसिपेशन 30 से बढ़कर 100 से अधिक हो चुका है। क्यूएस वर्ल्ड यूनिवर्सिटी रैंकिंग में भी भारत की प्रेजेंस 10 साल में 300% से अधिक बढ़ी है। आज पेटेंट्स और ट्रेडमार्क्स की संख्या ऑल टाइम हाई पहुंच रही है। आज भारत दुनिया के लिए R&D का एक बड़ा हब बनते जा रहा है। दुनिया की करीब 2,500 कंपनियों के रिसर्च सेंटर भारत में है। भारत में स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भी, उसका भी अभूतपूर्व विस्तार हो रहा है। साथियों, भारत में हो रहे हैं ये चौतरफा परिवर्तन दुनिया के लिए भी विश्वास का आधार बन रहे हैं। आज बहुत सारे विषयों में भारत ग्लोबल फ्यूचर को दिशा देने में लीड ले रहा है। दुनिया को लगता है कि भारत संकट के समय का साथी है। आप कोविड का वो दौर याद कीजिए। जरूरी दवाओं की, जरूरी वैक्सीन की हमारी जो कैपेसिटी थी, उससे हम भी करोड़ों डॉलर कमा सकते थे। उससे भारत का फायदा होता, लेकिन मानवता हार जाती। ये हमारे संस्कार नहीं है। हमने दुनिया के सैकड़ों देशों को संकट के समय दवाई पहुंचाई, जीवन रक्षक वैक्सीन पहुंचाई। मुझे संतोष है कि कठिन समय में भारत दुनिया के काम आ पाया। साथियों, भारत टेकन फॉर ग्रांटेड रिश्ते नहीं बनाता। हमारे रिश्तों की बुनियाद विश्वास और विश्वसनीयता के आधार पर है, और ये बात दुनिया भी समझ रही है। भारत एक ऐसा देश है जिसकी प्रगति से दुनिया में आनंद का भाव आता है। भारत सफल होता है, विश्व को अच्छा लगता है। अब चंद्रयान की घटना देख लीजिए, पूरे विश्व ने उसको एक उत्सव के रूप में मनाया। भारत आगे बढ़ता है तो जलन का, ईर्ष्या का भाव नहीं पैदा होता। हमारी प्रगति से दुनिया खुश होती है, क्योंकि भारत की प्रगति से पूरी दुनिया को फायदा होगा। हम सब जानते हैं कि कैसे अतीत में भारत ग्लोबल ग्रोथ को बढ़ाने वाली एक पॉजिटिव फोर्स था, कैसे भारत के आइडियाज, भारत के इनोवेशंस, भारत के प्रोडक्ट्स ने सदियों तक दुनिया पर अपना प्रभाव छोड़ा था। लेकिन समय बदला, भारत ने गुलामी का लंबा कालखंड देखा और हम पिछड़ते चले गए। इंडस्ट्रियल रिवॉल्यूशन के समय भी भारत गुलाम था। गुलामी के कारण हम औद्योगिक क्रांतियों का फायदा नहीं उठा पाए। वो समय भारत के हाथ से निकल गया। लेकिन अब आज ये भारत का समय है। ये इंडस्ट्री 4.0 का दौर है। भारत अब गुलाम नहीं है। हमें आजाद हुए 75 साल हो गए हैं और इसलिए अब हम कमर कसकर तैयार हैं। फ्रेंड्स, इंडस्ट्री 4.0 के लिए जो स्किल सेट चाहिए, जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर चाहिए, उस पर भारत बहुत तेजी से काम कर रहा है। बीते दशक के दौरान मुझे कितने ही ग्लोबल प्लेटफॉर्म से जुड़ने का अवसर मिला है। मैं दुनिया भर में G20 और G7 के सम्मेलनों का हिस्सा रहा हूं। 10 दिन पहले ही मैं आसियान समिट के लिए लाओस में था। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि लगभग हर समिट में भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत अधिक चर्चा होती है। आज पूरी दुनिया की नजर भारत के डीपीआई पर है। यहां हमारे साथी भारत के प्रशंसक श्रीमान पॉल रोमर बैठे हैं। मुझे पहले भी उनसे काफी विचार विस्तार से चर्चा करने का मौका मिला है। मैंने उनसे बहुत चर्चाएं की हैं। मैं अमेरिका में भी इनसे मिला। हमारी चर्चाओं के दौरान पॉल ने भारत के डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की, आधार और डिजी लॉकर जैसे इनोवेशंस की बहुत तारीफ की है। बड़ी बड़ी समिट्स में इसी तरह लोगों को हैरानी होती है कि भारत ने इतना शानदार डीपीआई कैसे विकसित कर लिया। फ्रेंड्स, इंटरनेट के दौर में भारत के पास फर्स्ट मूवर का एडवांटेज नहीं था। जिन देशों के पास एडवांटेज था, वहां प्राइवेट प्लेटफॉर्म्स ने, प्राइवेट इनोवेशंस ने डिजिटल स्पेस को लीड किया। इससे निश्चित रूप से एक नई क्रांति दुनिया में आई, लेकिन उसके लाभ का दायरा सीमित ही था। जबकि भारत ने एक नया मॉडल दुनिया को दिया है। भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोक्रेटाइज करके डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का नया रास्ता दुनिया को दिखाया है। आज भारत में सरकार एक प्लेटफॉर्म बनाती है और उस पर लाखों नए इनोवेशंस होते हैं। हमारी जनधन, आधार और मोबाइल की जैम कनेक्टिविटी, सर्विसेज की फास्टर और लीकेज फ्री डिलीवरी का एक बेहतरीन सिस्टम बन गया है। आप हमारा यूपीआई देखिए, इस पर फिनटेक का एक नया विस्तार भारत में हुआ है। यूपीआई के कारण आज हर रोज 500 मिलियन से ज्यादा के डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन हो रहे हैं और इसको ड्राइव करने वाले कोई कॉरपोरेट्स नहीं है, बल्कि हमारे छोटे दुकानदार हैं, स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं। हमारा पीएम गतिशक्ति प्लेटफॉर्म एक और उदाहरण है। पीएम गतिशक्ति को हमने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर प्रोजेक्ट्स के निर्माण में जो साइलोज आते थे, उसको दूर करने के लिए बनाया था। आज ये हमारे लॉजिस्टिक इकोसिस्टम को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने में मदद कर रहा है। ऐसे ही हमारा ओएनडीसी प्लेटफॉर्म है। ये ऑनलाइन रिटेल को ज्यादा डेमोक्रेटाइज, ज्यादा ट्रांसपेरेंट करने वाला इनोवेशन सिद्ध हो रहा है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि डिजिटल इनोवेशन और डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज को एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी, इंक्लूजन, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एम्पावरमेंट का टूल है, कंट्रोल और डिवीजन का नहीं। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का ये समय, ये मानव इतिहास का सबसे महत्वपूर्ण समय है। ऐसे में आज के युग की बड़ी जरूरतें हैं स्टेबिलिटी, सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सॉल्यूशंस। ये मानवता के बेहतर भविष्य के लिए सबसे जरूरी शर्तें हैं और भारत आज यही प्रयास कर रहा है। इसमें भारत की जनता का एक निष्ठ समर्थन है। 6 दशक में पहली बार देश के लोगों ने किसी सरकार को लगातार तीसरी बार अपना जनादेश दिया है। ये मैसेज स्टेबिलिटी का है। अभी हरियाणा में चुनाव हुए हैं। इन चुनावों में भी भारत की जनता ने स्टेबिलिटी के इस भाव को और मजबूती दी है। साथियों, क्लाइमेट चेंज का संकट आज पूरी मानवता का संकट बन गया है। इसमें भी भारत लीड लेने की कोशिश कर रहा है। ग्लोबल क्लाइमेट चेंज में हमारा कंट्रीब्यूशन न के बराबर है, फिर भी भारत में हमने ग्रीन ट्रांजिशन को अपनी ग्रोथ का फ्यूल बनाया है। आज सस्टेनेबिलिटी हमारी डेवलपमेंट प्लानिंग के कोर में है। आप हमारी पीएम सूर्यघर मुफ्त बिजली योजना को देख लें, खेतों में सोलर पंप लगाने की स्कीम को देख लें, हमारा ईवी रिवॉल्यूशन हो या इथेनॉल ब्लेंडिंग प्रोग्राम हो, बड़े बड़े विंड एनर्जी फार्म हो या एलईडी लाइट्स मूवमेंट हो, सोलर पावर्ड एयरपोर्ट्स हो या बायोगैस प्लांट्स पर फोकस हो। आप हमारा कोई भी प्रोग्राम, कोई भी स्कीम देख लीजिए, सभी में ग्रीन फ्यूचर को लेकर, ग्रीन जॉब्स को लेकर एक स्ट्रांग कमिटमेंट ही पाएंगे। साथियों, स्टेबिलिटी और सस्टेनेबिलिटी के साथ साथ भारत आज सॉल्यूशंस पर भी फोकस कर रहा है। बीते दशक में भारत ने ऐसे अनेक सॉल्यूशंस पर काम किया है जो ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस से निपटने के लिए जरूरी है। इंटरनेशनल सोलर अलायंस हो, कोalition फॉर डिजास्टर रेजिलिएंट इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, इंडिया मिडिल ईस्ट इकोनॉमिक कॉरिडोर हो, ग्लोबल बायोफ्यूल अलायंस हो, योग हो, आयुर्वेद हो, मिशन लाइफ हो, मिशन मिलेट्स हो, भारत की तरफ से लिए गए सभी इनिशिएटिव्स दुनिया की चुनौतियों के समाधान देने वाले हैं। साथियों, मुझे खुशी है कि भारत का बढ़ता सामर्थ्य दुनिया की बेहतरी को सुनिश्चित कर सक रहा है। भारत जितना आगे बढ़ेगा, दुनिया को उतना ही फायदा होगा। हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने। एक ऐसी सदी जो सभी के टैलेंट से आगे बढ़े, एक ऐसी सदी जो सभी के इनोवेशन से समृद्ध हो, एक ऐसी सदी जहां गरीबी ना हो, एक ऐसी सदी जहां सबके पास आगे बढ़ने के अवसर हो, एक ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए और विश्व शांति बढ़े। इसी भाव के साथ मुझे यहां निमंत्रित करने के लिए, अवसर देने के लिए मैं एनडीटीवी का फिर से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और ये समिट सफल हो, इसके लिए मेरी तरफ से आपको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
at the NDTV World Summit. The Prime Minister is saying that, talking about his vision as far as the development of the country to take it to the third largest economy. The Prime Minister, while addressing the summit, has said that there is no scope for rest as his government works to make India's dreams come true and fulfill its pledge. He also spoke about he's met many people who speak about how India is now the fifth largest economy in the world. So many milestones have been achieved and reforms have been implemented. Then why are you working so hard?
Some of the best speakers from across the world, some of the most inspirational. Lord David Cameron, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, will be up next in just the next few minutes. I'd invite all of you to please be seated as we begin the NDTV World Summit with some of our big international speakers. So do please be seated as we begin these sessions in the next few minutes.
The next 2 days will be power-packed with thought leaders from around the world, influential speakers, all speaking about the India century being here, and NDTV World at the forefront of talking about India and talking about global affairs through the lens of India. What the Prime Minister said today, Vishnu, also ties in with that vision in terms of what he is looking at, not for the immediate, but long term.
So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, do please be seated as we get set to start our first session with Lord David Cameron, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, in conversation with NDTV's Sonia Singh in just a few moments from now. I'd invite you all to please be seated as we get the set ready for this conversation, which I can promise you will be an important, critical conversation to start in the next few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we request you all to please remain seated. We will start our next session very shortly. A very interesting, important conversation. Lord David Cameron in conversation with NDTV's Sonia Singh. There's a lot to talk about in terms of what's happening in Europe and the role that India could play in the events that are shaping Europe right now. In just a few minutes, we are going to start that very important conversation, requesting, ladies and gentlemen, to please sit for that.
It's important.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app, news that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. पण का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or
Welcome back. NDTV presents the World Summit, and it was Prime Minister Modi who has inaugurated this session. He's gone on to talk about how there's no scope for rest as his government works to make India's dream come true and fulfill its pledge. He's gone on to say he's met many people recently who've gone on to say that India is now the 5th largest economy in the world. So many milestones have been achieved and reforms have been implemented. And why are you working so hard? In the last 10 years, 12 crore toilets have been built is what the Prime Minister has gone on to speak. He's also said 16 crore homes have gas connections. And he's asked, is that really enough? So that is what the Prime Minister said, which is why he said that there is no time to rest as far as his vision is concerned in order to make India the 3rd largest economy in the world. So the Prime Minister there speaking at the inaugural session, sharing his vision for a developed India by 2047. And of course, the Prime Minister has gone on to talk about how many milestones have been met, but the dreams that we have seen and the pledge that we have made, there is no rest and no relaxation. The Prime Minister also went on to say that India is now moving ahead with a look-forward approach. There's a tradition that every government goes on to compare its work with that of the previous government.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
his perspective on the India century. Thank you so much for being at the NDTV World Summit.
Great to be with you, and great to hear Prime Minister Modi's speech. I must say, to have that energy level at the start of your third term is truly impressive. So it's great to be with you.
And of course, a third term is very impressive from a UK perspective.
Well, yes, I made it into a second term, but since then we've had quite a number of prime ministers, and we haven't had anyone having 3 terms since Tony Blair, and before that, obviously, Margaret Thatcher. But no, very impressive, because it means you have the ability to get real change, real things done in a very consistent way, which is what we're seeing here in India.
And of course, when we're talking about the India century, I think the point of the democratic legitimacy any prime minister gets with a mandate like we currently have in India. When we look at India today on the global stage, what is the perception from the West? Do you see it as a global moment of reset?
Well, I think, look, the world at the moment needs, in my view, 3 things. It needs strong economic growth, it needs more democracy, and it needs this green transition to deal with climate change. And India is a shining example of all 3 of those things. And I think we do need a reset. The world has changed hugely since the institutions were set up after the Second World War. And so it's time for a reset, both because you see the rise of India. Now, will this century become probably the world's largest economy at some stage during this century? So obviously we need a reset, and countries like India should be at its heart.
What do you see as this possible reset? I remember in 2015 you talked about India at the UN Security Council. What do you see as the key elements of this reset, with India taking a much more prominent role?
Well, first of all, we do need reform of the United Nations Security Council. It should have, and I made this argument, I think, as far back as 2005. When I became leader of the Conservative Party, India was the first country I visited outside Europe. When I became Prime Minister in 2010, India was the first country I visited outside Europe. I like to think that I was an early believer in the Indian century, and it's great to be back here today. And obviously, a permanent seat on the UN Security Council is something that should be India's right in this changed world. But I think we should be clear that although we need these institutions to be changed, and we need them to reflect global realities, that debate will inevitably take a long time, and we shouldn't wait for that. And that's why it's so good to see India take its place in more informal global institutions like the Quad. I think that's a great move for India, India's role in the G20, the fact now that the G7 regularly invites India to attend almost as a standing member of the G7, as a fellow democracy. These are all good moves because we need India's perspective on these challenges we face in our world. And perhaps the biggest is this issue of climate change. And you can really see here in India the massive investment in green technology and in carbon reduction, badly needed here in India, but also needed across the world. So that's the sort of reset we need. But obviously it goes much broader than that, because as we speak today, we've got a world of terrible conflict. We've got the war in the Middle East, we've got the situation between Russia and Ukraine, where Prime Minister Modi quite rightly made a visit to Ukraine recently, and we need to try and re-establish some norms of behavior. And I think Ukraine is perhaps the most critical one, because certainly in my political lifetime, I can't think of a clearer example of one country invading another independent sovereign country with absolutely no excuse or justification.
Prime Minister Modi actually going to be in Russia now for the BRICS summit. He visited Ukraine as well. Do you see that India, actually more than any other country, has the credibility, the trust on both sides to actually play a mediator in finding a solution?
Well, it certainly has the credibility, and if there's a role that can be played to bring this conflict to an end, that would be welcome. But it must be done in a way that recognizes Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. And I think one of the things we need in this global reset is to get back to some clear norms. This country has suffered terribly from terrorism, so has my own country. We need to have an understanding that there aren't good terrorists and bad terrorists. Terrorism is wrong, particularly in a democratic state. We need to get back to the understanding that a country's borders are or should be inviolable, that the most important thing is the independence and sovereignty and territorial integrity of countries, and that's why I think we need this clarity. Russia's invasion was unjustified, illegal, and it breached the independence of a member of the United Nations. We need to get back to that sort of clarity.
Yes,
now, I know in the West we often are accused of double standards, and we've made mistakes in the past, no doubt about that, obviously referring to Iraq. But nonetheless, two wrongs don't make a right. It's time to try and re-establish the importance of these norms.
That's interesting because India has also, of course, said that the West's double standards sometimes extend to the fact that we look at what's happening on our borders and the China issue as well, and often then what we see the perhaps double standards coming from Canada too.
Well, that's why I make the point that I don't want to in any way say to India what India's national interest is. That's for you to determine. But it would seem to me that the importance of borders, the importance of territorial integrity, matters hugely to this country as it matters to every country in the world. So when you see the most grotesque violation of a country's borders, as you have with Ukraine, I think we all need to stand together and say to Russia that what has happened is wrong. As you say, India might well be in a position to try and provide some mediation, but it must, in my view, be mediation based on the fact that Putin cannot be allowed to take territory by force and be rewarded by that, because we know from our history, if you reward people taking territory by force, they come back and take some more.
Just to take that point and shift really, that where do you think, and Prime Minister Modi also made this point, that he came to the UK in 2015 and you were with him at that Wembley Rockstar reception. Tell us about that and your interactions with Prime Minister Modi. And for you, it was a bit of a dream come true as well at Wembley.
It's something you don't forget, because in the UK, if you're lucky as a Prime Minister or a party leader, you might, at your party conference, you might speak to 3,000 people or maybe 4,000 people. But to go to Wembley Stadium, introducing Prime Minister Modi, where you're speaking to 85,000 people, that was quite an occasion. But the thing I remember best about the occasion now is something I found out afterwards. So I made an introduction. My speech was very short, and in my introduction I said that my party, the Conservative Party, we'd had the first woman Prime Minister, we'd had the first Jewish Prime Minister, and I was sure that one day we'd have the first British Indian Prime Minister. And when I said that, I didn't know that there was a young man in the back row, many, many seats back, called Rishi Sunak, and he was there that day. Wow. And then became, I didn't predict it would be him, but I predicted it would be someone, and he was at that speech with Prime Minister Modi, and then became, historically, Britain's Prime Minister, and it was an honour to serve under him. Prime Minister Modi made a very powerful speech. I remember he was talking about the relationship between Britain and India and the importance of our collaboration. And he had this great riff on tea, movies, and finance. And it was Brooke Bond, James Bond, Rupee Bond. And I remember that. I thought it was a very snappy soundbite. But it was a great occasion. It was great to welcome him. And I think it really did sort of cement what I've been trying to do since 2005, which is to say that India and the UK should have a special partnership. Obviously, there's a huge amount of history that we have to come to terms with and get over, but the links of language and culture and people and interests, and I think values as well, the world's largest democracy and one of the world's oldest democracies, we do have some very strong common interests, and we should work to expand them.
Tell us a little bit about Rishi Sunak, because of course, in India, it was a moment of great interest and pride when somebody who's of Indian origin became Prime Minister. But you made a surprise return as Foreign Secretary. Why did you do that? And what was it like working with Rishi?
Well, I admired him. I thought he was a very good Prime Minister. He's extremely hardworking, highly intelligent, very capable, a brilliant chairman, very good at bringing people together. And he asked me to be Foreign Secretary, and I almost surprised myself by saying yes immediately. But it was a time which we still have with the situation in Ukraine, the situation in the Middle East. It seemed to me someone who'd been Prime Minister could play a role in that, and it was an honor to be asked. I think generous of him to ask me, and reflected that he was keen to have experienced people around him. And he was highly capable. He had a very difficult inheritance. We'd had this year of three
falling like dominoes.
I think the year of three prime ministers was probably impossible to recover from, but Rishi brought stability. He got inflation down from 11% to 2%. He strengthened our relations with Europe through the Windsor Framework. He reached out to countries like India and built strong partnerships. He did a good job in his time, and he should be proud of that. But I think we can be proud of the fact that in Britain, someone whose parents had arrived in Britain from India, that, you know, within 2 generations, he's got the most important job in the country. And I think that reflects well on Britain. And to be fair to Rishi, would always say, the great thing about Britain is how unremarkable it is. Mm-hmm. And I would always say to him, no, it is remarkable. It's a great testament to our country and to your talent that this is possible and that this has happened. And I was proud to serve with him.
Absolutely, and who knows with Kamala Harris, so Indian origin politicians having a bit of a moment. Let's see how that goes. But just to ask on the greater relationship, because of course, Prime Minister Boris Johnson promised there would be an FTA by Diwali. Many Diwalis have come and gone. We've got another Diwali soon. Yes. When do you actually see that happening, and what's holding it up?
Well, actually, this is one promise Boris made that I hope, actually I won't get into that.
Is it the only one you agreed with?
No. I really agree with it. It is a pity it hasn't happened. I think it hasn't happened for a good reason, which is Britain and India, I think, both understand that you only get one chance to make an FTA. So if you've got to make it, you've got to make it a good one. And that means both sides have to put more on the table. We're only going to do this once. And my plea, which I'll be making to the Foreign Minister this afternoon when I see him, is the deal. Britain is one of the most pro-free trade countries in Europe. When we were in the EU, we were always the ones pushing for the trade deals. So I think there's an opportunity for India. The deal you do with us will be the shining city on the hill, as it were, for what the EU might subsequently do with India. So let's make our deal as good and as big and as generous. Of course, we've got to cover Scotch whiskey, we've got to cover IT workers from India. We know what the big wins are, but let's make it big and generous, because we need inward investment into the UK and trade with India, hugely beneficial to us, but also India needs, you know, whatever 10, 12, 15 million jobs being created every year, good jobs from good businesses investing and growing in your country. So it's win-win, but we should both put more on the table. We should both take a bit more risk, in my view, and take some political risk, including domestically, because ultimately this will be a win for both countries and a big win for India, because it'll set the standard for your deal with the EU.
You talked, of course, of the geopolitical shifts and India's new status really at the high table. But when we look at the moment, perhaps, where the West perception shifted of India, when do you think that actually happened? Was it India's strong insistence on going its own, the India way, when Ukraine happened, the UK, the US weren't very happy with that in the beginning? When do you think the perception shifted of India being a global player to reckon with?
I think it's a difficult question. There have been so many moments in India's recent history which have woken people up to the potential of this great country. I mean, the opening in 1991, the different approach that was taken. I think the moment when it was clear India's population would overtake China, I think that was a very big moment. Obviously, this huge green transition and green investment, that's important. The lunar mission, I mean, that was an extraordinary moment for India, one where the whole world saw what the potential of India is. My answer, though, would be a bit more parochial. I remember when I came here as leader of the opposition and then as prime minister, one time it was in the year where Indian investment into the UK overtook Japanese investment because of the massive investment in Jaguar Land Rover. And here was this great, iconic business, Tata, and obviously mourning the loss of Ratan Tata, who was an advisor to me as prime minister. But an Indian company coming into Britain, taking over one of our most famous car brands, but investing in it, growing it, improving it. That, to me, was a real wake-up moment for this economy has arrived on the global stage and is going to be one that's going to do great things.
Mm-hmm. One of the big, exports, I say, to the UK from India is Indian students. I mean, I think we make up the highest cohort of international students. Yet the anti-immigration rhetoric, the whole aspect of, say, squeezing visas, there is some feeling that the UK still remains resistant to what is good for the UK as well, because after all, it's Indian students' fees.
Of course.
The rise of Nigel Farage and the right as well.
But I wouldn't confuse for 1 minute those two things. I mean, as matters stand today, there are no limits on the number of Indian students that can come to British universities. They have to have an English language qualification, and they have to have a place at a British university. And we want as many to come as possible because it's a great industry for us. It also builds great connections between Britain and India with the growth that you are forecast to have. I think it would be helpful actually to take the student numbers out of the immigration figures altogether.
Yes.
Because the truth is most students that come to Britain, they come, they study, maybe they work for a year or a little bit longer, and then they come back to India. So counting them as part of the net migration figures only really makes sense when you're trying to work out who stayed after a whole university course. So I think we should simplify the figures, welcome as many who want to come. But at the same time, we do, like other countries in Europe, we do have to deal with this problem of illegal migration. People aren't concerned in my country about how many students come. They welcome the students. But we are concerned that every day at the moment, hundreds of people are arriving in small boats from the French coast, and they're from Syria or Vietnam or Iraq or Iran or Afghanistan. And that's the real problem. If we could deal with the illegal migration, we would find it much easier to advertise the benefits of the legal migration, particularly the students, who, as I say, in my view, should come out of the numbers altogether.
You've been mentioning Ukraine, but just to look at what's currently happening in Israel, the Gaza conflict, you just said recently in an interview that you had actually suggested sanctions on Israeli ministers. Do you stand by that, and do you think
I mentioned two specific ministers. In the Israeli government, there are two ministers who, and I've watched what they've been saying, they have been encouraging people to stop aid trucks getting into Gaza, and they've been encouraging violent settlers in the West Bank to continue their attacks on the Palestinians that live there. That is unacceptable. And my argument was that I was looking at that as Foreign Secretary. I didn't quite have time to do it before my time came to an end. I think that would have been a better answer than a partial arms embargo, because at the moment we have to be frank about the wider conflict here. Israel is not only under attack from terrorists to its south, Hamas in Gaza, but also terrorists to its north, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and is also under direct attack from the state of Iran, that has now launched two of the largest missile attacks in history against Israel. So for Britain to have an arms embargo against Israel when it's under those sorts of attacks doesn't seem to me to be a sensible policy, whereas actually targeting extremist ministers in an Israeli coalition government is actually a better way of getting our message across. And I do think that's an important point to make.
Mm-hmm. We talk about a reset, but you're looking also at the Tory party and a reset. You had that year of 3 prime ministers. Did you ever think you would see Tory prime ministers tumble like, cards, as it were? And how do you think you will recover? You've got a Labour government with a very good mandate. You've got the rise of Farage.
Yeah.
Can the Tories recover?
Yes, is the short answer. It will take some time. It'll take a lot of hard work. But I think we had this, as I say, Rishi did a good job, but he was taking over from a situation which I think was very hard to recover from. What we have now is a new government. I wish them well. Winston Churchill always used to say, I never attack the British government when I'm abroad, I make up for it when I get home. But but for my own party, we have to rediscover what we did between 2005 and 2010, where we reached out to new audiences, we came up with new policies, we had a compelling vision for why we should be given a chance to serve our country. We've got to do that all over again. And we have some exciting candidates standing for that leadership, and I wish them well. And although when I became leader of the Conservative Party in 2005, it was so long ago that actually, I remember the other day, the iPhone hadn't been invented when I became a party leader. So I can't pretend I have all the answers, but I'm certainly available to help them if they want some help.
Okay, that's any friendly advice for the Prime Minister of the UK?
I think the most important thing, and your Prime Minister demonstrated it so clearly today, the most important thing in politics is to have a plan. have a very clear plan for how you're going to grow your economy, how you're going to improve the infrastructure, how you're going to do the green transition. Because what you find in politics is that you become prime minister, and then everything hits you at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And if you don't have a very clear plan about what you want to do, you get endlessly distracted by the short-term problems and difficulties. So, and I think what we've seen with Prime Minister Modi is such a clear plan about green India, about clean India, about made in India, about technology and the future of your country. There's a plan. And that's what we need in Britain to get our growth rate up, to get our infrastructure better, to get the green transition right. A clear plan, and then stick to it as much as you can. Democracies are noisy and difficult and disputatious, and that's important. That's what we love about them. But the more you have the plan, the more you can get back to it as soon as the noise abates.
So, Lord Cameron, shifting away from all the geopolitics, soft power, and India's soft power is a huge asset currently. Tell me, who's your favorite Indian cricketer? I know you're a cricket fan, and so from the English side, you may not watch.
I'm so old that I grew up watching Bishan Bedi. But I suppose the moments I've watched great cricket players, I watched Rahul Dravid score an amazing century in the UK. I remember that very clearly. I remember sitting with John Major, actually, another Conservative Prime Minister who's even more cricket obsessed than I am. And he said, watch this guy, he's really very, very good. I think in Virat Kohli, you had an extraordinary leader. Sometimes you can see, as we have done now with Ben Stokes, our captain, just incredible leadership on the field and inspiration. And I think you had that with Kohli. So lots of great cricket players to watch. And obviously some very good British Indian talent coming through. Yes. You may see in years and decades to come that you'll see more and more British Indian players coming on and taking on India and hopefully winning.
A British Indian captain.
And we won't mention New Zealand, the test at the moment. I'll stay out of that.
Have you ever watched a Bollywood movie?
I had the great pleasure of meeting Aishwarya Rai when I was Prime Minister. And I like to think the film's actually called Dev Das rather than Dev Das. But I'm a big admirer of hers and that extraordinary Hollywood family. I suppose the most recent film I've watched about India was Hotel Mumbai, which is such a harrowing portrayal of the terrible events that happened there, and a reminder of how your country has suffered from terrorism just as we have done. And I think it's one of the things that should bring us together is recognizing that, yes, we've got a war in Ukraine, we've got wars in the Middle East, but we still have this challenge of defeating extremist Islamist terror, which affects your country, affects my country, and we should never forget about how many lives have been lost from that, certainly in the time when I was Prime Minister, not just in the UK, but around the world. But the problem still exists.
Yes, absolutely. And finally, well, I know Indian food is now, British food, but your favorite Indian dish, and do you like it medium spicy or extra hot spicy?
Well, one of the things in lockdown, I thought I must do something useful, so I taught myself how to cook curry. And my speciality is a Kerala fish curry. Okay. I had a wonderful holiday in Kerala many, many years ago with my wife, just around the millennium, and I remember the food being amazing. And so I can now do my very own Kerala fish curry, and quite hot.
Okay. Lord Cameron, it's been absolutely wonderful to talk with you. And as you say in politics, never say never. We look forward to what's your next avatar in British politics.
Thank you very much. It's been great being with you. Thank you very much.
Lord Cameron. Thank you. Thank you so much.
शिवाजी महाराज की
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं,
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
And impact your life.
news that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
To the seat of power, Delhi.
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का.
छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज की. त्यांचा अजेंडा फक्त करप्शन फर्स्ट. आमचा अजेंडा आहे नेशन फर्स्ट.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत.
Little petroleum or fossil fuel, we have way too much of it. And if we burn it all, we'll cook the planet. And the way we would discover all of that new supply would be because people would innovate, they'd find ways to solve problems, they'd discover much more fossil fuel as they had. So when I saw Silicon Valley starting to seize the opportunities with digital electronics, I said, the sky is the limit here. We'll have all kinds of things we can do in the future that we couldn't do before. And that optimism about what we can do with the technology is still correct. I still believe that. And I believe it about a problem like climate change. We can decarbonize our electricity supply. We can find ways to still have growth, still have improving standards of living, and protect the planet. We'll discover ways to do that. But what's the disappointment? The question is, if we're given opportunities, what do we decide to do with those? And with the opportunities that we were given in the United States with digital technology, we have wasted, squandered a really phenomenal opportunity. And the way to see what we've lost is to compare the success in India with the way technology has been used in the United States. I think the initiative...
Let me just interrupt you here. Yeah. But if you ask the companies in Silicon Valley, they'll say,
where is the lost opportunity? We've become the 4 or 5 most powerful companies in the world. The companies who have for the last 15 years dominated the US stock markets, never happened before. And so no signs of slowing.
Okay, well, let me give you my the conversation I have back and forth with them. When I said before that, look, historically, one of the signs of the dramatic improvements in standards of living is steadily increasing life expectancy across countries, across time. And so then I talk to the Silicon Valley types and say, you know, life expectancy has stopped increasing in the United States. It's actually falling. And then they say, oh, well, no, we don't want to use that measure anymore for progress. We want to use something else. And I'm saying, no, if that's the measure that we picked in the beginning, you got to stick with it. And by that measure, something's really gone wrong in the United States. People are not living as long as they did before. So how can it be that we've had a technological revolution and people aren't living as long? It's because that technology has not been used to improve the quality of life. And then you see what Aadhaar has done by not just making it easy for people in this room to make digital payments, but taking hundreds of millions of people who had no existence in the formal state. They had no document, no birth certificate, no driver's license, no official document of any kind. They didn't exist in the eyes of the modern state. Aadhaar made them real, gave them existence by giving them a number. And then all kinds of things have been built on top of that. So there's the direct benefit transfer schemes, access to financial accounts. But this was because this country decided we are going to use the technological opportunities here to benefit everyone. And I guarantee you life expectancy hasn't started falling in India. And so
it happened here because it came in from the top. You had Prime Minister Modi, when he came in 2014, adopt Aadhaar, which had been around even before he came, but he chose that, I mean, he stuck with it and used it for what, and we've seen the what's happened now. So are you saying that government should be playing a larger role?
Yeah, absolutely.
Than just policy making and technology?
I'm saying that, and I think economists have done a huge disservice to the world by just repeating mindless assertions about the government is the problem and the market is the solution. That's just not true. So let's talk about something practical. How am I here? I got here because I could go to the airport, get on an airplane, fly here at minimal disruption and very safely. Why is it possible that I can do that? Well, there are all of these technologies of the jet engine, the GPS navigation system, the aeronautical insights about how to design the wings of an airplane. But that system wouldn't work if we didn't have a Federal Aviation Administration in the United States and in comparable agencies around the world who regulate the air travel industry and make it safe. So you don't need a government which is big in the sense of running the airlines. That is not a good idea. But you do need a government which is big in the sense, or strong, strong. We want a strong government that can say, you're going to lose your ability to fly airplanes if you don't follow the safety regulations. Or you're going to lose your ability to sell that airplane unless you fix the safety defect. You need a government strong enough to say that to generate the benefits that we get from air travel. And that's what's missing in the use of technology in the United States. But that was what was present here in India. People around the government, and even people from the private sector, like Nandan Nilekani, came in and said, we're going to build a system that benefits everyone. And we're going to follow certain principles. And it was really a kind of a masterpiece of design in the sense of, just like the GPS system, Aadhaar solved only one problem. Present a person to me, and I'll tell you what that person's number is. That's all it did. Just like GPS, all it does is tell you what are your coordinates on the surface of the Earth. But with that foundation, you can then build all of these fantastic services that you now enjoy. So the government in India was not afraid to set up the Aadhaar system. was not afraid to indicate how it would be used in something like UPI and direct benefits. And the government of India was happy to build apps. In my country, people are like terrified of letting the government do something like build an app, but it's a shame.
Yeah, so we got Aadhaar, we got DigiYatra, but companies would argue that, so you're talking about technology needing more regulation.
Yep.
But you could argue that rules hold back technology. And if you have too much regulation, you won't see technology develop the way it can or has.
Sure. So you can have too much of anything. We had a form of regulation for prices on airline seats at one time in the United States. Economists pointed out that was unnecessary, so we got rid of price regulation. You can let the market determine the price for an airline seat. But what we didn't do was deregulate the safety standards in manufacturing airplanes or the safety regulations in actually running an airline. Until, to be honest, until the Trump administration, where we actually did say to Boeing, basically, it's fine, we won't regulate safety anymore, and Boeing started creating airplanes that crashed and killed people. And this turned out to be bad for the shareholders of Boeing, it's bad for the workers of Boeing, it's bad for the citizens of the world. So that was a case where this kind of mindset of, deregulation is bad, let's get more growth by turning off deregulation, was really harmful to everybody.
So let's come back to how India has, the success of Aadhaar and DigiYatra in India. So now how can India drive that advantage further in developing or leveraging that to take a lead in emerging technologies? Difficult for us, companies sitting in the room, to take on the Googles and the Facebooks and the large tech companies in the US. But how do we leverage our strength to build our own market?
Well, I think the fundamental difference was that in the United States, people saw the opportunity to create a platform and then to use the monopoly power that was conveyed by a platform to capture private wealth. What people in India saw is that they could build a platform of Aadhaar that was controlled by the government and could be used for the benefit of the people, not to generate wealth for just a small subset of people. So the platforms have been very powerful, but we need to think, what are we doing with them and what do we want to achieve?
So do you then view India as an emerging technological, I won't use the word superpower, but can it become one?
Well, I think, frankly, we're in a very bad situation in the United States because the mantra of the Republican Party is government can't do anything right, put us in charge and we'll prove it. And so we've had governments that don't do things. We've had governments that stop doing things like regulating Boeing. And that's led to this perception that the government can't accomplish anything. We've had other trends as well. The judiciary increasingly tries to micromanage everything the government does. And so people feel like the government can't get anything done. That makes them want to basically tear it all down, to get rid of the government. When in fact, what they need to do is build a government which is strong enough to get something done. The benefit in India that you enjoy right now is that people can see in their daily lives the benefits that they have been able to enjoy because of government innovation in terms of how benefits are handed out, how people get access to financial accounts, how they do transactions. People see that the government has delivered. That gives the government a level of legitimacy, which it can then use to try and go do more. And I want to emphasize that this really depends on an executive branch of government that can make things happen. If you read the history of Aadhaar, you remember there were like Supreme Court cases and justices and people saying, all kinds of terrible things will happen because of Aadhaar and they will never succeed. But you had an executive branch which pushed this idea forward, and didn't let the judges hamstring them, and they achieved this remarkable success. So in the West, we're too hamstrung by the judiciary. We have this longing for an executive that could get something done, but unfortunately, the people who are promoting themselves as the ones who can get something done probably can't.
Okay. So here the executive was willing to push technology, and it happened, and we've seen the result.
And not just push it, but push it in a direction that would benefit everyone.
But so technology and urbanization, those are your two pet themes, and you've said that urbanization is the fundamental engine of economic growth. That's something is very, very close to you, and that's something when Prime Minister Modi took over in 2014, he spoke about 100 smart cities. So clearly, you were in sync on that. You came and met him in Gujarat when you were Gujarat Chief Minister to talk about urbanization.
No,
It hasn't taken off the way we would have liked.
So to be honest, I predicted privately that when Prime Minister Modi moved to the national government, he would be disappointed by his inability to continue the kind of successes he had achieved in Gujarat. In the national government, you're too far away from the facts on the ground. What's impressive to me is the other achievements that he has been able to push forward, like in the digital space. But the big question for India right now is how do you get the momentum back on urbanization?
How do we do that?
And successful urbanization was a very important key to the success in China. India needs to take advantage of the potential there. The challenge with urbanization is land assembly. If you can assemble a large enough parcel of land, you can take that land, which is worth very little, and turn it into land which is phenomenally valuable by creating a modern city there. So by land, I mean something like 1,000 square kilometers, say 30 by 30 kilometers. Not huge by the standards of a nation the size of India, but in a country with a whole history of private ownership rights of land, it's extremely difficult to assemble a parcel of that size and say, okay, we're going to build a city here. I think India needs to get clever about figuring out how to do that.
Before we get to the problem, though, can you just explain to us why you think, or why do you call urbanization as the prime engine of growth, of development?
First, if you just measure the location where GDP gets produced in all over the world, it's very much concentrated in urban centers. There are a few things like land, like agriculture and minerals that require the land resources of land, but all of the other value is produced in cities. So absent impediments, all of that activity will move into cities. And this is a reflection of the thing I first studied, which is the power of ideas. When you can share ideas and work with the ideas of others in a connected urban environment, you can produce much more value than if you're off on your own. So the future will be almost entirely urban. 90+% of the population will be in urban centers. But you need to expand the total amount of floor space in urban areas to accommodate all those people. And every country in the world right now is having trouble increasing the supply of urban floor space.
So how do you increase that? I mean, will the market ultimately solve that, or would you need regulation? Do you need policy?
What we've seen is that the market cannot increase the supply, and so what's happened is as the demand for urban floor space goes up, the price goes up, but the supply doesn't respond. And the reason the supply doesn't respond is because there are many levels of government now which stand in the way of someone who wants to build a new building, increase the height of the building on a particular plot of land, convert some land from agricultural into buildings. So it's the government, frankly, which is in the way of the increase in the supply of urban floor space that everybody in the world needs.
But here the government headed by a person who's convinced that urbanization is the way to go. And yet he finds it difficult to push it.
Yep. Well,
it just tells you how difficult the... So what would you advise him to do?
The dilemma here is that the big gains come from letting millions of people cooperate with each other to produce value in a city. But getting millions of people organized to go in a particular direction is very challenging. The thing that I think India should be doing is first trying to make it possible to increase the breadth of urban development in existing cities, increase the height of the buildings in the existing built area, but those two measures enough will not keep up with the demand. So you need to be thinking about entirely new cities that you could build. Now, the economics of this is really interesting. You take 1,000 square kilometers, like let's say the land of Singapore, that was worth essentially nothing when Malaysia gave it away. Lee Kuan Yew built a successful city in Singapore that meant that land was then worth $1 trillion US after a few decades.
Just the land.
Just the land. Yeah. So there's buildings you had to build, and there's people doing work, but just the land goes from being worth nothing to $1 trillion. With $1 trillion of gain, you can finance a lot of investments to make the city succeed. And Singapore became the first non-oil sovereign wealth fund, the holder of the first non-oil sovereign wealth fund, because it took the gains from the land that the government owned and invested them on behalf of the citizens. So what India needs to do is to figure out how to mobilize the people who own all the pieces of land right now that can't agree on anything, assemble a parcel that's on the scale of, say, 1,000 square kilometers, which could host about 10 million people in a new city, and then offer them, you'll each get a proportional share of the $1 trillion in gain that we can build from just letting a city emerge here. But you all have to stop retaining a veto right over exactly what happens in your parcel. We have to be able to lay out, streets, and we got to put in sewers and provide for the public space. It's a very straightforward process once you assemble the land. Now, I don't think when Lee Kuan Yew took over Singapore, he used eminent domain to just take the land of the whole island. The prime minister can't do that. But what he could do is run a contest between the various states of India and say, we, the federal government, will reward the first state that finds a way to get a consensus and assemble a parcel of 1,000 square kilometers and devote it to new urban development. If you started that as a contest, instead of having states resisting an initiative like this, you'd get them running to be the ones that win and become the new Hong Kong, the new Singapore, the new Shenzhen in some part of India. So the economics of this are not hard, but the politics are challenging, and this is where leadership could really make a difference.
Moving on, you're credited with the quote that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste, a terrible, horrible thing to waste.
Right.
What, to your mind, is the biggest crisis facing us today? And what's the opportunity?
Yeah.
Is it climate change? Is it?
So, climate change, to be sure. We could use climate change once again to commit to this notion that if we just create incentives for people to solve a problem, we can solve it, and we can solve it really at no great cost in terms of the quality of life. We need to have a mechanism if we want to, for example, get people to innovate in a way which decarbonizes the energy supply. You got to create a way to steer innovation in that direction instead of the direction it's been going, which is discovering more and more fossil fuel. We don't need any more of that, but we do need more innovations that are low carbon. We could commit to innovation will solve this problem. Let's just create the incentives for innovation and go forward with it. And we could get out of this doomsday kind of scenario thinking that where things are hopeless and that there's nothing we can do. It's all in our hands. We can solve that problem. So the opportunity there that we shouldn't waste is to say, we can fix this if we just set our minds to it. Now, let me say one other crisis that I think is really kind of looming where India, I think, could be particularly important. China and Russia both want to go back to a world of empires where the sovereign state, if you were listening to David Cameron, he was speaking as if it was obvious that everybody agreed that there's a notion of independent states with sovereign borders. That's not the way that people who want to go back to empire think of things. They think of empires as having the ability to meddle and influence their whole sphere of influence, and the national border is not important. So there's a vision of return to empire, which was a very durable form of human organization for centuries, that both China and Russia are pushing. And there's a Western notion of what they call the Westphalian state from the Treaty of Westphalia, which says, no, there are states with borders, and it's absolutely taboo for one state to try and invade and interfere with another. India needs to decide, does it want to be on the side of empire, or does it want to be on the side of the Westphalian state? And I think India might be able to stand up and say, we remember what it was like being part of an empire, and we didn't like it. So we want to stand up for the importance of the sovereign state as the organizing principle going forward in the world. If India takes that stand, it could really decisively tip the balance, which might otherwise go in the direction of, okay, well, China will have its imperial sphere and Russia will have its, and they'll just meddle and influence in surrounding countries, and we'll just go back to that kind of world.
You really think so?
I do.
Yeah. So one final question.
Frankly, the United States had been a strong supporter of the Westphalian states, but the United States may not be as decisive in decades to come. So the world needs to...
You have been fairly pessimistic about the position of the United States.
Yeah.
What's led to that? And
as I told you, I just look at the facts, and the facts are that we're trying to decide right now whether the most powerful nation on earth should be led by a former federal prosecutor or a habitual criminal. And for some reason, that seems to be a hard choice for some people. That makes me very worried about the future of my country.
Okay, so we have a large market audience here, so what does that mean for the dollar?
Excuse me, what?
What does that mean for the dollar? You were chief economist of the World Bank. You are an economist.
I'll tell you, when I was at the World Bank, I didn't ever try to weigh in on forecasts about the dollar or forecasts about GDP, but I did try to weigh in on one thing. If you look on Wikipedia at the article about Aadhaar, within the first paragraph, there's a quote from me as the chief economist saying, Aadhaar is the most important technological system in the world right now. And so that's the kind of thing where I feel like I can make a better judgment. And I saw right from the beginning how powerful Aadhaar was going to be. What happens to the dollar? What happens to the stock market? I'm not the right person to ask about that.
So, forecast for us then the US election. And I'll tell you why you're qualified. You are an intelligent man, very intelligent. You come from a political family. Your father was governor of Colorado.
Yep.
Your brother was state senator. Yep. So you obviously have your finger on that pulse. So who's winning?
I think it's very hard to tell right now who will win. It seems to be very close. And the real question is, why is it so hard? And I think to kind of give some credit for this, think about the fact that people are dying younger in the United States. There's some of this is what they call these the diseases of despair, alcoholism, drug addiction. But this is a sign of really profound distress in large parts of the country. And we shouldn't minimize that. And when people are so discouraged, so depressed, that they're drinking themselves to death and they've given up hope, it's not a surprise that they're willing to just lash out or do something a little bit irrational. I think people like me, economists, need to take responsibility for the fact that we let this situation deteriorate to the point where those people are so, they don't see any improvement in their lives. They don't see any future. They don't see the possibility of progress. We should have insisted more firmly that growth had to generate benefits that were shared by everyone. We should have developed programs like Aadhaar that did spread the benefits. So so widely. And we failed to do so, and now we're paying the price.
Okay, on that note, Professor Omar, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thanks so much, gentlemen, for that absolutely fascinating conversation. But moving on now, well, along with many other drivers, the India century will be defined by India Inc. as it takes on the world. And who better, Parmeshwar, to articulate this than India's foremost global businessman?
Well, for our next session, India Ascends, the India Global Business, I would now like to invite on stage Shri Sunil Bharti Mittal and NDTV's Tamanna Inamdar.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, आमचा agenda आहे nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्याचं काम आपल्या सरकारने सुरू केलं.
In a world of shifting power dynamics, India stands tall as a global force. Join us at the NDTV World Summit 2024, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi will unveil his transformative vision for the India century. Be a part of a summit of thought leaders and visionaries, Shaping the world's future. NDTV World Summit, October 21st and 22nd on the NDTV network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy.
Welcome back after the break. Prime Minister Modi has been a part of the NDTV World Summit today, and he said that India has shown the world that digital innovation and democratic values can coexist. While speaking at the NDTV World Summit, he was addressing the keynote address then, and he has also said that the country did not have the first mover advantage during the internet era, but India democratized technology and showed the world the way to digital public infrastructure. Well, this and much more, listen in to what the Prime Minister said earlier.
दुनिया में मची उथल-पुथल के बीच भारत उम्मीद की एक किरण बना है। जब दुनिया चिंता में डूबी है, तब भारत आशा का संचार कर रहा है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि लगभग हर समिट में भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत अधिक चर्चा होती है। बड़ी-बड़ी समिट्स में इसी तरह लोगों को हैरानी होती है कि भारत ने इतना शानदार डीपीआई कैसे विकसित कर लिया। भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोक्रेटाइज करके डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का नया रास्ता दुनिया को दिखाया है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि डिजिटल इनोवेशन और डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज को एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी इंक्लूजन, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एम्पावरमेंट का टूल है, कंट्रोल और डिवीजन का नहीं। टर्म में जो गति भारत ने पकड़ी है, उसे देखकर बहुत सी रेटिंग एजेंसीज ने भारत का ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट और बढ़ा दिया है। यहां जो भारत को सबसे ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, ऐसे श्रीमान मार्क मोबियस जैसे पार्टी एक्सपर्ट यहाँ मौजूद है। वो जिस प्रकार भारत में होने वाले इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर उत्साहित है, उसका बहुत महत्व है।
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first, on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का भरत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना त्यांना असं वाटायचं की त्यांच्याच खिशातले पैसे चालले. शेतकऱ्यांना मोफत वीज देण्या
Prime Minister Modi launches NDTV World channel. The NDTV World will be a new home for global news. India ray of hope amid global concerns. And Prime Minister Modi says that India is on a path of unprecedented growth.
लेकिन अब आज ये भारत का समय है.
Prime Minister Modi there saying this is India's time and India has along with democracy, it has also been ahead as far as digital infrastructure is concerned, saying both can exist at the same time and India's initiatives are providing world solutions.
साल के कालखंड को देखें, भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोक्रेटाइज करके डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का नया रास्ता दुनिया को दिखाया है.
And India's century has to be the world century is what Prime Minister Modi said at NDTV's World Summit.
हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने.
And former UK Prime Minister David Cameron at the NDTV World Summit says that India can play a role as far as scaling down the war between Ukraine and Russia is concerned, while saying that India needs a permanent seat at the UN security. He also said that Rishi Sunak was a good Prime Minister. And ahead of the polls in the state of Maharashtra, friction, as seems to be the case within the MVA Congress, and the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena face off over Vidarbha seats, and the dissatisfaction that has been expressed to Mallikarjun Kharge over the non-cooperation of Sena's Uddhav Thackeray faction. In the J&K attack that's claimed 7 lives, including a doctor and 6 construction workers, terrorists carried out a recce of the attack site a month ago. Now 4 members of the NIA team have been enrolled as far as the investigation is concerned. In the Delhi blast case, no arrests have been made yet, but the police have identified one suspect via CCTV footage. The video of the blast circulated on Telegram, and which is why the Delhi police is now seeking information from Telegram. A very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Divya Vadva. We have a whole lot lined up for you, including Prime Minister Modi, who launched NDTV World, the new channel as far as global news is concerned. And at the NDTV World Summit, the Prime Minister went on to talk about India's century, talking about how the world is celebrating India's success. This is India's time. He also wanted to talk about India and how democracy is playing a role, and it is coexisting with digital infrastructure. The Prime Minister says that India is a ray of hope amid global concerns, and India is on an unprecedented growth path. He's also talking about the major pace of development taking place in his third term. He's talking about there's no time to rest.
दुनिया में मची उथल-पुथल के बीच भारत उम्मीद की एक किरण बना है. जब दुनिया चिंता में डूबी है, तब भारत आशा का संचार कर रहा है. आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि लगभग हर समिट में भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत अधिक चर्चा होती है. बड़ी-बड़ी समिट में इसी तरह लोगों को हैरानी होती है कि भारत ने इतना शानदार डीपीआई कैसे विकसित कर लिया. भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोक्रेटाइज करके डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का नया रास्ता दुनिया को दिखाया है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि डिजिटल इनोवेशन और डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज को एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी, इंक्लूजन, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एम्पावरमेंट का टूल है, कंट्रोल और डिवीजन का नहीं। भारत आज सॉल्यूशंस पर भी फोकस कर रहा है। बीते दशक में भारत ने ऐसे अनेक सॉल्यूशंस पर काम किया है। भारत की तरफ से लिए गए सभी इनिशिएटिव्स दुनिया की चुनौतियों के समाधान देने वाले हैं। भारत जितना आगे बढ़ेगा, दुनिया को उतना ही फायदा होगा। हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने। एक ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए और विश्व शांति बढ़े। हमारे तीसरे टर्म में जो गति भारत ने पकड़ी है, उसे देखकर बहुत सी रेटिंग एजेंसीज ने भारत का ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट और बढ़ा दिया है। यहां जो भारत को सबसे ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, ऐसे श्रीमान मार्क मोबियस जैसे पार्टी एक्सपर्ट यहां मौजूद है। वो जिस प्रकार भारत में होने वाले इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर उत्साहित है, उसका बहुत महत्व है।
And Prime Minister Modi at the NDTV World Summit said that in the era of artificial intelligence, India is powered by another AI. He's talking about aspirational India, which accelerates the country's growth. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi at NDTV's World Summit.
भारत के पास डबल AI पावर की एडवांटेज है। और आपके मन में सवाल होगा कि दुनिया पास एक ही AI है, ये मोदी के पास डबल AI कहां से आ गई? दुनिया की नजरों में एक ही AI है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। लेकिन हमारे पास वो तो है ही, दूसरी AI है एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया। जब एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत मिलती है, तब विकास की गति भी तेज होनी स्वाभाविक है। हमने फास्ट फिजिकल कनेक्टिविटी और इंक्लूसिव कनेक्टिविटी पर बहुत फोकस किया है। 2014 में देश में 70 के आसपास एयरपोर्ट थे। आज देश में एयरपोर्ट की संख्या 150 को पार कर गई है।
And switching tracks now to the battle for Maharashtra, and just ahead of the elections which will be held on the 20th of November in the state of Maharashtra in a single phase. Now cracks have surfaced within the India bloc. The Congress and the Senas, this is the Uddhav Thackeray faction that are in conflict as far as seat sharing is concerned. Do remember that the NDA will be making its announcement as far as seat sharing is concerned, and that's expected today. This is a day after it is the BJP that announced the candidates and their seat sharing formula of 99 seats. Now the friction within the Congress and the UBT of the Sena on the seat sharing, and this is a dissatisfaction that was raised and it was taken to the party chief Mallikarjun Kharge as well. And this is as far as the known cooperation is concerned regarding 12 particular seats. And to get more on this, we have Radhika joining us. Radhika, the friction between of course the Congress and when we're talking about the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Sena regarding the seat sharing, especially in particularly as we're talking about the seats of Vidarbha.
That's right. Standoff and rift within MVA is intensifying with several disputed seats as far as, the coalition opposition is concerned. Yes, mostly the disputes are over Vidarbh seats. At least about 12 seats under dispute. Both the Sena, both UBT Sena as well as Congress staking claim for at least about 12 seats in Vidarbh, which include Armori, Chimur, Gadchiroli, Bandara, Ramtek and several other seats as well. Currently, of course, most of these seats are held by BJP and independents. Therefore, Sena within MVA feels that since there aren't any incumbent MVAs, MLAs there, then it shouldn't be a problem for the allies to give these seats to Sena, and Sena is in a better position to fight against BJP candidates there. This is what Sena's argument is. However, Congress feels that they are in a better position there, and therefore they would like to have those 12 seats. So the dispute is still continuing. We know for a fact that Congress leader met Mallikarjun Kharge, Ramesh Chennithala had also mediated, and besides that, even Sena UBT leaders are in touch with Congress High Command in Delhi to resolve this issue. At this point, both not willing to concede these 12 seats. Congress also feels that during Lok Sabha election, Sangli was a seat which, according to them, Sena snatched from them. However, it was the Congress candidate who later contested as independent who won that particular seat, and same will be the fate if Sena snatches some of these seats away from the Congress. So therefore, rift is continuing. Besides these Vidarbh seats, the other contentious seats are Nasik West as well as Nagpur South. Once again, both of them being sort of sought by both the UBT Sena as well as the Congress party. And as far as Yavatmal is concerned, Congress and NCP both are staking claim. So at least about 20 to 25 seats under dispute within MVA. No resolution yet. All the party leaders are in touch with Congress High Command in Delhi in order to resolve this. So we'll have to see how things pan out. Even as BJP has released its first list of candidates, 99 of them, MVA has not been able to release any list. 260 we believe, at this point has been agreed upon. 260 seats out of 288 as far as MVA is concerned, which has been agreed upon by both parties. But 25 contentious, most of which are Vidarbh seats, and the dispute is between Congress and NCP, Congress and UBT Sena in most of these seats.
Right, Radhika, take us through the role that Sharad Pawar is playing as far as this conflict of interest is concerned.
That's right. Yesterday, there were multiple meetings held. Sharad Pawar did meet some of the Congress as well as Sena leaders, of course, NCP leaders as well. Today, we believe there is going to be another set of meeting in Matushri, where in most likelihood, Thakres will be meeting Sharad Pawar again. Sharad Pawar could be attending this meet at Matushri in order to sort of sort these differences out. Of course, the NCP at this point is in the back foot. We know for a fact that in that entire 288 seat equation, NCP in most likelihood will get about 70 to 80 seats. But both the Congress and Sena are vying for the maximum seats. While Congress wants about 140 to 150 seats, it's the same number of seats that Sena is also seeking. So the major rift, the flashpoint really is between the Congress as well as UBT Sena. Yes, Sharad Pawar at this point is playing the role of a mediator in order to come to some sort of consensus. But we know for a fact that there are certain seats which even the Congress and NCP are fighting about. So it may take a while for them to come up with a list. Perhaps the first list may come in a day or two, where, all the seats where they've agreed upon could be announced. But as far as these 25 contentious seats are concerned, there is absolutely no consensus, and looks like there is frustration within both the UBT Sena as well as the Congress camp.
Right, of course, Radhika, the Congress taking example of the Sangli seat when it came to the Lok Sabha elections, and if you could elaborate on that.
As far as Sangli seat is concerned, it was a contentious seat at the time of Lok Sabha elections. In fact, it was a seat which both the Sena as well as the Congress was vying for. However, as per Congress, Sena snatched it away from them, although the Congress had a very strong candidate there. So what exactly happened was, after Sena, announced the name of the candidate without really consulting Congress party. The candidate there decided to contest as an independent candidate. So that's what happened, and later, of course, he rejoined the Congress party. And it was him, the independent candidate, who was earlier part of the Congress, that won that particular seat, which showed that, perhaps Sena did miscalculate or misjudge that particular seat scenario, which is something that the Congress doesn't want Sena to repeat again. Congress once again feeling that, many of these seats could be won by the Congress party and perhaps not by Sena. And, we know for a fact that Congress put up a great performance. MV itself put up a great performance during Lok Sabha elections. 30 out of 48 seats won, of which maximum seats were won by the Congress party. So at this point, of course, post the Lok Sabha win and the success, Congress feels that it is at a better position on the negotiation table. However, Sena feels that it will win those Vidarbha as well as the two seats that I was talking about, Nasik as well as Nagpur.
Right. Thank you so much, Radhika. We will keep coming back to you because that announcement as far as the seat sharing is concerned, that is expected soon. Switching tracks now, let's get you the very latest now in terms of the situation as far as Delhi is concerned. And this is in regard to the blast that took place at a school in the Rohini area on Sunday. 24 hours or no arrests have been made, but the police are now saying that they've identified a suspect who was seen wearing a white T-shirt and placing a bag near the blast site. The presence of that man wearing that T-shirt in suspicious circumstances near the incident site is what the police is saying. They have also gone on to say that they noticed the suspect's activity, and this also, in regard to what really took place. The Delhi police has now written to the Telegram messenger seeking details of the Telegram channel identified as Justice League India. The Telegram channel reportedly shared a post about the incident along with CCTV footage of the blast, and that's what the Delhi police are now probing that matter as well. Do remember, multiple agencies are involved in the probe. We have Tanushka joining us to get us more on this. Tanushka, more information coming in as far as the case is concerned now. The police have gone ahead and identified a suspect in the matter.
Well, the latest from the ground, Divya, out here is that the CRPF team from Pune is right here at the spot investigating, and this team has come in to investigate this bomb blast in Delhi. There's also a CRPF team of IIM Bombay technicians who have also flown in from Pune to investigate into this matter of the bomb blast at the boundary wall of the CRPF school in Rohini. And what we're also understanding from the FIR that was filed by the Delhi police in this case under the Explosive Act is the details of this blast that has happened. The FIR clearly mentions that the blast was of a powerful and strong magnitude, and it has created a hole in the wall, in the boundary wall, as well as you can see right now the visuals that we're showing you. What is also mentioned in the FIR is that a large amount of a white powder substance was found scattered at the blast site, and a cloud of white smoke also bellowed out after this blast. Now, the content or the chemical of this white powder is something that the FSL team, the NSG, the bomb squad, all are currently, it is under the scanner and is being analyzed. There is talks that from sources, of course, that this white powder may be ammonium phosphate and is also the nature of the bomb was that of a crude bomb. However, the details and the significance of all of this, the bomb used, the device used, the nature of it, the chemicals have not been confirmed yet by the FSL team. So the chemicals that have been, taken from the on ground, the exhibits, also the wires as well that have been picked up by these teams, all these NIA as well, the teams that are working on this investigation together. They're currently still, and analyzing all of these exhibits that they've taken from the ground. Two people were also brought into questioning. One of them was this person who had made the PCR call to the police informing them about this bomb blast. This person said in the interrogation that, of course, they heard a very loud bomb blast and a really loud sound in this area, and what they saw after that was intense smoke and a cloud of smoke that was coming out of this area, and around 20 to 50 meters across, in the shops across the road as well have gotten damaged. So these are the details that this phone caller said to the police over when they made the first information call, and this is also something that has been taken note of in the FIR. However, the two people who were detained for interrogation have been released, and even now currently the police is under, of course, further investigation, the Delhi police and of course the other agencies. So it is a multi-agency probe that is going on underway in this bomb blast that happened early yesterday morning in the national capital, which has caused a major question over the law and order situation in the country. Back to you.
Right. While the police is seeking information from Telegram, take us through, if responsibility has been claimed as far as this attack is concerned.
The responsibility is yet to be claimed, of course. The Telegram group by the name of Justice League India is something that is being, looked into at this point, Divya. The Delhi police has written out a letter to the social media platform Telegram, and they're awaited on a response from the authorities at Telegram, of course, concerning, they've asked for information about this Telegram channel because this Telegram channel posted the video, the CCTV footage of this blast at this site, taking responsibility for this. However, police sources are yet to confirm that, it is this Telegram channel that is responsible after this, or who are the actual people or the perpetrators behind this crime. And what is yet to also be ascertained at this point is if there is any organization behind this. There's no organization name specifically that has come up, but Delhi police has certainly written out a letter to Telegram asking them for more information about this particular Telegram channel.
Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Tanishka, with all those details. We will keep coming back to you and tracking more on this story. Moving on now to Jammu and Kashmir, and this is in regard to an attack that's taken place that has claimed 7 lives. We're talking about a doctor and 6 construction workers who died due to the terrorists opening fire. And this is an incident that's taken place in the Ganderbal district, in which 7 lives have been lost. The terrorists opened fire on a camp housing workers of a private company who were building a tunnel. We have Nazir joining us. Nazir, what's the latest that you are getting as far as, any details of this terror attack that's taken place? From what we're hearing is that, there was a recce that was, done just a month before on this very site.
Well, we don't have any official confirmation or the information about the recce, possible recce which may have been carried out. But the attack appears to be well coordinated. It is beyond killing of these innocent people. It appears the infra project is the target, and this is the key infra project. Tunnels, 2 tunnels are being constructed at Gagangir and Zadmora tunnel and this Zojila tunnel. For last several years, large number of workers are engaged, and yesterday evening, these terrorists are open heavy firing, killing 7 people, including a Dr. Shahnawaz, who belongs to Budgam district in Kashmir. So as his body reached there, hundreds of people gathered there. They were mourning, and family was saying he was the only breadwinner for the whole family. His daughter was married just a week ago, and now they have received the body of their sole breadwinner. So it is a challenge because in a sense, this area was completely free from militancy. This was completely seen as a safe zone, tourist area, yatra area, because nearby is the Amarnath Yatra base camp as well. So this is really surprising for many how militants not only they resorted to firing and killed 7 and injured 5 others. They have set on fire 2 vehicles, which clearly shows the attack is on the infra project. And there were reports that they may have left behind 1 Insas rifle. So the kind of firing, at least 2 places they have resorted to firing. One was the officers' mess when they were taking dinner, and second was the workers' mess of this infra company which has been constructing this tunnel, Zadmora tunnel. So a coordinated search operation has been launched. We were not allowed to go there, reach there. We were just stopped at a place called Manigam, which is 50 kilometers away from this attack site, and so police didn't let media to go beyond that point. But here in Srinagar's Zevan area, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sanhal, who laid the wreath at the Police Memorial Day, vowed to take, avenge and track down the attackers. And he said he has directed the police to track down the attackers and punish them very severely so that no such incident happens again. But on the ground, we see innocent people, how they have been killed. At the same time, we see newly elected Chief Minister Omar Abdullah. He strongly condemned this incident, and Farooq Abdullah sending a very strong message and asked Pakistan to stop such attacks in the valley. But those who had come here to eke out their living, they are these these innocent people who have been killed. They have come from different parts of the country, including the local doctor here, Dr. Shahnawaz. They have been killed, innocent people, just there, contributing to development and building infrastructure, in a key infrastructure in this very difficult area. During the winter months, when the temperature goes below several degrees, freezing point, these people used to work day and night to ensure this tunnel it's completed. It's almost near completion, this one tunnel. But last evening, when Kashmir was actually celebrating its first international marathon, around 2,000 people, runners participated. Omar Abdullah also participated. In the evening, we saw this horrible incident where innocent people, 7 have been killed, 5 others have been injured in this massive terror attack.
Right, Nazir, thank you so much for getting us all those details. And of course, Chief Minister Omar Abdullah has condemned that terror attack, calling it a coward attack. And it is Home Minister Amit Shah who's also gone on to say that those involved in this will not be spared. Moving on now to Bengaluru, and heavy rain and waterlogging has been reported in various parts of Bengaluru. Now, the civic officials are pumping out the water from streets, and we are talking about heavy rain that has been reported over the weekend, especially in the last 24 hours alone, and which is why inconvenience has been caused and schools have been shut. People have been advised to work from home. To get more on this, we have my colleague Pratibha Raman, who sent us this report.
This is HSR layout, also another important area in Bengaluru, very close to Bannerghatta, very close to the Silk Boat Junction as well. And this is also an area that connects the IT belt, the electronic city, to the rest, the remaining parts of Bengaluru here. You can see the heavily waterlogged road here, causing a lot of inconvenience to commuters. However, there are officials trying to pump out this water. The weather has been pretty kind this morning to ensure that most of the main roads of Bengaluru have been dried up. But however, this is one of those issues that are being talked about time and again. As far as brand Bengaluru is concerned, as far as the waterlogged roads or city's infrastructure is concerned. Here is one resident of HSR layout. Sir, if you can talk about the problems that you face time and again. Come monsoon, heavy traffic, waterlogged roads, what are the pain points?
Madam, we have been here since 16 years. So this issue we are facing only since 5 to 6 years. After a new side shoulder drain was built. So the gradient in that drain is not maintained. Even in the summer season, when there is no rainfall, we have 3.5 feet of water stagnant in that. So now when we get rain for about 10 minutes, it floods. And the water enters our homes, our sumps get flooded. Every time we have to take help of the cleaners to get our sumps clean.
So the drains as well as the Rajakalways, encroachments of different lake beds, all these are the main problems that need to be addressed, do you think?
Yeah, madam. What is happening is previously when there was a very small drain that was not even 2 feet in width, not even 4 feet in depth. Now this is about 1.5 meters in width and about 15 feet in depth. But still this water, it cannot handle this water. So most probably they're diverting water from elsewhere. So what they say is we have been going to the officials, we have been going to our representatives, and there is a survey which is done. Since last year, I am an association representative from our sector. So we've been following it up thoroughly. We have got, I personally have taken the measurements.
And given still no action.
No action. So what is happening is we are always suffering. Only when it floods like this, we are on the roads. This is today morning. I called up your BBMP official by 6:30. Nobody gets turned up till now. I called up the fire brigade as the last resort. They have come now and they are pumping water out. I could not take my car out in the morning. I had to drop my kids to school. So what did I do? I had to walk them in the rain up till the ring road and take an auto rickshaw and drop them to school and come. This has become a very big nuisance.
True. This is the problem that is being faced by most residents in Bengaluru. Every time it rains, there is always a lot of chaos on the roads. One is waterlogging, two is cities infrastructure, and three is Bengaluru traffic. You don't get cabs. Surging prices of cabs as well as autos make it very difficult for office goers. Luckily today, the district commissioner has announced a rain holiday for most schools, both primary as well as higher secondary, and the DC has definitely not given a rain holiday for the IT employees, or when it comes to the techies here, the work from home options are definitely being explored. But then for how long can we keep it like this? There has to be no jugaad option. There needs to be a permanent solution, has been the cry from every citizen in Bengaluru. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Right, thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us that ground report. And switching tracks now, Prime Minister Modi launched NDTV World, a new home for global news at the NDTV World Summit, a channel that focuses on where India stands and looking at the world. It aims to be a leading voice from Asia and India on the global stage. With that, we're stepping a short break. Back with a whole lot more. Just stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Co-presented by Adani, powered by Pernod Ricard, co-powered by GE Aerospace, supercharged by Charge Zone. Knowledge partner Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham. Come become e-mobility partner Billion E. Associate partner FedEx. Insurance partner LIC. State partner Government of Uttarakhand and Government of Chhattisgarh. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai. India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करेंगे आदरणीय मोदी जी का।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की। Corruption first on the agenda and nation first.
घोषणा आणि जनतेचे पैसे लुटणं.
कट कमिशन आणि करप्शनला आमच्याकडे थारा नाही. त्यांचा परिवारवाद आमचा महाराष्ट्रवाद.
महाराष्ट्रामध्ये 1,75,000 जागा रिक्त आहेत. मग का मिळत नाही? राज्याची जनतेच्या घमाच्या पैशाची तिजोरी लुटण्यासाठी हे सरकार आहे.
पूर्वीच्या सरकारच्या काळामध्ये निधी देताना
Welcome Welcome back. Prime Minister Modi launched NDTV World, a new home for global news at the NDTV World Summit, a channel that focuses on the world from where India stands. NDTV World aims to be a leading voice from Asia and India on the global stage.
दुनिया में मची उथल-पुथल के बीच भारत उम्मीद की एक किरण बना है। जब दुनिया चिंता में डूबी है, तब भारत आशा का संचार कर रहा है। आपको जानकर अच्छा लगेगा कि लगभग हर समिट में भारत के डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बहुत अधिक चर्चा होती है। बड़ी-बड़ी समिट्स में इसी तरह लोगों को हैरानी होती है कि भारत ने इतना शानदार डीपीआई कैसे विकसित कर लिया। भारत ने टेक्नोलॉजी को डेमोक्रेटाइज करके डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का नया रास्ता दुनिया को दिखाया है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि डिजिटल इनोवेशन और डेमोक्रेटिक वैल्यूज को एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है। भारत ने दिखाया है कि टेक्नोलॉजी, इंक्लूजन, ट्रांसपेरेंसी और एम्पावरमेंट का टूल है, कंट्रोल और डिवीजन का नहीं। भारत आज सॉल्यूशंस पर भी फोकस कर रहा है। बीते दशक में भारत ने ऐसे अनेक सॉल्यूशंस पर काम किया है। भारत की तरफ से लिए गए सभी इनिशिएटिव्स दुनिया की चुनौतियों के समाधान देने वाले हैं। भारत जितना आगे बढ़ेगा, दुनिया को उतना ही फायदा होगा। हमारा प्रयास होगा भारत की सेंचुरी सिर्फ भारत की नहीं, बल्कि पूरी मानवता की जीत की सेंचुरी बने। एक ऐसी सदी जिसमें भारत के प्रयासों से दुनिया में स्थिरता आए और विश्व शांति बढ़े। हमारे तीसरे टर्म में जो गति भारत ने पकड़ी है, उसे देखकर बहुत सी रेटिंग एजेंसीज ने भारत का ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट और बढ़ा दिया है। यहां जो भारत को सबसे ज्यादा प्यार करते हैं, ऐसे श्रीमान मार्क मोबियस जैसे पार्टी एक्सपर्ट यहां मौजूद है। वो जिस प्रकार भारत में होने वाले इन्वेस्टमेंट को लेकर उत्साहित है, उसका बहुत महत्व है।
Prime Minister is saying that the world is celebrating India's success and that this is India's time. The Prime Minister at NDTV's World Summit has also gone on to say India is a ray of hope amid global concerns and India is on this unprecedented growth path. He also talked about artificial intelligence, saying that India is powered by another AI. So talking about aspirational India, which accelerates the country's growth. Listen in to the Prime Minister.
भारत के पास डबल एआई पावर की एडवांटेज है। और आपके मन में सवाल होगा कि दुनिया पास एक ही एआई है, ये मोदी के पास डबल एआई कहां से आ गई? दुनिया की नजरों में एक ही एआई है, वो है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस। लेकिन हमारे पास वो तो है ही, दूसरी एआई है एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया। जब एस्पिरेशनल इंडिया और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस की ताकत मिलती है, तब विकास की गति भी तेज होनी स्वाभाविक है। हमने फास्ट फिजिकल कनेक्टिविटी और इंक्लूसिव कनेक्टिविटी पर बहुत फोकस किया है। 2014 में देश में 70 के आसपास एयरपोर्ट थे। आज देश में एयरपोर्ट की संख्या 150 को पार कर गई है।
And switching tracks now to Kolkata and taking steps to resolve the impasse with protesting doctors. West Bengal Chief Minister yesterday spoke over the phone and urged them to withdraw their fast unto death, saying most of their demands had been met and action is being taken on the remaining ones as well. Now, the Trinamool Congress chief also said that she will be meeting with the protesting doctors today, but ruled out the removal of Health Secretary. We have my colleague Saurabh joining us. Saurabh, what time is this meeting expected?
Well, the meeting is supposed to take place at around 5 in the evening at Nobanno, which is the state secretariat. The junior doctors will be there. However, the Chief Minister's appeal to lift or end the hunger strike is something that the doctors have not responded to. However, they will go for the meeting. And the government, amongst the 10-point demands that have been made, has said that apart from the demand for the removal of the health secretary, all other demands are being worked at, and they've gone point by point. And the doctors have also presented their demands and what specifically they are looking at point by point in a letter to the Chief Secretary. But this has become a row that both sides have dug their heels into. The government and the Chief Minister specifically has said that the demands of the doctors are largely the demands for justice, improval, the health system, a bed management system, central referral system, all of that. Security is all legitimate. In fact, what the Chief Minister has also said is that they are looking at recruiting more policemen, but that's stuck because of a case that is on in the courts. However, all of these things will be looked into, is what the Chief Minister has said. One hopes that the meeting today will yield some results and perhaps will lead to resolution. Whether that will happen or not is, of course, anyone's guess. The meeting will start at 5. We don't know how long it will go on for, but if resolution, if any, is expected only late in the evening.
Right, sort of all eyes on that very crucial meeting that's going to come about between the doctors and the government. We talk about Mamata Banerjee, who spoke over the phone. Take us through that, regarding as far as that, demand of the doctors, as far as the removal of the health secretary is concerned. That is something that's not going to be considered, is what we're hearing.
The Chief Minister has said that she's ruled out because she's already removed senior officers on the request of the doctor. She said she cannot clean out an entire department and expect it to function. Also, lots of things that are taking place in the health department are being looked at by the health secretary. And of course, this includes the pilot project of the bed management system, referral system, infrastructure works at hospitals. So she says it's not possible for a government to simply remove all officers in one department. However, if there's any specific allegation of wrongdoing, which the doctors say they have presented, however, she said that if there is any specific allegation of wrongdoing, that will be looked into. So that's where it stands as far as the logjam is concerned. However, this meeting, one hopes, will lead to a resolving of the crisis, because the doctors have been sitting on hunger strike. It's not a pleasant sight to have young doctors sit on hunger strike. However, certain quarters in the Trinamool Congress have also been alleging that the protest has turned political, with several political aims and not so much, justice and improving facilities for doctors also finding its way in the demand. So obviously there are points and counterpoints, but one hopes that the meeting with the Chief Minister will result in the resolution of this standoff.
Right, sort of all eyes on that very crucial meeting that's coming up, like you mentioned, at 5 o'clock in the evening. We will keep coming back to you for more on that. Switching tracks now to more news coming in, and this is in regard to the battle for Maharashtra just ahead of the elections, which will take place on the 20th of November in a single phase. Now, cracks have surfaced within the India bloc, and this is over the seats of Vidarbha, is what we are hearing. There seems to be a friction within the Congress and the UBT Sena on seat sharing, and which is why this issue has been raised with Mallikarjun Kharge, the party chief. This is in regard to the non-cooperation of the UBT. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has the details. Well, we'll have Radhika back with us in just a bit. We are getting you more news coming in regard to heavy rainfall that happened has noted in Bengaluru over the weekend that's led to waterlogging, and schools have been shut in Bengaluru. In fact, people have been asked to work from home. Civic authorities are pumping out the water from waterlogged streets in the city of Bengaluru. That seems to have become a perennial problem every time it rains. My colleague Pratibha Raman gets us a ground report.
This is HSR layout, also another important area in Bengaluru, very close to Bannerghatta, very close to the Silk Boat Junction as well. And this is also an area that connects the IT belt, the electronic city, to the rest, the remaining parts of Bengaluru here. You can see the heavily waterlogged road here, causing a lot of inconvenience to commuters. However, there are officials trying to pump out this water. The weather has been pretty kind this morning to ensure that most of the main roads of Bengaluru have been dried up. But however, this is one of those issues that are being talked about time and again. As far as brand Bengaluru is concerned, as far as the waterlogged roads or city's infrastructure is concerned. Here is one resident of HSR layout. Sir, if you can talk about the problems that you face time and again, come monsoon, heavy traffic, waterlogged roads, what are the pain points?
Madam, we have been here since 16 years. So this issue we are facing only since 5 to 6 years. After a new side shoulder drain was built. So the gradient in that drain is not maintained. Even in the summer season, when there is no rainfall, we have 3.5 feet of water stagnant in that. So now when we get rain for about 10 minutes, it floods. And the water enters our homes, our sumps get flooded. Every time we have to take help of the cleaners to get our sumps clean.
So the drains as well as the Rajakalways, encroachments of different lake beds, all these are the main problems that need to be addressed, do you think?
Yeah, madam. What is happening is previously when there was a very small drain that was not even 2 feet in width, not even 4 feet in depth. Now this is about 1.5 meters in width and about 15 feet in depth. But still this water, it cannot handle this water. So most probably they're diverting water from elsewhere. So what they say is we have been going to the officials, we have been going to our representatives, and there is a survey which is done. Since last year, I am an association representative from our sector. So we've been following it up thoroughly. We have got, I personally have taken the measurements.
And still no action.
No action. So what is happening is we are always suffering. Only when it floods like this, we are on the roads. This is today morning. I called up your BBMP official by 6:30. Nobody gets turned up till now. I called up the fire brigade as the last resort. They have come now and they are pumping water out. I could not take my car out in the morning. I had to drop my kids to school. So what did I do? I had to walk them in the rain up till the ring road and take an auto rickshaw and drop them to school and come. This has become a very big nuisance.
True. This is the problem that is being faced by most residents in Bengaluru. Every time it rains, there is always a lot of chaos on the roads. One is waterlogging, two is city's infrastructure, and three is Bengaluru traffic. You don't get cabs. Surging prices of cabs as well as autos make it very difficult for office goers. Luckily today, the district commissioner has announced a rain holiday for most schools, both primary as well as higher secondary, and the DC has definitely not given a rain holiday for the IT employees, or when it comes to the techies here, the work from home options are definitely being explored. But then for how long can we keep it like this? There has to be no jugaad option. There needs to be a permanent solution, has been the cry from every citizen in Bengaluru. With camera person Kumar, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us that ground report. And switching tracks now to sports news. And two-time Olympic gold medalist and one of the world's leading track and field athletes, Valerie Allman, was named the ambassador for the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, which took place on the 20th of October. The American discus throw champion describes the experience at the marathon and the highs of consecutive goals in Tokyo and in Paris.
Here for the Vedanta Delhi Half Marathon, I have with me two-time Olympic gold medalist and one of the finest track and field athletes in the world. I have with me Valerie Allman here. Thank you so much for joining me, Valerie, here at NDTV. So first of all, how did this association with India and the Delhi Half Marathon happen for you, and what is significance for you of that?
I'm so excited to be here, and honestly, it has been an honor to be part of this event and get to learn. This is my first time in India, and to get to learn so much about India, of being at the Vedanta Half Marathon. You know, in the US and honestly around the world, this ambassador program of being one of the athletes that gets to come and serve in a role to celebrate these amazing races is something that's really known. So after this last Olympics, I got approached and was excited and honored to be able to come and to then be here and be so welcomed with so much warmth and see an event with 36,000 people of all ages, all abilities, challenging themselves, celebrating that challenge. It just was absolutely beautiful.
So, you know, consecutive gold medals now in Olympics. So, did you, as an athlete yourself, did you know, notice a change in the Tokyo Games and then your performance in the Paris Games?
Yeah, there was. You know, Tokyo, that Olympics, it was my first Olympics, and it was really the first time I was going onto the global stage where I was in a position to podium as well as have a chance to win. And it was exhilarating to be the underdog, and for years have been climbing my way to the top. And it was really special to be able to walk away with the win. However, in all those years I dreamed about the moment, it was so different than I expected. To do it during the pandemic, it kind of didn't have that Olympic spirit that I hoped. So to work for many more years and be able to have